It's going.
We're
Oh my God,
gone.
we're
We're
alive.
live.
Ah,
All right, cool. We're recording, right?
I think so. I think we are recording. We're on the YouTubes and the Twitters. We can do a roundup.
Yes, we
Let's do a
can.
roundup. So this is
Man,
the DeSci Peaks 2022 roundup. We're gonna be talking about all things DeSci. Gonna remind everyone on the recording. I guess it doesn't matter because they're gonna be listening to a recording. But you could have joined us live on stream, but you just
and you would
weren't
have
here.
gotten some very special POAPs if you did.
Oh, we got PO-ups. You haven't let anyone know we have PO-ups, so we should
So I
probably
just
get those
tweeted it
out.
out. So for those who are watching, we have POAPs. We have very special POAPs that you can only get during watching the stream. This is going to be a very long stream, but I promise you there are multiple series of POAPs that will be available for the stream. And then maybe some afterwards, some different special series for once we chop this up and do a lot of post editing afterwards, right? Just to kind of reward listeners and viewers and participants who came on and discuss DeSci with us. So it should be a fun stream. So for those of you who are listening, the general idea behind all this is there's been a lot going on in DeSci over the last year. I think this would be, DeSci has existed for a little bit over, definitely more than just since 2022. But I feel like the space has really coalesced into a viable, sustainable, fundamental entity, similar to like the DAO paradigms and the DeFi paradigms. So I would consider, late 2021, 2022 to be the actual birth year of what is to be the impact focused, purpose focused DeSci. And so much has happened over the last year, from events to funding opportunities, aspects of adoption, culture, things like that. And I think this all boils into future topics, to look prospectively into what DeSci is going to be into the future, and that necessitates talking about culture, how we're going to implement these tools, application of these tools going forward. So the hope here is that we get a lot of key opinion leaders in the space beyond just John and myself, to kind of just talk about all the cool things that have happened in DeSci. And John, we don't have our banners, our
We
description
don't have our
banners.
banners. Oh no! Hold on. I'm trying to spread the links everywhere. Let me get back to the banners. This is a high-level production. There's the two of us just sitting here. We're messing around. Which banner do we want?
We want our name banners.
Wait, that's
We
not.
can
Oh,
introduce ourselves. So it's not just two randos, floating head and beautiful
dog.
dog. Yeah, beautiful upside down dog.
Boom. There we go. So I'm Jonathan. I'm from the SCI, the Science Commons Initiative, which is a nonprofit looking to reconnect the public with the scientific process and scientists, as that has been lost over the years, and now we don't have a lot of trust in science. It really, really sucks. Our go-to line is we're trying to rebuild the bridge of trust between academia and the public. And DeSci is a beautiful way to do that because it has multiple stakeholders, gets everyone involved in the process. You've got these DAOs that we're going to be talking about at some point, probably, where anyone can participate and decide what sort of research they want to fund and where they want to take the tech. It's really, really cool. There's a lot of potential here for getting the public involved in science. So that's my quick blurb.
Yeah, so very much like Jonathan, so my name is Jelani. I'm a neuroscientist by training, neuroimmunologist by training. And I'm one of the cores at DeSci World, which is an information aggregation hub for the DeSci space. Our mission there, information aggregation and social engagement hub. And our goal there, our mission there is to kind of make DeSci make people's transition and maneuvering and exploration through the DeSci space a lot easier and more straightforward. Much like any other Web3 space, it's very nebulous. And so we pull together information so that people can come to kind of a one-stop shop and learn, at least at a very high level, about different projects, different engagements, initiatives. Hey, Tammy. And other things going on through DeSci. So making it easier for people to learn about the DeSci space and kind of align their interests and objectives, to collaborate with specific DAOs that fall within your disciplinary skill set, or if you just want to explore. So that's kind of a very mouthy way of talking about what we do in this space. But this is not about the projects themselves, we are specifically here to talk about the entirety of the DeSci space. I see Eric here in the comments. We'd love to get, and I see Robert there too in the comments. Love to get people, these key opinion leaders up on stage so we can, just kind of start talking about the entirety of the DeSci space and where we're coming from, where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. So feel free to follow the links that we've provided. You can come into the Discord, which will then provide you the link to join the StreamYard and come up on stage, and you can start discussing about the various topics that we'll be covering. So again, these topics are going to be essentially funding, tools, adoption, events, culture, ethics, and then what the future holds for DeSci. So please don't be shy. For those of you who are shy and don't want to come up, again, also be mindful. As you see John here, John doesn't have his camera on. You don't need to have your camera on. We just really want to have, discussions with individuals. Keep your camera off. Have a funny background picture. That's fine. But for those who do want to come up, you can. If you can't come up, our comments are open. The funny ones and the intriguing ones and the insightful ones we'll throw up on the stage, on the banner at the bottom, and we can go with it.
Absolutely. This is going to be, oh man, I'm already enjoying just clicking all the comments.
Yeah, I think this is going to be fun. I think this is definitely going to be, a fun thing and, just a little bit of, I guess, alpha. So this is our inaugural stream. But it's going to be one that we do on a recurring basis, not just as the year goes on, but also on a monthly. So our goal here is to make DeSci Peaks a monthly roundup where we will have host guests, or invite guests to come and talk about what has happened in DeSci over the last month. So it's going to be a recurring process, and it will ultimately culminate in something that we're calling the summit. So hence the name DeSci Peaks. So each month is going to be a little peek into DeSci, which is a kind of a play on words, as we will be peeking into DeSci as well. And this will hopefully culminate into what at first will be a virtual event, kind of like this, but ultimately an in-real event that will be called the DeSci Summit. And so we hope to get, engagements, talks, conversations, retreats, ability to interact with your peers throughout the space, because we are decentralized and globally dispersed. We want to kind of provide a home for individuals to kind of regroup together on a yearly basis and, communicate and ideate and all the like. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So I see people are interested. Hopefully we'll get them up on the stage soon. If not, John, is there something in particular you wanted to kind of talk about before we get into topics as we wait for people to come up?
Yes. Well, not in particular. I think you covered a huge chunk of it. I mean, it's really the whole reason we're doing this is because the space as itself has kind of accelerated to a point where it is like DeFi and is like crypto or Bitcoin or these other smaller communities within the larger Web3 space, whatever you want to call it. And it's just really cool to see all these projects working together to do stuff. So I'm going to be scattered here in the beginning because I'm following the Discord. And if you want to get up on stage, you have to ping me in the Discord, and then I'll give you a specific role, and then you'll have access to a channel, which will have the link where you can just come in as a guest. And there's a couple barriers of entry there, just so we don't try and limit spamming as best we can. But at some point, we'll probably get attacked with spammers, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So Rob, to your point there, we're not going to post the link just on the YouTube description, because we don't want randos to just kind of necessarily be filtering in, at least not at the beginning. We really like some in-depth, conversation with people who've actually been, building. It's open to all, of course, but we want to get some key opinion leaders in at first, to kind of talk about their perspective, their experience, their foray into the DeSci space, and what their experience has been up to this point. And then we might kind of openly publish it, so individuals who are more passive observers can come in and give their 2 cents and have an opportunity to speak with other participants. So again, if you want to get into the stream, please go to the Discord link. You can click, once you're in the Discord, you can then click the StreamYard link, and we'll bring you on. I guess like shillers can do that too, or like randos can do that too, but it's a little bit more of a barrier.
It's a big ask. If I was the spammer, I wouldn't want to do that. But our first topic that we do want to talk about today is funding, and I think it actually makes sense for us to kick it off, because the Science Commons Initiative is, we started as a nonprofit. We're still pending. We're waiting for the IRS to catch up, and we did not expect to necessarily start with a lot of funding. We expected to get our ducks in a row and then put a donation link up and let like $5-10 donations at a time come in, and we'd go from there. And we're not a DeSci only organization. We use DeSci to fulfill our mission, which is reconnect public with academia. And still, we went out on a limb and we applied for this Gitcoin round, the DeSci specific Gitcoin round. And we explained what we do and how we're doing it so far. And we ended up walking away with almost like $30,000 from that fund match. So I know there are a bunch of projects in the space who got funding through that Gitcoin round. And it's just absolutely amazing. So from the SCI, I will say thank you to Gitcoin and everything they do. But it's very interesting. I particularly want to hear about how other projects are getting funding, how they want to get funding, how difficult it is for them to get funding, or rather what's worked for them if they've gotten funding. Because I know there's a lot of different projects going about it a lot of different ways in the space. I don't know how DeSci World is going about operations when it comes to funding.
Well, so we did open a fill out a Gitcoin grant, but what we've been doing is going through a private seed raise. So we're actually in the process of our private seed raise. We've secured our lead investor, and now others are coming out of those who were more hesitant on the sideline in terms of being leads have now shown more confidence in doing so. So we're going that route.
Very cool. Congrats on the lead.
Thank you very much. It's been a long time coming, and I think it's going to open doors for the future. But to your point, John, I think I would love to hear the experience of people, not necessarily from their own projects, how they did it, but more their impression of how it went, their raising of funds. We have some mega titans in the space relative to others, like the Molecule family, Vibe Bio, and many others that have many others that have raised a significant amount of sums that are kind of leading the charge in the DeSci space. So I'd love to hear their perspectives, their insight, how they can maybe help talk about and inform other projects about the best practices to do that in a decentralized manner, right? Because it's much more difficult to raise funds when you're talking about a DAO to VCs and the like, unless these VCs are already Web3 native. And so it'd be great to hear about that from other individuals in the space. I know it's much harder. You also have alternative routes of like crowdsource funding, which is Gitcoin. You have Giveth, that is also a great platform for this. So people's experiences and kind of their how they see it needing to change or how they see things needing to stay the same would be great.
Yeah, and I don't know. How was I know you can't speak to it too much because it's still ongoing, but like, what was your experience talking to people about a DAO, DeSci World, and like, hey, help fund us so we can operate? Like, did they get it?
So we've done our raise completely internal to the Web3 space. So we've only
that makes it so easy. Okay.
We've only gone to Web3. So that kind of pigeonholes you to a certain extent because there's a pool of financial capital that you're not raising. And the DeSci space, I guess DeFi space, Web3 space is much limited, and it's subject to a lot of the catastrophe that has been happening throughout the crypto realm. But that being said, they've been much more engaged. I think the main question is always going to be from VCs. What's the return on investment? What is your business model? Where can they recoup off of their investment? Or where do you project to have revenue? What are your revenue sources coming in? And I think we've been very successful in highlighting that. We have multiple vectors of revenue generation, which I think is refreshing to VCs. And I want to really highlight this for the DeSci space, right? DeSci in general, I think is going to be much more attractive to VCs, to Web3 native VCs, because it is impact driven. And this, aspect leaks into a variety of other things, but it has utility, and solving of actual problems is what is going to drive the revenue streams that they care about.
We don't just want to pump. We don't just want to move. We want to actually solve problems. Is that
Well,
what you're
exactly.
saying?
Yeah, exactly. We're not here. Yeah, we're not here to just like, oh, we're gonna show like launch coin, pump, and then try to figure out how to make it work afterwards, right?
Yeah.
No, everybody here, and as you can see, everybody in the commentary, I think is most of devs or project leads. Everyone here is solving a problem, and then anything else becomes cherries on the top. Token allocation, governance, all of that comes after the fact of
Right.
solving or attempting to solve a particular
And
problem.
there's even like traditional income routes you can take. Like traditional business plans kind of work in DeSci a little more than they might
Absolutely.
in DeFi. So it's when it comes to VCs out of this space, you might not even need to talk to them about the tokenomics or if you have a token or any of that stuff. It's just like, no, 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 we're gonna, charge a subscription plan or get income another way. And like, oh, I understand that. That's my language. Yeah, sure, I'll help you get started.
Exactly. And so, for us, and again, guys, this is not a project show. So it's just the two of us are up here. So we're talking about our experiences. But for us at the protocol that I'm working in, we have things like a Web2 banner, a Web2 advertisement banner. So if projects want to come and list on the Web2 advertisement banner, or individuals who work in Web2 want to list and kind of make contact with entities in Web3 and kind of just open up the eyes that can see them. We have a traditional Web2 style banner, which we charge, a certain amount for listing on that. And so that's one thing that they very much understood. So when we went for the venture, when we went to raise funds, we didn't mention a token. As a matter of fact, we weren't even going to launch a token originally. I think there's videos of Josh, our founder, talking about this in the back end. We've since pivoted on that. We will be launching a strictly governance token. So nothing to do with anything else necessarily beyond governance at this state. But it's always, this is the products that we're offering. This is the solution we're trying to solve. This is how we're proposing to do so. The token is kind of an afterthought to kind of help individuals regulate the future DAO. So, yeah.
Cool. There's another thing you brought up. I just found the background music and threw that on. Yeah, getting saucy. All right. You mentioned the impact of the DeSci space. So I'm curious, and I don't think anyone's done this yet, but I'm curious what sort of impact-driven organizations might look at DeSci space and fund based on impact, not return. So I'm thinking nonprofits and institutions, even like grant institutions like NIH, NSF, would they ever be interested in funding the DeSci space because we're building a new infrastructure for how to do the stuff they want to do?
So I think so. Yes, I believe that is something to see in the future. We already have examples of DAOs, like actual DAOs dealing with these government institutional entities, right? So we have the example of MoonDAO, which, if Pablo ever wants to come up and tell their backstory, is a very funny, interesting backstory. But MoonDAO's initiative is to support space travel or space-oriented research, travel. They successfully crowdsourced putting someone into space, so having space launches for individuals. They're looking now to pivot this into research, and so they're working with NASA. They're working with private companies as well, but government bodies like NASA. And so I think these are proof of concepts to show that as long as we are impact focused, and we can kind of prove that we're impact focused and not just shilling ideologies, I think we'll have a lot of interactions with these government bodies. So for sure, I imagine that, like, for example, right, longevity research and all these biomedical research, all this biomedical driven research is going to attract the attention of things like the WHO, and other government bodies. And I know for sure, and this may be a conversation for later on, but the regulatory bodies are going to take interest. The FDA is, as we start to provide research that leads to actual drug development, and how does that work with the context of an IP NFT, which has shared ownership or at least royalty distribution, and the endpoint drug as it goes to market, right? So we are definitely going to get have these kind of interactions moving forward for sure.
I'm quickly Googling
SBIR.
Yeah.
Eric, just come up on stage, man. You can just tell us, and we can have this discussion instead of making us look foolish. Like we have to go look up SBIR. I have no idea what that is.
That goes for everyone. I think Ryan might be coming in soon. I think he just got on.
Yeah, so I know it's we know that the third place match is going on, so we understand that. And also,
great. How's that going?
Third place might open a little screen and put it at the top to kind of funnel people towards here to look at it.
It's not a bad idea. But we get shut down by the FCC or whatever.
But yeah. Shoot.
Thanks, Victor. This is gonna be fun. It's funny that this is happening like the day after Twitter Spaces got nuked and then put back up. And now
listen, that vexed me so bad. We had DeSci Rising. We had a fantastic DeSci Rising episode with Loonco. So Rod Mammon from Loonco. Rod, if you're listening, again, I'm really sorry about this. Elon rugged us, Twitter rugged us, and it was like, could have been any other day, but today, but that yesterday. But that is what happens when we're beholden to. I mean, tech fails, so. But maybe a decentralized platform may have more redundancies, may allow for it to not happen like that. There'll also be more accountability in terms of, this needs updating. Let's make sure this is set to go. It's not going to be like this one person at the top needs to decide, fix this now.
You pinged me on it. All right, Eric, I'm getting you the link. You did.
Yeah, people apparently are telling me that they're pinging you, or they have been pinging you.
Oh, they're messaging me, not pinging me.
They're like, well, people have different definitions of the word ping.
Okay, all right. Ping me in the like, not message. Ping here so I can give you a role. All right, we'll get people up.
Please, guys, forgive us and bear with us. This is our first stream. We've had a lot of hilarious back-end shenanigans trying to set this up and make it. It will probably never be fully professional because that's not what we're here for. We're here to make the space a little bit more fun, though it's still educational. And kind of laid back. This is always going to be a semi-formal kind of fireside. This is on YouTube forever, so please try not to overly cuss if you are going to say anything, right? But we do invite people for spicy topics. We hope that we touch on spicy topics because there have been definitely some spicy events that have occurred throughout the DeSci space over 2022, and we're very much open to have these discussions. So please come in, air your grievances, highlight your achievements. I'm going to devolve back into the DeSci Rising motto. Want to hear about your updates.
All right, we got
all the cool
I just
stuff.
sent the link out to like 4 or 5 people.
Oh, great.
Guys, let us know if this link doesn't work. It totally should. There's one person who said they were on the road, so it might be hard to come in, but they say launching early stage research funding contracts. What do we think this means?
Launching early stage research funding contracts. I'm assuming they mean that this individual means smart contracts, because what's a research funding contract?
I think like some sort of IP NFT sort of concept where you get people to buy in for early stage research. And we got some folks who joined. We got Michael from DB and Rob Skiff. We'll bring them up here to the stream.
Oh, that's another thing. DB is another example of a sorry. DB is another example of an entity that's raised a lot of funds, and they, much like the SCI, are not strictly DeSci specific, but they're solving a problem that affects all industries, and are just kind of using DeFi, DeSci, and Web3 tooling as a railway for. So
awesome. So you guys go ahead and give your mics a test. See if you can talk. Here's Ryan as well.
There's Ryan.
Hey, how you guys?
Hey. That's Maria. Hey, Maria. Always good to have you here. I hope you'll come up at some point for one of the topics that we'll be talking about. I think as we start to, now that we have a few more individuals part of this cohort, we can start talking about it. And so for those of you who want to know what the topic is at the moment, there will be a running banner at the bottom, John, to let individuals know what we're talking about today, or what we're talking about in that instance in time.
We have all our test banners up here. Let me get rid of those really quick. Ryan,
So,
I heard you talk.
Ryan,
Michael, is your mic coming through, Michael? There it is. Hello.
Right, there we go. You guys. It works.
I'm glad this works.
Awesome.
So, guys.
Awesome. I'm excited
Good
for
to have you.
some DeSci.
So, like I said, so the first topic that we're going to be talking about is funding. And like I said, Michael, I know you have a lot of experience, at least as it comes to raising funds for DB DAO. I don't know if you can maybe talk about your perspective of funding in the space and kind of how you see it as overall, but also from your experience.
Yeah. Let me think about that for a second. Ryan, might you have, while I think, do you have a thought on that?
I have some thoughts, but I'm more of questions, really.
Let's go.
What are your
Let's get the conversation running. Questions, comments.
I think there's a number of smaller projects that are just getting started. It's kind of like the second phase, if you will, of DeSci. I think we're going to see something happen here. And a lot of people have asked me, when it comes to funding, what's the best approach in terms of, let's just say this is the bear market, and then there's going to be the bull market moment. Is it better to try to raise the funds now, regardless of market sentiment, or is it better to wait a bit and try to raise the funds in a more welcoming environment, let's say? How do you guys think about that?
That's an interesting question. Because it's hard, right? Can you build without funds? Which comes first, funds or building? And bear markets are notoriously good for building stuff because they weed out the people who are here to do the stuff that we don't necessarily like, which is just Shell Project and Pump Coin and Big Moon. So you get a lot of people who are super passionate about the tech and what they can do. But at the same time, it weeds out, like you have FTX collapse and all these funding and the contagion that goes around, it weeds out the money. So which do you do? I lean on the side of build constantly and try to fund constantly. And it's just going to be easier in a bull market. It's going to be more difficult in a bear market.
Yeah, but I think that we can get away, or individuals and projects can get away with minimal funding. So I think a lot of the fundamental stuff is not overly expensive. Obviously, if you have grandiose aspirations of making real big things, and I'm sure Rob can Rob's not here right now, but others can speak to it. But I think you can get away with cutting costs and being very conservative with how you operate. It may take more time, but I think you can do that. And then once the bull market does come in, or once funding starts to flow in a lot more easier, right? It'll just explode from there. But this is not a show about us. So Michael, Eric, please weigh in.
I have no means. I don't have any direct good advice on this. I'm not an expert, but that's why. Maybe just find people that are interested in your product. Find where it's a good match between yourselves and the investor, and make sure that they see your vision. There's a good match there, maybe show prior work that you've done as an example of why you think this will be a success, if possible, or something you've built currently. Would all be good ideas. Any prototypes, or get started. Don't wait for funding. Also, would be a piece of advice. Nothing is quite as good as having a little bit of background of showing that you actually care about the product too.
Absolutely. I'm curious how many. So Jelani, you and I have had this conversation in the past, but how many people here or that we know of are working in DeSci full time? Like they have a salary position that pays for their livelihood. Is that a thing that exists a lot here?
So for us, yes, but only recently, yes. So I've been telling everybody that I'm working full time in DeSci, and I am actually working full time in DeSci, but I'm not being necessarily paid to the maximum, to a fully livable wage, because we're currently building out the infrastructure. Now that we've secured funding, that is going to ramp itself up. But I think to this point, the space is so new that it's difficult. I think it's difficult to build out a career, a fully sustainable career right now. But I imagine that is going to change within the next year or so as these projects mature, as the space matures, as I starts to lock in on us more. So I think there are some, but I don't know how many there are. But I'd love to hear people's experiences. Remember, this funding topic is not just about funding projects or money flow or IP NFTs and how funding goes to research, but it's funding in all its facets across the DeSci space.
One thing is, like, you don't have to make all your money through DeSci. Maybe your product or service is useful in another field. So that might be one way to help, like, bootstrap the DeSci ecosystem working. Is like, think about, you know, how whatever you're doing sort of fits into a bigger goal of maybe enterprise software needs you guys, or it's very helpful in I don't know, maybe some government application, or, you know, whatever. It's going to be very specific on the individual product, but that might be one way to sort of help to bootstrap DeSci a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure.
I saw Eric come off mic a couple times. Go for it.
Yeah, Eric, go ahead, man.
Yeah, how's my audio, y'all?
It's pretty good.
You're in a car.
Clearly.
I am in a car. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
You're all good.
So, for starters, I come bearing Christmas gifts, or holiday gifts, I suppose. I spent all of this past week at a geoscience conference in Chicago, and have a fun fact for y'all. Can I throw that in? It is not funding related.
Sure.
Yeah,
why not?
go for it.
All right, cool. Did y'all know that Mexico City sinks by a meter every year? I mean, I guess it's not fun, but it's definitely interesting.
That's terrifying. Yeah, what are you talking about?
All right. It's not a fun fact, but it's an interesting fact. I apologize for misleading you. Yeah, no, apparently it's built on top of an aquifer, and they pull enough water from the aquifer itself that the whole city shrinks. So, yeah, that was a terrifying fun fact. Sorry, and you're welcome. I do actually have thoughts on the funding stuff here. So want to just echo a lot of what was said earlier in this conversation about utility and kind of heads down building in a bear market. It is always nice when token go moon, but ultimately we as a space are here to deliver value and help solve some of the inherent problems in academia. So first and foremost, any conversation around funding needs to be focused on what value is being provided. So there are a couple different avenues of funding that have already been discussed thus far. Traditional VC route, and that's, at least to this point, what DeSci Labs is doing as well. But there's also, crypto economic funding. So anything around tokens, please be very careful with it, but it is possible. That being said, the one that's interesting that I think is relatively untapped in the DeSci space is the idea of impact-based funding from grant agencies. So I posted something in the YouTube earlier about SBIR grants. Essentially, that is a small business grant that you can get from the NSF, the NIH, any of these large funding agencies, which doesn't require you to be an established institutional player. And with kind of some of these new chat tools that have come out, ChatGPT, I don't know if y'all have seen that, for example, it is significantly easier to submit one of these grants in a prose and a style of writing that is acceptable and palatable to a program officer. So I would encourage people to go explore SBIR opportunities with any of these large grant funding agencies. It's not going to give you millions and millions and millions of dollars, but it's enough to bootstrap experimentation. And ultimately, that's kind of where the space is right now. Normally, whenever you hear the term SBIR, it's also tied with something called STTIR, which is the equivalent for a business and an institution working together. So think of like a startup that's spun out of a university. A lot of folks who are in the DeSci space are grad students, are master students, do still have some kind of a tie back to a larger university. And in some ways, it's easier to get an STTR than an SBIR.
All right, so I think we're starting to lose you, Eric.
Look into that one as well. That's there that came. No. Okay, well, I'm going to try and finish this up quickly. The cool thing about anything SBIR or STTR is the fact that you get connections with the NSF and NIH and can put that logo on your website, because ultimately the marketing there, the branding that comes from it, is just as important as the money itself. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry I'm breaking up. The internet on the highway is not exactly phenomenal.
Where are you driving through right now? You're coming back from Chicago?
No, thank God. I'm driving down to my grandmother's for Christmas, actually.
Huh. Wonderful. I
Yeah,
hope everyone has
it'll be fun.
a nice end of the year and a happy new year. Speaking of. But hey, I see we've got Elijah and Rob who jumped on. Feel free to jump in the conversation. Elijah, you're getting the pinwheel on your cam. I don't know if that means you're gone or just your cam's gone. He's gone. Oh, and we got Tony from Afterwave also coming on. Very cool.
Didn't realize my mic was off. Yeah, but Rob, go ahead, man. Introduce yourself. Let's talk about funding.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, love the fact that you guys are going to be doing this every month and having a much longer session. This is going to be great, and we'll bring the community together. I'm Rob Skiff with 3852 AI. We develop combination drug treatments for different types of cancer using predictive artificial intelligence and robotics. We started off last year really looking at the traditional ways of funding, going to VC and then starting to reach out to pharma companies to license our therapies. And now we're, really excited and embedded in this Web3 community after a real deep dive. There's a lot of opportunity here. A couple things to just keep in mind if you've got your own project is that you really have to make sure that you are legally compliant, especially if you're funding, with SEC rules. With our combination drug treatment that we're going to be putting for ovarian cancer that we're putting on the blockchain, the level of bureaucracy that you got to deal with is pretty intense. You want to make sure that your funding, you KYC, potentially you KYC investors coming in and coming out, because whatever product you're producing, whatever your end product is, you've really got to make sure that if you license it to another company, that you're going to be able to withstand regulatory and legal scrutiny, because a company's not going to buy your license or your product unless it knows that it can actually take ownership. And if your fundraising, if your tokenization, et cetera, isn't really wired up legally, you might get yourself in a jam. So that's just a question to keep in mind. So that's basically moi.
This brings up a good point about the regulatory health of this space. I don't know if Elijah, you wanted to speak to something else, but a question we might consider moving forward with the discussion is funding going to become more difficult or less difficult as probably the space gets more regulated after the FTX collapse? Something I'm curious about.
Oh, fun. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up on what you're all talking about, but it's definitely interesting. I think just in general, the quality of, the people, the projects, the signal to noise ratio has gone up over the past few months, particularly the past month or so. And so maybe I think that bodes well for future funding opportunities, but maybe that's probably about all I have to say about that.
So, Rob, I think one thing is we talk about these things like, hey, you need to be wary of, regulation as it relates to your project, how that relates to funding, because VC's not going to want to fund you. Web3 is already high risk. If they don't think that you have the framework that'll reach past regulation, they're not going to fund you anyway. And so how do you, in your perspective, and we have a lot of different team builders here or founders and team leads, how have you tried to reach that regulatory compliance rate? Is this kind of a little bit on the afterthought, or have you baked it in, and how have you baked it into the infrastructure that you're actually trying to build?
Yeah, I think you have to be thinking about, I don't think Web3 is just a tool. And so if you've got, if you've got, first of all, you have to have the great science. So you start with the great science. And then when you're talking about, for example, let's say it's funding, okay? You know, and you're probably, you know, you're taking your SBIR grants, you're talking with VC. I wouldn't abandon, you know, the traditional funding routes, okay, at all. But when you're talking about a Web3 project, bake in the legal compliance right from the beginning. It's really, really simple. You know, you map out the way you're going to take in the money, how the tokens are going to be created. You find some good partners. You know, there's no shilling. So, but, you know, I can mention a few places to go to
Sure.
if that's appropriate.
Yeah, sure.
You know, we're still early days. We're working with the team at Impala. We've just signed a letter of intent with them, impala.io. They're great. Molecule has also a great regulatory regime. You contact those groups and those companies, and they can start to walk you through this, through the process of, you know, you got a KYC, which means know your investor from the very beginning. Okay. Create your tokenization, you know, build in, you know, make sure that you understand where exactly you're going to be doing your work. We're going to locate our first co-development license in Dubai. And also we're dealing with, you know, some pretty high, some really knowledgeable people to create tax compliance, and both in Dubai and also the United States. You know, you have to just be really, really transparent, really, really clear about what you're doing, and don't cut corners. You know, I actually think that you know, Sam's issues in the Bahamas are actually great for the space, because what it has done is it's blown out a lot of the nonsense. And when that happens, you get really the people that want to make it, both want to make a difference, and you get the smart capital. You know, people holding their resources in cold wallets, et cetera. So, yeah, you know, I can ramble on forever.
For sure. Anybody else want to kind of, you know, talk about that, your experiences? I know, Elijah, you're kind of a part of a variety of different DAOs yourself. Harry, we haven't heard from you. Anybody else want to talk about it?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that, yeah, I'd love to chime in. I think that's, you know, Rob gave a really good perspective. You have to start with the legal side from the very beginning, get out ahead of it. That was, we spent the first money in the first grant funding I got, and the first project I worked on in Web3 was legal consultation. Yeah, I think it was definitely the best money we spent. And it's especially when you get to tokenization, right? Obviously, with investors, you want to do KYC, but even when it gets to the idea of tokenizing, right, that's just still so mysterious at this point, right? The regulations haven't been figured out. So every project I work on, I assume, you know, that if it's going to be tokenized, that at some point that's probably going to be called a security in the US. And that just has to be, you know, yeah, you have to be thinking about that from the very beginning, so your project can get the funding and you know, survive once you do go further down the road.
Yeah, but you know, that is definitely the I think the common and measured approach. But how do you deal with the fact that the regulatory landscape is not even set? It's not set for DeFi. It's nowhere near being set for the consideration of FDA and all these kind of things with DeSci. Not to talk about international secrecy laws as it relates to people funding projects or funding scientific development and maybe getting ownership of this scientific development from different nations. How would you propose to deal with something like that when the framework is not even on the radar yet?
Well, you know, let's break them down to each particular part, and we can kind of talk about it. Like if I'm a founder and I've got to deal with setting up an entity and dealing in the Web3 space. Okay, so you're talking about creating an LLC or an LLP, or incorporating. You know, there are just a few places where you can do that in the United States, and if it were me, you know, unless I'm in Switzerland or in Europe, and I'm just going to speak from the States perspective. Okay, you need to incorporate in Wyoming, Vermont, Delaware, okay, someplace that already has laws on the books that recognizes a blockchain transaction, okay? And then from there, you build out, you pretend and you follow the rules of, for example, you know, the SEC. The SEC has rules on how you offer a security. I think Elijah's absolutely right. Default to the idea that you are offering a security and follow the rules accordingly. Okay. Now for us, you know, the FDA compliance that you talked about, and I can only speak to really like drug development. Okay. You follow the rules of the FDA in terms of what's written down, but you're using the technology to exchange information and create ownership. That's all the, you know, tokenization is. It's a brand new way to distribute, to take funds, distribute ownership, and also distribute governance. You know, their governance tokens, etc. And then a token can be all those particular things. And so you just follow the rules, and that makes it easier. The one thing you did point out though is, you know, we're an artificial intelligence company, and so export controls for us are a huge deal, and that's why we're actually not offering ownership in 3852 on the blockchain. We're offering the products that we create, like the co-development licenses, because I can't take, like you said, ownership. We can't sell ownership in 3852 because the technology that's at the core of what we do is under export controls. You know, so if we throw our AI out there, I'm going to have a knock on the door from you know, the FBI and God knows what other 3-letter agency. So I can't do that. I like to stay far away from them, except for Twitter, you know, as I possibly can. And so, you know, you have to think, you've got this great Web3 tool, and it allows you to create transparency. It allows you an incredible amount of ownership. It allows you to trade things back and forth without the intermediaries. But at the end of the day, it's, you know, I mean, it's incredibly empowering, but it's just like a lot of the other tools we already have. So, you know, don't freak out about it. Just follow the law. Think about how your tool and what you're doing, what kind of law you need to follow, and pick a jurisdiction that is highly regulated, and, you know, do that. Because if you're picking, you know, I'll make it easy, I'll do it in, you know, some rando place with no laws, you know, nobody's going to invest with you, because then you can pull an SBF. Okay. Not that you can't do that in the States, but just pick a good jurisdiction and find the good lawyers, and you're going to have to pay. That's just the deal, in my opinion. And this is not legal advice, blah, 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 blah.
Eric, did you want to add something? I saw you on mic.
Yeah, no, I also thought kind of just came to my mind around some of the work and tweets that I've seen maybe 3 to 4 months ago. So kind of flipping the funding conversation on its head a little bit. Ultimately, we need money to get data storage, to get compute power, to get developers, to get actual work done. A lot of different groups have actually put together grant packages in the Web3 space so that any smaller organization can have $20,000 in free Amazon storage as a trial period, or, you know, $15,000 in, you know, it really doesn't matter. But I think Polygon DAO actually did a phenomenal job of aggregating resources, where if you go through and you pick up all of the little Easter eggs that they posted in a tweet somewhere, I'll have to find it and send it to John or Jelani to circulate around, you get $100,000. I mean, I think that's what the actual number totaled up to. So it's not necessarily money in your pocket, but it's resources that you can rely on as a smaller organization without having to think about legal and regulatory frameworks, without having to apply to anything. It's just there to pick up. So look for all of these Easter eggs as a different source of, I guess you would call it, funding.
Yeah, I think that's a great freaking perspective to come with. So it's like the funding its own startup project, or the sector, DeSci space, funding its own startup products, because it costs money, like Rob was saying, to get a good lawyer. It costs money to figure all this stuff out, and it's very, very intimidating and overwhelming for someone who's just like, I don't know, PhD, got an idea, sees this technology, knows how to play with it, but has no idea what the rules are. Wants to play by the rules, but doesn't know what they are. So there's a lot of questions out there for these types of people who want to try to experiment with this new technology and its new potential, but can't get into the space. So I definitely want to echo what Eric's saying. Like Gitcoin, great opportunity. Giveth, great opportunity. Polygon, great opportunity, just for knowledge, if not also money. And I'm curious if there are any other perspectives about funding and projects in here too.
No, I think that's good. I think we definitely need like a resource, space-wide resource. And I know there was initiatives to put together what was, at one time the DeSci Coalition, which was a grouping of figureheads and key opinion leaders in the space, which in my opinion ultimately would culminate in a repository of information that people could come to freely, and get this kind of thing. So if you're a PhD student or a science curious individual, somebody who has a science hobby and thinks about, oh, I'm going to start up a DAO, spin up a DAO, or spin up some kind of infrastructure, there's these individuals that are easy to access, relatively speaking, and can kind of help guide you, or at least point you in the direction to where you need to go. And that's kind of hopefully the incentive behind this. And this is why we wanted to have more opinion leaders here, to kind of show this. So I'm very happy that two experts kind of touched upon that. But beyond the concept of funding DAOs themselves, so money inflowing into the infrastructure, one thing that I also want to talk about is, and this maybe goes to your point, John, about building careers, but how do you guys view the redistribution of funds to contributors and also individuals who hold, future NFTs that may be linked to royalties or to drugs that are produced? Like, what is your perspective on that? And how might that be best structured in our space? I know there's multiple people who are trying different avenues to do it, so I don't think the ground is set on what the best way to do is. So just want to kind of talk about that.
Yeah, sure, John. If I can jump in, it's Tony after we've.
Yeah, Tony. Hey,
how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, that's great. Like snowing where we are, as you know.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so I'm working with, I'm an ambassador for Radix. You may not know the protocol, and it's launching next year in terms of smart contracts, but they've got a pretty strong model in terms of the security just at the protocol level. But beyond that, I think the key points that have come up in the conversation so far, I agree totally that the FTX situation can only help us lay out the path going forward in terms of, transparency is going to be key. Whatever transparency you can build into your funding model, the better. For example, doing due diligence as an element of what your project is putting together in the funding model. Just as a VC would want to do due diligence, I think it's just as important for a contract to have that built in, and then transparency going along. So depending on what it is you're funding, the project you're funding, there might be milestones that you can report in through an Oracle or what have you. Sure, the regulatory framework in the U.S. is not clear at this time, so going to other jurisdictions initially might make sense at this stage. But building your contract in such a way that you're built for future compliance, depending on what those regulations come out as, but so conscious of what is needed as a security, there will be costs in terms of registering that. So perhaps funding contracts, if they can, in their initial stage, just be that funding, perhaps, as you said, with a royalty or some kind of participation in future revenue, without not necessarily having a secondary market for that tokenization. Because then once you cross that bridge, then it for sure is deemed as a security. So if you're creating a funding contract that has some sort of transparency feedback to the progress of whatever the research is, that might end up going up in value, and there may be a secondary market. But that is a second step. That's a bigger step in terms of regulatory compliance, but you want to try and build for that if you can.
So I want to make sure we don't get stuck on the regulation topic here. I think we're wondering where funding is going within the space. Jelani, is that what you were talking about?
Well, that too. But I specifically had a question because we have individuals who work at a variety of different DAOs and entities, and I wonder how the infrastructure. So no longer focusing on how do funds get into projects to help sustain them, because I think that information is readily available out there, at least more so than this. But as a participant within these frameworks, how does funding relate to you? Like, how do revenues get distributed to contributors? What are some of the best practices for people who may be interested in learning about, hey, I'm hearing about these DAOs, I'm hearing that I can contribute some of my skill sets. How do I do so? And how do I do so in a way that is sustainable for my time, right? Or rewards my contribution efforts to it. And so I'd love to have people who work in these different organizations, or at least are leading these, kind of chime in and talk about that and their different perspectives of so. So I guess
I can.
Yeah,
well,
go ahead, jump on in. Let's talk about it.
I'll jump in.
Hop in enough.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's multiple incentive structures, right, that are being used in Web3. The really common ones are like bounties, which I think are a great way for people to get involved. I forgot who said it first or where I heard it from, but it was in terms of like the best way to onboard somebody to a DAO, just issue them a bounty, right? Like they have this tangible thing they can get at the end. This token intangible, and it's a great it's a good early access point, but I think there's a bunch of, on the flip side, other projects that are trying to maybe sort of take advantage of that and sort of outsource work to maybe save costs instead of hiring somebody full time. So projects that are well funded are able to support themselves and full-time contributors. I think that's where things are going. But with more of that sort of constellation of outer bounties and things, other tasks that, ways to get people engaged, involved, and give them that first step towards, ownership and participation.
That's great. Sorry, go ahead.
There are so many opportunities to give to make people who are interested in the early, participants and investors getting back royalties, royalty payments for drug licensing, and I'll just speak about that, are, it's huge. It can create an incredible return, 3, 4, 5x, and now you can carve out a percentage of royalty payment that the outsiders or the participants or even the scientists can own themselves. Okay, because when you're talking about even a startup company, the scientists, sure, they, maybe they're scientist founders, but there's people who really want to spend their money on finding a cure for X disease, and the fact that they can place some money or place their time, receive a token, get a share of that payment, that is huge, and that's going to really change the industry, because again, the gatekeepers are the venture capital firms, and the gatekeepers are sort of traditional finance. And the great thing about Web3 is, again, everybody can get involved, and you don't need a ton of money to get involved. You just need, time, and the classic, Marxist definition of capital, which is your time and your labor. And, with, again, cold wallets, the building things on Radix or on Ethereum, the smart contracts, it opens up the space for the people to take the chances and put in the work to actually see a return on their investment. And that is, that's huge. And then there's other things, around data sharing. Tony mentioned, can you share through a token data on the experiments as they're actually being run, or as you're actually developing? Can you communicate directly with the people that are supporting you? DAOs already do this in a really interesting way, but, and companies are going to create, interesting hybrid solutions for that. And, that's a super exciting thing, to be able to share with the people who are interested in your your work, the experimental results when they're coming through your machines, you can do that. And also to give them, as more and more companies and groups do this, you know, if I'm particularly concerned about a X disease, then I can place my my money and fund projects and work on projects that do that. So
you're bringing up a very interesting aspect of this tech, and someone had brought it up in the chat too. Before I get into that and sort of transition us into some of the tooling that we're talking about here, I'm going to throw a POAP in the top right corner of the screen. It is our funding POAP. Congratulations, you listened to us talk about funding for what, an hour? Go get yourself a POAP. We'll keep that up there a little bit. But you're bringing up the idea of ownership, like the researcher, the scientist can own their work, and like that is very powerful for bringing people into the space. And the person in chat, I threw it up on the screen earlier. Let me get it again. There we go. They got into DeSci through Boink, and that's Rosetta at Home, which gave out rewards for Gridcoin. And I'm allowed to talk about this because someone else brought up Gridcoin and not me. So, and it brings up one aspect of funding that I don't think we've touched on at all, and it's that we're building currencies at the layer one of all this technology. Bitcoin is a currency ruled by a protocol of open source code, which is ruled in itself by the commons. So is there potential to build a protocol which mints a currency and is rooted entirely in scientific outcomes? So if you want to build a new treatment for cancer or a new vaccine, you don't go to a DAO to ask for some of their treasury. You go to a protocol and ask for some of its emissions. And that's the way you get funded as startup. And that's what Gridcoin does here with Rosetta at Home. It mints GRC. And if Rosetta at Home does protein folding, for anyone who's not familiar, it's distributed computing. And they mapped the spike protein of COVID-19 before anyone else. They also developed a COVID vaccine that they've sold off to South Korea in 10 million doses. So it's very effective distributed computing infrastructure. And so it's in the Gridcoin incentive layer, and Gridcoin mints GRC and directly distributes that currency to people who contribute their processing power to Rosetta at Home. So they don't necessarily get ownership, although that's something we talk about in the community about how to build that layer, but they get money that's minted from essentially a central bank just for contributing to science. So that's both about funding, and it's also a tool of the space. We're playing with currency, which is really a powerful, powerful tool. So as we transition here, I'm both curious about anyone's perspective on anything I just rambled about, and sort of what are your perspectives on the tools that have been built over the last year? Like, what's your favorite one? What are you excited about for the coming year in terms of tools?
Yeah. Hi there. Hari here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I actually I think there might be more tools than like regulatory frameworks. I think Rob was mentioning this, right? Like I think the whole appeal of Web3 and Ethereum, or really like crypto in general, is that it's completely programmable. Like, so to your point, Jonathan, like I think you can create whatever's sort of in these like imagination, like white spaces essentially. But I think it's harder to create something that one sees some sort of mass adoption or some sort of commercial adoption. And then two, something that sort of neatly falls into like a legal jurisdiction. So I think when, at least for my project, when I think about, using these types of tools to incentivize contributions or users, that's primarily what I think about. It's much less, can we build it? It's more like, is this legal, and will people accept this as a form of currency, as a form of value?
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
form of value. Sorry, someone else go. I could go off form of value so hard there.
No, for sure. And I wanted to piggyback off the two previous points that were made. Yeah, I think participating, right, being able to do things like sharing data, getting royalties for sharing data, kind of brought my mind down the rabbit hole of, okay, how can we get more people involved through, right, enabling people to do things like micro publications or publishing data as NFTs, right, and then peer reviewing. Every single community out there, every interest is going to have that need to reach out to that, the participants, right, the scientists that are doing it, get them involved, help them to publish that data, get it reviewed, and move the field forward. And all of those activities kind of even going back to what I was saying earlier, could either be done by bounties or have some sort of incentive structure to drive that engagement and to grow the community that way. So just sort of, I think, trying to tie those different ideas together.
For sure. And the more people that use these tools like peer review, I think Eric brought up data storage earlier, something that DeSci Labs is working on, these very tangible tools that make the life easier for a researcher are both going to onboard them. And we'll be talking about adoption later for sure. But they'll drive value, they'll inject value into whatever network they're built on. So if you're putting data on the Bitcoin blockchain, for example, and it's very useful data, like the human genome, and people want to access that data, every time they access it, they're going to have to pay a transaction fee. So that drives use of that network. And you can inject value with these tools, making people use them specific ways or not use them other ways. There's a lot of potential when it comes to tooling, and the space itself has only scratched the surface in my eyes.
I have a question for you guys. So this was brought up to me. I had a really great discussion with an individual named Kyoda on Twitter the other day. Kyoda, if you're here listening, shout out to you. Great questions. And the question came to, I think DeSci right now is focused very much on funding preclinical and early clinical stage research, right? But we tout and claim that we're here to solve a lot of the problems that exist throughout the entire scientific industry. But I feel like the early stage basic level research, even though people are talking about it, is underserved as it comes to funding of these kind of projects. I would love to kind of hear everyone else's perspective on how that sits with you, how, what your perspective is on that, and how maybe we can provide a solution to kind of solve for that. Because it's true that it's very difficult. There's not going to be much return on investment in funding basic research. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's not worth funding, and that's a critically underserved demographic or area in science, even more so arguably than the valley of death. And there's a few more pitfalls there. So I'd love to hear more from you guys in terms of your perspective on that, as well as anybody else who is listening. You can put your answers in the chat. We'll bring them up, or just come on up. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought about how Web3 sort of equalizes the playing field and really at a high level who the true beneficiaries are. I think if you went to like an elite institution or a top institution, chances are you probably already have access to funding. So I think primarily like the true beneficiaries of Web3 are like these diamonds in the rough, right? So like essentially that there's, hundreds of thousands of universities across the world, and the universities with less access to funding probably have more of a shot in DeSci. But I think what you brought up, Jelani, I think, it's tough when even for top institutions and like just really class A sort of research programs, a lot of the funding is still either backed by the government or some sort of nonprofit institution. It's hard to find like a profit, to be honest, in base research, right? Because the payout is so late, right? When you do that like NPV calculation, it just doesn't make sense, or the probability is just so low that usually, like, unless you're making millions of bets as like a government, for example, it doesn't really make sense. So I guess there's not really an answer to the question, right? But I do think that's an issue, right? Everyone, or many people in Web3 are here to make profits, and so like, how do you incentivize like a public good or like that sort of base level research? I don't know the answer to that. I guess I'm just asking the question back to you. Like, I'm not sure how that works without a profit incentive.
That's
mainly nonprofits.
That's what we're here for. Elijah,
I got answers.
All right, I have a few answers, and one is to my left a little bit here, as an example.
That's it. Yeah.
But Elijah, if you want to go ahead.
Am I to your left, Jelani, or
go for it.
You're to my from my screen. You're to my left. So
yeah. Well, I was just gonna say that, like, I mean, I think it's important to like do the base level research. I mean, I come from academia and did a PhD, but I mean, it's also important to drive with the use case too. I don't like. There's so much base level research out there. It's just like it can kind of get impossible to monetize it. So I would just say also just like think about the more practical, like immediate use case too as a possible way of funding things. Like, is that what you were talking about, or?
No, well, that too. But Elijah, I'll let you kind of hop in if you wanted to add something to that, into how we might solve this lack of funding because of a reduced ROI for basic and early stage research.
Yeah, and I mean that seems like counterintuitive to the whole concept of DeSci itself, right? We're public goods in Web3. But in terms of, I think, the projects that I'm seeing, or maybe just the current application of Web3, we are very applied science focused, and that makes sense, I guess, because right, it is Web3 is mostly for-profit industry cryptocurrency, right? So I don't know. That kind of just seems like a bigger societal question, right? How much does society value basic research versus applied research? And especially the researchers themselves.
Well,
I don't know if that's a tough one.
It values whatever we incentivize, and we incentivize translated research crazy amounts compared to basic research.
That's exactly what I'm seeing.
I also agree with you that it's a societal question, and if we again loop back to the fact that we're playing with currencies and how currencies are made and what they can do, currency is the root protocol of a society. Like, as soon as you can exchange with one another at a market level, you have a society. So you've got, if we're distributing currencies to people who are doing basic research, and then people who are doing translatable research are getting VC and are getting investment and returns on investment, but the currency generated by our society is injected into basic research, I think we might have a different incentive structure. The current structure is the exact opposite. We inject currency to a bank, which then tries to make return on it. So it's very different.
Yeah, and so that's exactly it. I think the early stage impact or pragmatic science, so those that lead to very easily return on investments, drug development, all these kind of things, I think we're tackling this in DeSci because it's the closest thing to the infrastructure that we're coming from. But to address the issue that has plagued early stage research as it relates to that infrastructure is we need to devise a whole different infrastructure, completely different infrastructure. And I think that's the challenge. That's the perspective challenge for individuals in the space. And I see, one niche aspect of DeSci is these data marketplaces that are kind of coming into being. And those are great. And they're addressing still the, clinical stage research or the clinical stage outcomes, the things that come off of that. But data itself, arguably to me, is the most important, the most valuable currency on this planet, in humanity. Right? Knowing where something is almost more important than getting to something. And Rob, for sure. But let me just finish this one point. And so, arguably, I think as we create these incentive mechanisms, so peer-to-peer, creating these Web3 native, like publications or journals, right? Where maybe individuals have to pay, not a prohibitive amount, but pay to read these journals, 1 cent, 2 cent, and then that gets trickled down to the individuals that do the basic scientific research. Maybe some of the solutions to help solve that. It's not going to be the traditional, we get a VC coming in or large sums of money that go into that. I think the way to solve this unneeded met in basic research is to develop these royalty, maybe some aspect of these royalty frameworks that leverage the total sum, so the manuscript or the data provenance and all that kind of stuff, and then trickles back down. I think in my perspective and what I'm seeing and the iterations of what I'm seeing, I see that's as one example of that. But I'd love to hear everyone else's perspective.
There's a team in the royalty payments combined with publishing and putting that all on the Web3 can start funneling money back into the basic research. I totally agree with that. There's a team in Boston. I saw their presentation on open publishing that allowed you to track who was taking a look at what kinds of publications, and then through that, making that basic science part of the royalty payment for other products. I just think it's going to be a couple of years out before we can really develop the protocols to do that. I mean, the currency thing is really, really an amazing idea, and maybe having a protocol, like you said, where a certain percentage of the quote profit goes back into the basic research is going to work. But all like large companies and corporations and groups that are successful always spend money on trying to improve the basic science of the area that they're in. It may be a secondary result, but it does happen. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Maria, do you want to weigh in? You're up here, and you're always pleasure to hear from you.
Thank you, Jelani. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hello, all my friends here, Harry, Rob. I think we have exchanged some messages through Twitter, but still couldn't make it work for us to do a one-on-one. But we'll do it maybe before the end of this year, if you have some time. Jelani, I can see that you have an allergy or something.
Yeah, so I have a 4-year-old, and 4-year-olds always get sick, and then they cough in your nose holes, so then you get sick. So it's the joys of parenthood.
Yeah, I can see you have a background, that looks like an allergenic thing.
Oh,
so.
that. Yeah, so for those who you are curious, this is an NFT. This is,
really?
Maria brought it up, so it's not necessarily a shill. It's just to inform you, Maria. This is one of the DeSci World microbes. This is one of the pretty ones you can get. So. It spins in its actual video, but I'm not technical enough to be able to put the GIF in.
Yeah.
But this is a microbes NFT, so if you guys are curious and want to get one of yourself,
I am. It's beautiful. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, Jelani and Elia. I think I have exchanged some messages with Elia, right, Elia? Anyway, very nice.
Yeah, I think we've spoken a few times.
Yeah. The way we think about the publications in DeSci, we are structuring right now an MVP, and this is the process that we have in our mind, and maybe you can give us some feedback on that. But we would make it very easy for people to upload a doc, a PDF of their manuscripts. And we would charge like 100 coins, whatever it is, can be USDC, from 100 to 150 coins, we call like this. But we are a Web3 solution, so this is going to be a crypto. And then once it's uploaded, we would distribute it to editors and reviewers. And only 30% would go to the treasury. 70% would be distributed among the community of editors, reviewers, people who would be able to do the layout for us, authors, scientists, and to make a very beautiful graphs. We have stats saying that people do not read articles anymore. They don't read papers. They only look at the images, just like children do.
Abstract at best.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
I actually have a question. How do we make publishing more interesting yet informative? I think that's another.
Let me show you something really cool.
Yeah.
So there is a guy who just published an entire paper on Substack, and he wrote a very beautiful article on how peer review is just a stupid idea to begin with, and it's very convincing. It goes against what we all expect, but it's very convincing.
I think I read that.
I think that's what it is. Make research fun again. Why does it need to be a high level PDF that uses big words and jargon? If you need to use the tech language, sure, go ahead. But you should also have annotations that connect with the public. Have fun images in there. Put your personality in there. Make a joke in your paper. Why not?
Right.
Could you drop that link in the Discord?
Is this Jonathan who's speaking?
Yeah, that's Jonathan.
This is me and my dogs. Yep.
Okay. I can only see the dogs.
I always like to bring up the idea that, I know he's got cute dogs, but my professor, my advisor in grad school, we'd always be heads down in the lab working, just dead quiet, and he'd walk in and just yell, "Everybody having fun? Because science is supposed to be fun." And we'd all smile, of course. Like, yes, we are.
And part of that, the
But,
disconnect between academia and research it's just gotten so stuffy. Like the public is they feel excluded, and it's like they're just going to talk about their nonsense, and I'll have to deal with whatever the outcome is, no matter what. It's like, no, bring people into it, talk to them at their level, and yeah, have fun.
So I think this transitions us into tools, but also adoption, and so maybe we'll go that way. So we'll talk about tools first. But I think that this exact question and this exact ethos, how do we make science fun, not just for the scientists themselves, as we do? I think most scientists do science more or less because we enjoy it. But it speaks to how do we increase scientific literacy in non-formally trained individuals, right? In the laymen's, as we call them. And I think this speaks a lot to that, and it's going to be crucial for making the DeSci space sustainable and actually functional, right? Because it's not just, it's geared for scientists and it's geared for science in and of itself, but we do need the average individual to come in and participate, or at least we want them to. We want them to come in and participate. We want patient groups. We want medical practitioners. And we also, what people I don't think understand, and I myself, when people hear that I have a PhD, they'll come and ask me all kinds of questions that are scientific related that are not within my discipline, right? I'm a neuroimmunologist. I'm not a biochemist. I'm not a protein folding individual, right? So I think people have this misconception that scientists know all, and thus we must address them all the same way. But because we're in this multidisciplinary space, even in discussing to another PhD, I need to be able to present it in a way that they'll understand. So if we can kind of tone down some of the extra technical aspect of it, which is needed for, conciseness and evaluation, but bring it down to a digestible tone, or at least a tier of digestible tones that encourages multidisciplinary interactions, but also with laymen's, that'll go a long way. But I don't want to take up too much time on one particular topic because we do have 6 others after this point. So I think this transitions just really nicely into tools. And so, John, you wanted to highlight a particular tool that you thought?
I thought we were talking about tools already. Oh,
sorry, Maria, go ahead.
Yeah, Jelani, I just want to finish what I was saying, because in our idea, we think that we can transform an article into an NFT. And then, even though you pay for submitting your paper instead of publishing a paper, you can have it as an NFT afterwards, and you can sell it. And, just would like to hear your guys' opinions on that.
I've thought of that myself, and I'm like, how can I? So with the advent of cool tech that we'll touch on, DeSci nodes, DBDAO for an example, all these other things, I've thought about, okay, can I go back and take my publications and post it, like generate it as an NFT? But then the initial like cringe to me is then how do you deal with ownership of that NFT if I come and do it, and the authors that have contributed to it? Do I need to track down all these other people and be like, hey, I'm going to mint this as an NFT, which may potentially have royalties, and they don't understand all that jargon? And how do you deal with that? Because if you mint it and you don't tell them, and then they learn about it after the fact, how does that work, right? So how do you guys kind of envision that?
I believe, and I'm a non-technical, that everybody can have their wallets listed in there, and the percentage of royalties for every co-author, and even the institutions that participated. And, this would go automatically after sales, something like that.
Yeah. That's how I think that's what the future is going to hold.
I think it's a tangled mess, which my dog clearly illustrates here. But I do think there's a lot of potential around the idea of some sort of tokenization behind a knowledge object or research object. Because let's just use NFT, even though I don't think it will be NFTs, because I think there will be something better that comes along eventually. But let's imagine like Einstein, who hated peer review, by the way, created the theory of relativity, minted that as some sort of research object, an NFT on a blockchain, and any research or translation that use the theory in the future would be connected to that theory in a blockchain. It would be clearly connected. So when you come up with Verizon, who's using the theory of relativity to make money, that income trickles back down to the basic research. So this also ties back to maybe how we can fund basic research and incentivize it. Just make the income from the translated project trickle down to the basic research that made that translation possible.
But how can you link something that will exist in the future? Jonathan.
What do you mean? So I would have my research object, and then it's clearly time-stamped. I have ownership of it. I put it up on the network, and there's a lot of problems behind that, but let's assume they're all solved. And then someone comes and uses my research to make something else. They have to tie it. They have to cite essentially my research.
Like patents work right now.
Yeah. So it's a combination of patents and citations, I suppose. Could be a way to think about it.
Yeah. I think as we start to move forward and more of the scientific record of knowledge gets put onto these DLTs, distributed ledger technologies, that becomes a lot easier because we already have these, not precedents, but you can pull these up. Sorry, excuse me. You can pull on those, but I think that'll be a uphill battle for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and I think DAOs really, to me, sort of address this issue of how do you incentivize that, right? Sure, yeah, and getting your question, Maria, how do you get them to actually link something in the future? Well, there has to be the incentive for them to go back and do it, right? Sure, in the traditional patent system, right, there's an incentive because you don't want to get sued. That still doesn't require indefinitely someone to always link back, and they're always to have that precedent. But I think with DAOs, right, the ability to align incentives between the individual and the collective to make it more positive sum, I think that as that original research comes out first, right, that would to me be part of the collective, and then this collective body of knowledge. And how does some individual who wants to benefit from that and build on that and contribute their work, which they should get rewarded for, right? How do we align the incentive of that individual with that existing collective body of knowledge? And I think, there are ways to do it with tokenized incentives and things like that. That hopefully we can figure out a way to make it more positive sum in existing IP structure.
Yeah, I guess one open question for me at least is when you think about like the peer review system today and how things are published, I think there's a lot of like meta-analysis done that just sort of shows that there's a lot of junk science going on, essentially like non-reproducible work, right? So I guess in other parts of DeFi, you have like oracles that will give you like truth, right? Like they somehow source like knowledge in like a real way. It's much harder to do that in science. So I totally understand like the point about like incentivizing people to contribute and things like that. I guess one question is like, do we have any tools to essentially manage the quality of submissions or work coming in without it just devolving into status once again, right? Like, I guess that's an open question for me about DeSci in general.
I think it's DAOs. I think it's a great question.
No, it's a fantastic question, and my answer to that would be DAOs, right? In and of themselves. So taking out those who who claim to validate the data, making sure that is not peer reviewed by necessarily 3 individuals, but can be openly peer reviewed consistently by the body that makes up the scientific like hyper unilink of minds, I think really speaks to that. And going a step further, I'm sorry, go ahead, Maria.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Jelani. No. You meant that anybody from any area could peer review? Is that what you mean?
So yes, anybody has the option to or the potential to peer review. Now that in and of itself creates a lot of noise because not everybody is apt to be able to peer review on a particular topic. Again, even if you are the holder of a PhD in a completely irrelevant perspective or related to that research, you may be able to give certain frameworks as the scientific methodology implemented, but not necessarily on the fine tune. But what I believe is that the prospect and the ability for everybody to input in is more valuable than the noise, or more valuable than the detriment of the noise that may be generated. It's just we need to be able to put together these infrastructures that kind of facilitate that. And I think the DAO infrastructure in its current iteration, though still very nascent, is an example of that. So if a proposal comes through to a particular DAO, usually you have a validation layer, a curator, a team of curators that will come and validate and make sure that that research is sound. And then that gets trickled down and filtered and refined before it hits the general governance public or governance demographic, which then can vote on it. But I think opening that up wider, making sure that more and more people are able to input and kind of evaluate this research is what's going to do. So I think DAOs create a really interesting, at least initial framework for that. And then the tooling that follows after that, like, tech that allows you to iterate on your publication. So it's not just one solid body, but you can iterate on it, and then you can check the provenance of the data and, keep up with the updates. I think that's invaluable. I'm not dropping any names, but if you know, you know. This kind of tech is really interesting, and I think as more people start to do that, and then not to ramble on, but to connect that with like impact certificates and decentralized credential systems, so that you can see the back history, the meritocratic back history of individuals who are evaluating, is how you solve that.
So
it's a great question, Harry. Anyway,
that's a good point, Jelani. Yeah. So the way we handle that is like, everything is reviewable. So there's a log chain of all events that happen, and that's all immutable on chain. And what's cool is then you can review every submission that's occurred. And if you think that, one of the problems that you always have with any sort of governance system is like, who watches the watchers? And what's interesting about like an on-chain system that logs all this, you trust the mainnet or whatever, and then you can see every submission that has occurred and who and what their impact, and what if they accepted or rejected that curation. And if you notice that something is bad, what you can do is you can raise a flag on some other platform. You can tweet out saying, hey, I submitted this article, it was rejected by the committee, but it should have been accepted. Here's the hash of the transaction, and you post a tweet about it, and then you can sort of publicly shame the curatorial staff, but at least like the underlying platform. And the other thing that's interesting is like with DeSci and with sort of Web3 stuff, it's like there doesn't just have to be one curation anymore. Like there can be multiple instances of like truth and curation based on different risk profiles. So like, let's say I have a piece of data, but maybe it's not a good fit for one type of data set, but it's a perfect fit for like, or maybe let's take an example of like a science experiment where it's like an N of 1 science experiment. So I just conducted one experiment. So like maybe that's not a good thing for like Nature or Cell, but that doesn't mean that should be rejected carte blanche. Maybe it's a better fit for like another thing. So you can also have like multiple instances of curation that occur as well. And then I can let someone else work. I have one other point is like, you can also use like monetary incentives to incentivize curation, which is kind of like what we're thinking about is like, how do you incentivize the curator as a valuable part of an ecosystem, right? Like they're doing a ton of work, like they should get paid. The problem right now is like the curator is too powerful in many instances. Like Nature and Cell, they take all the money and give very little value back to the creator or the publisher.
And they're horrible curators.
And Nature and Cell are not even curators, right? The peer reviewers are the curators. And they are
the means of, they own the means of production.
Whole process is unpaid.
Exactly.
Say hello to Omar.
Hey Omar, and I know you don't have a lot of time, so
perfect timing.
Yeah, if you want to jump in, go for it, because I know you don't have much time.
Oh no, it's a great conversation right here, especially what Michael was just talking about regarding like I always call it data lineage, where you can sort of see where everything has happened on a chain, and I think the public shaming aspect is actually quite interesting for it. It's sort of like your reputation is based off of these actions that you've taken that people can review over time. And, like we're on the data side for our side. So we're actually quite fascinated by what's happening right now with proof of reserves and FTX. I don't know if you guys are following all the drama. Yep. And an auditing firm, Mazars, like went out on a limb last week and came out of the woodworks and said, we're the ones that are doing the audits for FTX. And then they just got publicly ridiculed over this past week and had to shut down their entire practice just over the past 2 days.
Wasn't it?
So it was Mazars is the auditing firm that was doing the audits for Binance and for Crypto.com. Yeah, sorry if I said FTX. Yeah. But the interesting thing here is just sort of like there is now this public record of everybody who is making these attestations, in this case in a financial context. But I think what we're going to see is this happening in the scientific context as well, where these researchers and reviewers are going to go and have these public attestations to their work. And you hope that like we can actually achieve the same level of trust for like these N of 1 studies like you were talking about, and that the guys that like crowdfunded cures and some of the rare diseases things, they can actually make the same level of guarantees that something like Nature or a giant organization is trying to make for these big papers, because at the root of it, it's all about trust. And if you can actually prove your work at the onset, I'd argue that it's almost as good as having massive scale trust at a different level.
Yeah.
But yeah, right. These are the fun things that are happening on sort of like the data tooling side of things, as opposed to the actual scientific research that's built on top of it.
Right. We're not starting from ground zero. Experts in topics do exist. Exactly. And I think that for these any given field, having that core community, that initial seed community, right, where any data that is, say, published on a marketplace, or any manuscript that is published that needs to be peer reviewed, or given feedback, right, there is that core community of reputable individuals that aren't starting from zero, even though they might not have any reputation on chain yet. Right, that once there is, I don't know what the critical mass is, right? I guess maybe it's 3 people on a multi-sig for minimum, but maybe it's Dunbar's number at the max for any given community of what can be matter. How do you determine who is that core group to get a community off the ground? But I think that's definitely something I've faced in my projects as well. Is okay, sure, we can publish this marketplace, but how do we make sure that it's not just going to be filled with spam and garbage from the start?
Right. This is what excites me so much about some of the tools that I'm watching get developed right now. They give anyone the ability to be a watchdog. Like you can just imagine physicists from around the world working at different institutions who are all experts in their little niche, but are physicists at core, building a society of physicists, a learned society, as we might call them, and they curate. They go around and they verify attributes that are given to various research. Like, yes, this data is open, it's accessible, the paper was replicated, it was reproduced. There's all these things that say this is good research. And if we had those, maybe, like with oxytocin, there would have been a core group of people who would have gone around and be like, wait a minute, this study doesn't really make sense. Oxytocin doesn't make you fall in love. Like it would stop so much of this nonsense, just like just clickbait titles, clickbait research for marketing purposes.
One of the fun things that I find for this is this idea of like self-sovereign and verifiable attestations that anybody in the world can go and drill down into. So again, let's say that we have this report that's published and we have the researchers that validated it. Like anybody should be able to go and use interoperable public key cryptography to go and validate that it was done by who said it was. It shouldn't be some like, secret shadowy organization of people in the back end that, you just got to take their word for it. You should be able to see this chain of trusted data the whole way through. And again, in those scenarios, it could just be that team of 3 people that are actually quite trusted as opposed to a giant organization and have the same level of proofs for it.
I mean, this is what we call the demise of fake news, right? When you can verify it, you no longer have to believe it. So you can go down that rabbit hole of like, oh, I don't know if this is what it claims to be, and go down. I think that's what we're missing. So whether you call it, data provenance or whatever history, whatever tool sets that we're building, I mean, the ledger, like the blockchain ledger facilitates that inherently, but the application layers that build on top of that and help facilitate that and make that more easily to engage with, I guess, is what's going to kind of solve that. And that's what I'm really, really excited about. And I think there's a number of tools. so this is project agnostic, but please do name your favorite tool that you may have run across in the DeSci space, and like what future tools you may envision moving forward. I know, Omar, you're particularly well suited for this because you deal with the data storage and the data management, and WeaveChain's kind of everywhere. WeaveChain has weaved itself into the DeSci space fundamentals. I'm very happy for that, because the project that you guys are, the products that you guys are working on, and the applications are amazing. But I would love to hear what you guys,
about what we're doing
tech might be.
Yeah, no, it's probably better for us not to shill our own projects here unless called upon. So I'll take your feed and say that we are very happy about like our role as dealing with trusted data sets that are still compliant. But Michael came and spoke at our DeSci SF conference about DBDAO, and I think what he's doing for value attribution is actually really, really exciting. But Hari, we just spoke this past week. What are the tools that you're like looking forward to using, to sort of like further your vision? Because you're actually like practicing on the science side of taking the user data and trying to do something interesting with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, right now,
we love Omar and WeaveChain as well. Just want to get that in. And thank you for meetup, Omar.
Yeah, I think like the stuff Michael's doing with DBDAO and that you're doing with WeaveChain, Omar, I think that it's like very necessary, and I'm sure both of you are going to be successful, right? Everyone needs data. Like I think that's going to be like you guys are positioned well to sort of serve the DeSci community. In terms of tools that I'm looking at, obviously I'm looking at like more the backend infrastructure stuff, but like lately what's been top of mind for me is like tools for engagement, right? So a lot of I think if you think about how traditionally products are developed, you do require like a user base, someone to come in and test, someone to get involved in the ecosystem. So the tools I'm looking at are places like Quest3, if you guys have heard of it, Lithium, these sort of platforms where people can get involved into a project in return for a future NFT, a whitelist spot, a token, etc. Because I think all the wonderful work that like Michael and Omar are doing it requires like communities to form first, right, before really getting to scale and doing things with that data. And so at least it's a young space, and specifically us, we're a young project in this space. We maybe like really started like 4 months ago. So right now, like I think those types of like engagement platforms are top of mind for me, at least. I'm not sure about everyone else.
It's like the difference between GPT-3 and Chat GPT. Like
exactly,
one is 100% engagement, and it's so fun.
Yeah, I mean, you need to build out that community, I guess. First is like you need what are those tools called, like lead gen for like DAO or something to get the people who are interested. I also wanted to bring up a point that someone brought up recently in the chat here around experts. I forget his name. Experts becoming outdated.
That's Ed. He's our resident gem
I think that was a really good point. Experts and also papers, like a lot of the times you read a paper, it's from 10, 20 years ago, it's outdated. Like the technology has changed. And I mean, experts can become outdated and they can then gatekeep a lot of times. And, you see this in nature and in Cell where like the same stuff basically gets accepted over and over again. I just thought that was a really good point and wanted to, bring up the possibility of ways Web3 could possibly change that. I mean, one just off the top of my head, and then I'll let other people go, is like, you can just, you don't have that same gatekeeping ability that is done. So you can have new experts come in much more easily, or people with outside views, and allow and sort of begin to highlight other papers. And I don't know, as someone who's come from this academic background, that was a big downer, wet towel on it, is that the same people were the people who were publishing the same sorts of articles. It's not that it was good or bad, but at some point, like, it felt like people were kicking a dead horse in terms of research topics over and over again. And there should be like newer, fresher ideas. And the only reason that was occurring is because the people who are on the program chair of the academic conference were just accepting the same stuff, and they needed fresh blood desperately.
Yeah. I think it ties to the curation aspect we were talking about before. This will be very quick, Ari, and then you can go. If anyone can curate, if anyone can compete in a marketplace of experts, then it's so much harder for those gatekeepers to exist, like you're describing. And there's the tool that I see doing this, and I love to support. I work with them, so full disclosure, a little bit of a shill, is Nodes, DeSci Labs and their Nodes product, where you're able to set up your own gateway. You're able to do all this very interesting curation layer stuff to get people involved and give people access to manuscripts. And there's also another layer to that where you can, there's versionability to your research. So if you do have an outdated manuscript, you can just update it over time. And you still have that original manuscript there. You can always refer back to, kind of like GitHub. And there's just so much potential for the tools there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Michael actually implied something that's pretty important, which is like, I think there's always going to be issues with experts, like regardless of, whether it's a DAO or a traditional institution. But I think the appeal of Web3 is, I guess, to your point, Jonathan, like it is an open space, right? There is an ability to compete on things like curation, right? It doesn't have to be that nature is forever going to reign as like this informational king in the scientific space. Even if like there's the same issues of like, validating primary research, right? Like I guess I'll sort of step back and talk about this like wider point of curation, like something like Wikipedia, for example. Like 15 years ago, people frowned on. I remember being told like you can't cite Wikipedia, et cetera, et cetera.
Great
like,
example.
Fast forward 15 years, it's probably one of the most like reliable sources of like information out there, right? Like with all the fake news going on, et cetera, right? Like it seems to be like this place where everyone can go and get like reasonable information. But doing that for science is like kind of economically unfeasible, right? Like no one's going to run an experiment like 3-4 times for reproducibility. So I think those problems are going to exist no matter a traditional institution or a DAO, like the problems of like figuring out what's true, what's good research, what's actually like real. But to your point, Michael, like I think the fact that different people can spin up their own sort of bodies to curate things the way they want to, I think it just opens up the floor for different types of research. And at the end of the day, like it just gives more like diversity and opportunity for researchers, right, to pick and choose, where they want to be involved and where they want to spend their time. So I think that's like the really interesting part about
it. Totally. I mean, it's just it prevents the echo chamber of existing. And the other thing that you've seen a lot of is like granting. It's the same people. Like I saw this one graph is like median age of people who were accepted for NIH grants, let's just say. But it was basically the same people who were there in the 1970s, and then kept accepting the people that they know. So the median age of the people they granted to was exactly, aged 1 year up each year as they aged. And it's not that like there's anything wrong with the people who are part of it. It's just more of like a structural problem that exists within any sort of structural thing. And so that's why we really need like a new structure to help figure out how to solve these problems. And like why I don't think that if we use traditional peer review or traditional curation or gatekeeping mechanisms to determine validity, we'll get anything that's any different than it. And we really need to change the underlying like incentives and structure of how these processes are done.
For sure. And I mean, you talked about it and Ed just mentioned it. And I think the way that I envision it in my head is that what Web3 does and what DeSci is doing is creating this parallel infrastructure. And people have heard me talk about this. So it's not going to obliterate the other one. I think there is value there to a certain extent. It just can't be it can't be the only thing because it doesn't fit all scenarios, right? And so there's more decentralized infrastructure. How I see it is it increases the entropy. It increases the entropy in the scientific realm. And that does come with the trade-off of potentially not being as optimal or having more noise. But as I say, and people have heard me say, science is a contact sport. And so when you shake up, when you have this entropic environment, you do allow for innovation. You do allow for these systems to kind of settle in a way that is conducive or appropriate for that particular instance. And so while the expert system has its flaws, what I think this Web3 does is you're still going to have this expert system because you need experts to help direct. But then people can fork and people can shift and they can move. And it's a lot more liquid. The space is a lot, to bring it back to like financial parlance, it's a lot more, there's a lot more liquidity in this space. You can move around more. And I think that's what's going to help alleviate some of the burdens that people are suffering with in the other in the traditional science. But Harry, to your particular point of nobody's going to fund their research being done multiple times. That's true until we incentivize them to do so, right? So this is all within the scope of a previous framework that, of course, doesn't do that. But now, if you start to provide validity, well, now that you have data provenance, and you start to provide validity and value to something that is robust and can withstand the efforts of individuals being critiquing it and time, really, you then start to, people are going to see value in being able to, okay, let me pay for have somebody, an independent, like an auditing system. Let's pay for have somebody else redo this as many times as they feel as they want to, or as I can provide funding for. And then, you know, we might have this whole new paradigm of things that are incentivized and kind of make science more robust while simultaneously, keeping it in the public good space and beneficial for all. And that goes the same for negative data. For me, the biggest thing that I think DeSci Nodes is going to bring beyond the iterative application of research topics is the use for negative data. Highlighting what did and did not work is extremely undervalued and underrated. So much time would have been saved as a scientist myself if I knew off the cuff, like somebody did this specifically and it didn't work. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to waste 6 months of my life repeating that experiment because I didn't know, right?
You know, I think it's what the STTIR group's doing, right? Angelina Lesnikova. I'm really excited to see that one.
Exactly. I wish I invited her up. I wish she was going to come up. I'm going to ping her again. But that's exactly it. I think what we're doing, these infrastructures are going to provide new opportunities and new holistic, comprehensive views of science that make it beneficial or better for everybody who's operating within the space.
Now, I'm curious, like, what do you think the approach should be? Like, one of the products that we're building on WeChain is a marketplace of these interesting data sets that may have been like for a historical study where, you know, the outcome wasn't what they intended, but the data set's still valuable. What do you think our approach should be for going and finding the data sets that are most interesting to future researchers? Like, what, you know, who should we be talking to figure out, like, what is the study that might be trying to run that could have benefited from this data if we could just go and find it for them? Is it like a bounty system that we need to go and put in place for our discovery?
Yeah, I think that's really hard, right? Because how can you tell, like, who can tell what could have been better, what could have helped?
You got it.
It's hard. It's almost like you need a predictive engine, right? And this is particularly where I think maybe AI can come into effect, because if you can have this intelligence that can kind of scope and predict, then you may be able to, it may be a little bit easier, right? So plug that into ChatGPT. Plug that into ChatGPT and see what it pulls out, right? I've heard some horrible stories about ChatGPT as it comes to referencing and all this kind of stuff, but you know,
ChatGPT, what is your roadmap for a scientific data marketplace?
Yeah, right.
Jelani, I want to go back to something you brought up though with the entropy that this tech brings into the space. So I see it. I might have just misunderstood you, but I see this entropy as making the system highly efficient, or at least much more efficient than it currently is. And it seemed like you were saying the opposite, or where do you fall on that?
So I'm okay. So I believe in the long run, if you take a step back and look at it longitudinally, yes, it makes the system more optimal over time. But what I think is in the short term, it's going to be noisy, right? Entropy in and of itself is noisy. But how I view it is kind of like a biological system, right? When you introduce a disturbance to an ecosystem, and I hope New Atlantis pops in on here, but if you introduce something to disturb an ecosystem, it goes through a period of tumultuous entropy where things start to rebalance and all this kind of stuff. And then it settles into something that works for that given challenge, or for the accumulation of challenge that are applied on that system. What I am saying is exactly that. I think what DeSci is doing is it's introducing a level of entropy that will allow it to settle in its most optimal form eventually. And then when a new challenge comes up, like now, for example, we have this whole institution of, we have ChatGPT, we have fusion, potentially fusion in terms of unlimited energy, unlimited energy, clean energy. That's going to shake up the system. And right now, the system that we're working is very rigid. It's not very amenable to change in the same way. And I think what DeSci is more amenable to change because it's inherently more entropic. And so it'll shift and it'll settle and it'll eventually become optimal. That's the
okay. No, I see that metaphor, and I absolutely agree with you. Like it's going to be a little messy, but ultimately we won't be wasting $10 billion on Alzheimer's research, because that seems highly inefficient to me. Right?
Yeah, and I think that it's decentralization. Right? We keep talking about DAOs and decentralizing anything. You're naturally introducing this sense of chaos and entropy, right? You're splitting something up. But I think with DAOs and decentralized science, where we go is essentially like a DAO can support as much decentralization as the automation allows, right? Decentralization by its very nature is technology enabled. It requires this automation to make it on par or to have an organized entity, right? That is decentralized. So I think as the automation tech improves, as we develop these systems of sort of self-evolving communities that have reputation aspects, where maybe the experts who are losing expertise or who are outdated, or the information that's outdated loses that maybe not reputation, but that impact over time, right? And that is sort of happening in DAOs and community management, where maybe somebody can buy a membership, but then it's not permanent, right? Or you reach a certain status level, but it's not permanent. You sort of, that wanes over time if you're not active. And that's sort of the challenge that I think DAOs in general are changing right now, this coordination challenge in general. And just that from the broader perspective, right, applying that to science and getting into that entropy, getting into the chaos a little bit, and seeing where we land is super exciting to me.
Very much so.
Man. It's so weird though. So we're all excited by this entropy and this chaos. Like, we're trying to convince scientists to come in here.
We're chaotic good. It's chaotic good.
How do we get? I guess this kind of moves us to adoption if we're done with tooling. But Mike, so we can come back to this later if we have more to talk about tooling. But the question is, like, how do we get researchers into this entropic system and this chaotic system to participate in stuff that's like an experiment? It might not be here in 2 years, but we're really trying this new thing out, and there's new incentives, and it seems like an impossible sell 90% of the time.
Yeah. Side note, John, is that QR code the one for tools or adoption?
QR code in the top right is for tools.
Okay.
And it still is. I'll take it away if we do decide to switch to adoption.
Yeah. So man, get your guys' PO apps. Believe me, it's going to be useful later on. Shoot, I forgot what I was going to say.
I rambled about getting scientists onboarded, if that helps.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hari might have the best perspective here. I'm glad you're back, because you're trying to say you're going to go make this amazing data available. How do you go and find the people that want to do a study using those data sets?
Yeah, I think maybe two things. Like the first thing I'll say around getting researchers to join, I think like the stuff Michael and Omar are doing becomes like very important, right? Like if we're talking about entropy, like I guess to keep the metaphor going, like you need to lower the activation energy, right? Like the amount of effort to get up and running needs to be lower, right? No one's gonna relearn an entire stack just to like contribute on essentially GitHub, right, or something along those lines. I think that's part of it. Getting researchers to join. I keep going back to this like engagement and adoption, but I think that's where we're at. Like no one's gonna pay attention until we get scale, and I think that should be like first and foremost on everyone's mind. Like how do we get people interested? How do we get people to join? Because I mean, without it's sort of dead on arrival, right?
Okay, so let's take this particular example, because we haven't been doing this, and this was kind of the goal of this whole thing. Let's take a look back and see what has happened in the space that you guys believe has prompted adoption, or at least help bring that bar below to kind of help people get more interested in the space. So the tech definitely, but I think the tech is more overshadowed because it's not out there. It's not shielded in the same way. Doesn't have these big headlines. But I can think off the top of my head a few big headlines that I think, and in my network, I know people have been like, oh, like that's that thing that you were talking about. You're not crazy. What has that been in your guys' perspective for the space over the last year?
Tricky one. Let's say the studies that I participated in, I did a reputable health study this summer that was related to sleep. And I had to very embarrassingly upload my sleep data when I was doing a family reunion where I may have been drinking a little bit more than I should have to have healthy sleep. But it was exciting just to see a bunch of people contributing their data to some decentralized pot and then trying to go and drive results from it. Small scale though, still.
No, it's still good. I mean, it's an example of showing that people are actually utilizing the platforms, which I think is a need, right? It's the proof of principle that'll help bring in more people and showing them like, hey, you can do this.
This is very like high level still, but has anyone tried or seen a successful thing of someone gamifying data uploading or like making it more fun than just like Strava? Like if you told me to upload my like running history, I wouldn't do it. But that people can like it and comment on it, and I can add pictures, and you can map it, and you can find people associated with it. And okay, now I like using Strava. Anyone had that?
I have not seen that.
So I think that could be like one of the things that's missing is like making it cool and fun as opposed to just like, here's my zip file.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting. We do a lot of gamification with distributed computing through Boink, and people love it. Like they collect badges as though they're POAPs. They get the highest score. That would be so cool with just data set uploads.
I mean, that's an actual simple fix, right? When you can start adding animation and like art tied to these publications, tied to these data sets, even it's something as simple as... You don't even
need Web3.
No, you really don't. You really don't. You might just want to tack it in for the data provenance. You don't need Web3. But because we are in Web3 and I'm talking about Web3, for example, something like Plant Gang. So Plant Gang is doing 3D models of plants, right? And so if you're a botanist, if you're doing some kind of plant-based research, being able to tie that into your publication via DeSci nodes and have this 3D reconstruction of what you're highlighting, and then as you start to like layer that on top of microscopic imaging and all these kind of things, like making these scientific articles or the scientific data more art, or at least layering in art alongside the data, I think makes it a lot more digestible for the masses, and will bring in more adoption, not just into like Web3, but people interested in reading scientific and increasing their scientific literacy.
Yeah, I think one thing to Michael's point, like to gamify something, there needs to be like a alignment between the people using it and like the reward that you give them, essentially. I think at least what was interesting to me, I think to Jelani's larger point of like what happened in the last year or so, I think it was that people just got more open to the idea of accepting NFTs or crypto as like a reward, right? Like people look at it and it's actually meaningful rather than just like, it's just a badge somewhere. And we're doing that with POAPs, like as part of this live stream, right? So I think that there's definitely some merit to what Michael's talking about. I mean, as at least in my project, I mean, we're essentially like a data upload project, and that's like first and foremost on our mind. Like, how do we make this one easy, right? It needs to be like a really clean onboarding. But then, after it's onboarded, like, how do we get people to keep coming back, right? And so I think I alluded to this a few times, but like engagement, yeah, like that's what we're primarily like interested in and really trying to crack. And it's tough. Like it's one of those things where you don't know what you're doing right until like overnight something blows up, right? Like, so you just got to keep trying things out there until something sticks.
Yeah, and how do you make the collectively perceived the unsexy sexy, right?
Yeah,
I think that's definitely the challenge, right? That's one of the biggest challenges, and I think we all know that as scientists, we're terrible at marketing our space and ourselves in a way that is digestible by the regular, like the rest of the masses. And I think this is one opportunity where we can change that narrative, and we have the opportunity to do so. And I think the other thing is also, if you look at I think the median age in DeSci is probably quite low, and so this different mindset of leveraging social media and these like different kind of tools to help drive engagement, which has been different relative to past decades, might kind of help us and give us a starting point of how to best do this. And we ourselves are trying that as well.
Yeah, I think we can definitely
I think
learn from projects of the past. Did I cut someone off? Did my mic break?
No, Elijah was going to say something.
Oh, sorry. I think we might have a little bit of a delay between us, John. But yeah, this year there's a couple interesting engagement or like maybe milestones. But overall, I think the year for the space, crypto, Web3 has been pretty rough, as evidenced. And maybe a lot of people, like I said earlier, it's kind of become, I think, more signal, less noise, but with less noise comes less eyes in general, right? And so maybe, you know, overall we're kind of going through that a little bit of a pull instead of a push moment. But there's a couple of projects I did want to mention in terms of Michael's question about, you know, did they have a way to engage people, I guess, beyond just data upload. And the first one that came to mind was Data Union. And it's actually a project that was built on Ocean Marketplace. They were doing, basically, they would have people upload images and then go to them, and they would get a reward for it that way. And so that worked. That was actually early in 2022. I think they did that. And then later, or actually, no, probably around the same time, is genomes.io, Genomes DAO, where, right, they have this, they basically work with a third-party lab, allow people to submit their data, have it, they didn't put the data on chain. I think they were using some sort of secure server. I forget how that worked, but essentially that would then be upgradable. Like, it's this upgradable NFT. And it's got cool art, right? Based on your sequence, it would generate a different, I think they called them genetic cats. So it's like a cat at PFP, right? And so then you get this cat PFP that could change depending upon, I think, how the data, you allow the data to be used or analyzed or something down the road. But just two examples that came to mind of fun things. But yeah, in terms of the overall space, maybe the more recent announcements of Pfizer getting involved with VitaDAO and Molecule, obviously, that's going to get some attention. That's what you were referring to, saying, oh, this thing's real. You know? Like,
I don't know. I mean, so those things, none of those things, though, like, make me want to, like, upload my data in the same way that, like, I want to post on Instagram. Or I want to, like, it just fires, like, different molecules in my brain that, I mean, getting an NFT, or, like, the other one you mentioned was, like, partnership with Pfizer. But, like, people want to post on Instagram because it's fun and it's engaging with other people. And, I mean, there's somewhat of a similar, I think what I'm trying to get at is, like, social recognition almost is, like, a thing that we need to, like, going beyond, like look at how good TikTok and, like, and Instagram and, like, how these platforms are, like, at making you want to feel part of this, like, group of, like, contributing to some sort of common cause. And maybe I'm just thinking that there could be ways to, like, leverage that in, like, sharing data around other subjects as well. But I don't know exactly what it is.
Well, let me ask this then, because, sorry, John, did you want to go?
I mean, I have a very tangible example of what Michael's talking about.
Go ahead.
So they're steady at home, like, these projects that were just like, get behind a common cause. And it wasn't last year specifically, but it was the last 2 years, DeSci took off from my perspective because of COVID, and it sucks to say that, but all of a sudden there was this virus that everyone wanted to beat collectively. So they all contributed computation power to researchers who are working on destroying this virus. And millions of people, like, it created Folding at Home as the largest supercomputer in the world at exaflops worth of power. It created Rosetta at Home, which created a vaccine for it. Like, so people did get engaged. It's just, we need to look at the science we're doing and think, what does the public want to get engaged with? And finding aliens, curing disease. There was one called Minecraft at Home, and people loved that because it was like hacking Minecraft or finding the tallest cactus, and that was millions and millions of people getting involved with that. And so we can find that, and that's the social layer you're talking about. And then there's the Pfizer side too, where there's the larger institutions coming top down. So there's two levels of adoption we're talking about here, which is bottom up and top down. And there's going to take different things, different perspectives to get them involved.
So I think I agree with you. And what I was going to say to Michael's point is, you know, we have TikTok, and there are scientists on TikTok, but you realize that those are not what drives the success of that, right? So I think the just science itself is not suited, at least basic science and, like, the data aspect of science is not suited for things like TikTok. But that doesn't mean that, exactly to John's point, there's not instances where that can be the case. And we just need to find, I mean, all science is worthy, but I think there will be instances where those particular sciences become sexy. So once we start to realize and trickle down, you know, finances, and this go back to funding, into places that are underfunded. For example, the problems in Europe are not the problems in Africa or sub-Saharan or, you know, south of the equator, Latin America, all these kind of things. So I don't think there's going to be one thing for all. There's not going to be one ring that rules them all. It's more opening up the landscape to allow all this science to occur at once. And then we'll start to see people start to orient themselves towards that. And that will bring on the social change, and that'll bring on the social activity. But go ahead, John.
Well, I was just going to add a third aspect to it. So there's the public, getting the public involved, bottom up, getting the sort of large institutions involved, top down, and then there's getting the researchers to want to do it, which I think is also what Michael's talking about. Wanting the researchers to share their data because they get something out of it, whether it's social prestige or whatever.
No, I think so. I think that the incentive structure is what's going to bring the scientists. That bringing the scientists is going to open up the landscape for science that can be done. That will then bring the bottom individuals who want to now partake in this open landscape of science, whether they be scientists or science, adjacent individuals. And then that will drive the top down of institutions, VCs, things like Pfizer coming like, oh, there's a lot of people here. We're going to come in and see if, we can play in this field. I think they all kind of feed into each other. And it's just, can we get the ball rolling enough? Can each of these reach critical velocity to be able to kind of sustain themselves moving forward? But I would like to get turn this to a little bit more spicy topic in terms of what is your guys' impression, or what is your perspective on institutions like Pfizer coming into DeSci? Because that is, I think, is a topic that a lot of people have hem and hawed on. Some have, see it as a benefit. Others see it as a detriment. I'm curious to see guys' opinion. Please feel free to be spicy or not.
Yeah. So obviously biased. I work with pharma companies all the time. I think it's a net good thing for the space. Say what you will, right? We're talking about incentivization. Michael actually made a point about how do you get someone to upload their data? Even that's at least from our perspective. We're working with healthcare data. It's very sensitive, very private. So creating that tooling, that trust is important. But the other part of this is just monetary incentivization, profit motivation, right? When you see companies like those come in, you have some sense of obviously Pfizer's not doing this as a charity, right? They're here to make money, and they see value in this space. I think that one sends a signal to the average person, right? This legitimate company, Pfizer it's a household name, right? It's getting involved in the space. That's good for everyone. I think it signals that we're still early, right? It was only $500,000 that they invested. I think this whole idea of a takeover is kind of silly, right? We're just so young in the DeSci space. We need all the help we could get, right? So at least my opinion on it is I'm very open to working with partners, obviously based on, future behavior and the way they think about things, that could change in the future. But, as it is right now, I don't see how it could be a bad thing, really.
Cool.
Yeah, in terms of spicy takes, I think bring it on, because they can't stop it. The concept of DAOs, to me, I don't know. I think that, imagine if everybody who got the Pfizer vaccine became an owner in Pfizer, got tokens, right? Pfizer DAO. Imagine that. I think that idea is unstoppable, frankly. Pfizer is maybe aware of that and trying to get ahead of it somehow. But yeah, I don't know. I think in terms of we're getting back to about citizen science, people getting involved with, finding COVID, creating a new COVID vaccine, protein folding, these concepts of participation and ownership, right? It's not for everybody, right? We're all on this call because we're, I think, entrepreneurial builders sort of mindset, but not everybody's like that. And that was a big lesson for me, actually, in building my first couple of companies. Was not everybody wants to be a founder. Not everybody wants to be independent scientists, right? A lot of researchers, they just don't, right? And so even if it is, their incentives are there, the funds are, a lot of them they find more value in say, the security of being established or being associated with a big established organization. And that I don't think DeSci addresses at all, or DAOs at all, eventually. But I don't know. I think that maybe that's a bigger challenge for the DAO space is why would people that don't want to do this, right? From base level.
Maria, if you would like to. Yeah, it does. Thank you, Elijah.
Yeah, I think we solve a fundamental problem on basic research for them. Maybe we can work together sometime in the future. And like Harry said, and also Elia, I believe there is a place for all of us in the future, and maybe we can get all the help we can to take off right now. And for sure, they will not stop us.
So I don't, if I'm Michael, did you want to chip in and give your 2 cents on this?
On which part?
Just the institutions coming into DeSci.
I mean, I don't think I don't know. It's always like the build versus burn attitude on these types of things, where it's like, is it easier to reform an existing thing, or is it easier to like start new? And sometimes I feel like when you try and integrate with like an existing company, they're going to bring so much added weight to the partnership and to slowing it down. I mean, it depends on the specific instances, but their business models are just typically set, and the people who work there, they're just doing things the way they do things over and over again. It's just hard for them to like innovate, actually. So I think we need to, as Web3, need to be full stack in terms of like developing solutions that get things going. Just because it's like trying to like partner with like the government on something. Like you could probably do it, but it would just take 10 years. And like, is that really the best use of our time?
It's a good point. I do think there's inherent friction between traditional business models and how DAOs operate. In this instance of Pfizer, like investing $500K into Vita, that's not like a merger or an official partnership. I think they just want a say. They want to develop some kind of say in the output of Vita, and so that's maybe a little bit lighter in terms of pressure from their side. But I do think, so while I do think that that's good for the space, it definitely drives adoption. People are more aware of the space, kind of adds a level of validity to it. I do understand other people's concerns of, well, these are behemoths with loads of capital, loads of connections. It's not inconceivable for them to try to weasel their way in and take over this space. So I think it's just something to be mindful of. And for DAOs and other entities to factor this in, like think about your governance, spend some real time thinking about your governance structures, about how to mitigate these kind of whales. Quadratic funding is one, but it has its limitations. And when you're against something that has damn near, excuse my language, unlimited resources relative to yourself, that can be, daunting.
Wait, you're telling me if I have a governance token that can be bought, I'll get bought?
What? That's crazy. But it is what it is.
Yeah. If I could just build on what you're suggesting here. So you're bringing up the idea that we live in an open marketplace now. This technology keeps it, in theory, it keeps monopolies from having such an easy road once they're already ingrained at the top, because we can just look at organizations that go the route of institutional adoption, and we can either choose to be part of them, or we can either build our own or go with an organization that chooses to go a different route. It's not that one's better or the other. It's that it's now a marketplace and people get to choose. That's the whole point of this technology. People should be able to choose what currency they want to use. So it's the exact same thing. Choose what organizations you align with in terms of a value. Whether or not it's good for the space, I personally don't like these big institutions just because of their nature. They want to make money. They have, as Michael was saying, they have their business plan. They go there that way. But that's just a personal opinion with regards to whether it's good for the space. I think it's great for the space because it does bring validity. I believe in the tech and that it's valid on its own. It stands on its own. But you know what? The people I talk to who are late stage career, they don't. But as soon as Pfizer, they're like, oh, Pfizer's in this space, even if it's a little bit. They just like, oh, wait, tell me about this thing you told me about 10 years ago. I just read about it in some magazine. It's like, oh, great, I guess. So it's give or take, but the root of it is the community gets to choose. You as an individual get to choose where you want to go. You don't need to use Pfizer if you don't want to anymore.
Yeah, and I think to that point is that at some point we'll reach enough critical mass to be able to direct our own narratives, and it's just we don't have that critical mass yet, and so they will, or institutions coming in will help push that forward, and then it'll be like you said, right? It's the inherent. I'm going to keep to my analogy. It's the inherent entropy in the space. You can leave. You don't have to participate. You don't have to. The employment infrastructure is not the same. So if you don't like what's happening in a particular DAO because of their affiliation and allegiances with some entity that you're not pleased about, you can leave and fork it and start something new, or find another tribe of individuals who feel the same. And that's the other reason why it's good to have more people in, because you have that. It's community first. And to that last point, what I think is going to make it inherently more difficult for these entities to come in with malicious intent, if they do, is that they're not built community first. They're built community as a product. And that inherently is going to make it much more difficult for them to operate. At least that's my two satoshis on it. So
I see Hari jumping in and go.
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, I think there's a few things we need to do to sort of frame this correctly. Like, the first is like really think about like what 500K means in this space versus, you know, the larger business space, right? Like to Pfizer, like I've heard of pharma companies spending like $1.5 million just to get like a HIPAA consent onto like a tablet, just to make sure all the regulations are good. And it's literally just like a button you press that says, I agree to this, you know, onto like a tablet, just to make sure all the regulations are good. And sorry, I think some
John, I think you're sorry, Josh, I think you're reverbing. So maybe
is that me? Yeah, honestly, it sounds crazy.
So I was just saying, it's like it's a drop in the bucket for these companies. I think one thing that's really interesting is like, since we're so early, to Jelani's point, like having these companies come in is a net good thing. But I guess just from my own experience, like talking about data uploads and crypto, right? If I go on the street to the average person and pitch them this idea of like, hey, like we can use your data, we'll take care of it under HIPAA and GDPR, and we'll give you crypto in exchange, try and get this like ecosystem going, right? Like, it could make sense to someone in the crypto space. On the street, like all they hear is like, this is probably a Ponzi scheme, right? Like, like in reality, like we're so early, people don't know what's going on. And even people who are plugged in, like just due to the headlines, like they associate crypto with, you know, bad actors essentially. Like, so seeing trusted institutions, like, and you can talk about like the trust pharma gets, and I think that's totally fair. But like, just to see some sort of institution enter the space is a good thing. And at least I'm of the thought that, you know, this is like a permissionless environment, right? Like you said, like if you're putting up a governance token that could be bought, it's going to be bought. But I think the point is, if we get to a time where institutions are coming in with the intent of like monetizing or capturing something, that means there is defined value in this space. And at that point, I actually think DeSci will have been a success, right? Like by the time you have to worry about people coming in and taking over, that means you've built something of value.
Yeah.
So I think that's something actually we should prepare for, but we should actually aim for that. We should like look to that like in an optimistic sense.
I definitely don't disagree with most of that. They're coming in no matter what, right? They're already here. There's a lot of these organizations probably get backing from these institutions because they see the writing on the wall. They know what this tech can do. They're not the person on the street, and they want to be involved with it. And the one thing I will just echo so emphatically is that it's a permissionless system. The tools we're building are not meant to, nor should they be, built to exclude these people. These players should be in the space. The main concept is that it's an open marketplace. So I can now compete with Nature Magazine. I can build my own curated magazine right alongside them without having to fight for researchers' attention to upload their data to my journal. I have access to the same common resource that they have access to, and we just compete side by side. And it's probably going to be that way no matter what we do. So it's just accepting and going with it. I'm still not going to like it. I understand what's going on.
No, it does feel like morally like a challenge, right? But yes, it's to have these I don't want to say like institutions that we are trying to build something different than to come into this space, but yeah, it's permissionless. I think it's a great thing overall, and it's definitely clearly going to help the space grow. In terms of what you said, Jelani, it's testing the governance of these organizations, right? That's really all it is DAOs are a concept of governance and coordination, and that's just just to give a specific example, with MedDAO launch, it was the one project I think that we kind of did like a formal, at least like an announcement launch, constitution, things like that. And it really felt like once we made the announcement, there was a lot of interest. People came in and they were almost like poking and prodding at this constitution and this governance structure, saying, how do I get tokens? And meanwhile, like we were talking way back in the funding section, having these sort of operating on the principles that it is traditional, or you have to abide by the traditional laws of securities and things like that, really just trying to sort of protect this thing that we had been building and working on, that now wanted to share and invite others into, and like keep it aligned with that original vision. And yeah, it's things like, another example is Juicebox. You can do like a 51% reserve, that if somebody wants to come in and buy tokens, they only get 49% of them. The other 51% goes to the community treasury. You can do things in the governance structure where it doesn't matter how much money somebody comes in with, they're going to help the community and the organization grow, and that's going to be positive sum both for them as an individual actor as well as the collective organization.
Yeah, and
being a person from the biotech area, I cannot see how we can not having them as part of our ecosystem, you see, because it keeps coming to my mind that to have vaccines like we needed for COVID-19, we have to have a massive investment on vaccines and also for drugs. So maybe, and that's why I talked about for us to be together in the future, and also for them to see us as a very how can I say, very important part of the puzzle,
So I'm gonna let Josh chime in.
I would just go ahead.
Go ahead. No, Michael, go ahead.
I think there's also just depending on the stakes. Like, I think if we want like more traditional higher risk stakes things, yes, we need like traditional healthcare, but I think there's other ones like HairDAO, which is doing sort of lower risk things, and or like maybe nootropics or something, where maybe it's like a better like quote unquote like product market fit for like a DAO to come in and not do something like end stage cancer research or something, where it's like a much harder thing to do.
And let's to that actual point, let's not forget the fact that DeSci is very heavily pushed forward by, or very, very heavily focused on the biomedical sciences. But that's not what I think it's going to be in the near term future. I think that's what started it, but there's going to be a whole slew of different kind of sciences that don't fall under these paradigms where we need institutional involvement, just as Michael brought up.
I mean, look at like, what if we did like a physics experiment, or if we did a chemistry experiment where it didn't touch human research, or, I think going after like human subjects is probably like one of the worst possible ideas in some ways. And maybe if we tried to like, do something that's like plants or, observational or, something like that, there's probably like, it's like, imagine if we were applying for an IRB. Like the hardest things to get are anything that has to touch humans or children or anything. But if you do like more observational stuff, it's much easier.
Yeah. And so to Elijah's point, or Harry's point, it's a case by case scenario, right? So in some instances, it may be more of an issue. It may be more something to consider. In other words, it might not be. But to Harry's original point, I think he's right in terms of this is a problem that we will, not a problem. This is something we may need to face further down the line. But I think we're talking about this because we do see that DeSci is going to be a powerhouse. It's going to be a powerful framework that the world will now leverage moving forward, much like ChatGPT is. So we'll get there, and we will have to face these, but it's better to talk about them sooner rather than later. But But Josh, I would thank you for coming in. And
Hey.
I would love to kind of hear your perspective if you've caught on what we were talking about.
Yeah, so I mean, based on what you just said, Jelani, yeah, Jelani, based on what you said about the fact that some of these sciences don't fall under the requirements of institutional sort of currently not in the institutional framework, but also maybe some sciences that don't require the institutional framework itself. And then obviously, as you go towards more, biotech, anything involving humans, animals, etc., it becomes much more institutionally focused because of many reasons, right? And I think that is the question, right? Is like, what are those many reasons? What is it that an institution will bring to a subject, to a field or an industry? What is it the institution brings that we need? And can we recreate those things using DeSci, right? Using the DeSci technology, using the DeSci mindset, ethos, I suppose. What is it that the institutions bring to all of these individual sciences that we must have, and what can we recreate? Maybe we can't recreate everything, but maybe we can recreate a large portion of that institutional involvement such that DeSci allows all these other sciences that maybe typically are sort of institutionally directed might have some branches of them that don't require such sort of overseeing.
I think that's a beautiful perspective, and it's one of the reasons that we might want to invite institutions in and have them here. Is I might not like what an institution is as a construct, but the people within the institutions are generally good people trying to do good things for the world, and they have that perspective of what the institution provides and how it provides it. And they can bring that to DeSci and help us build that in a new decentralized permissionless way that enables more people to have access to those tools.
And that's exactly it. I think, if you had, so in this instance, and we're talking about Pfizer because that was the headline, but, we're not trying to disparage Pfizer in any way. But if institutions were to come in beyond just injecting capital through buying of governance, but came in like, hey, we want to help you with utility. We want to help support you guys from a tech perspective, from a hands-on perspective, from something else beyond just throwing money at it, which could assume to be a takeover. Not necessarily, but what I'm trying to say.
In a sense of a doubt, it actually could mean a takeover, right? If
yeah, exactly.
So
right, so that's a little bit more ambiguous. You don't know, but if Pfizer was to come in and be like, "Hey, we'd like to help you with your pipeline in terms of providing you lab space," shout out to Elijah and In Real Labs and other ones that are trying to generate, or put together in real life lab spaces that then DeSci can then leverage for future impact. Those kind of things, I think, would change would assuage some of the concerns of individuals in the space. And I that is what we were going to see, universities in particular and these academic bodies, but hopefully from the more institutional, like pharma corporate realm, will also be willing to come in and help support in that way. And again, that will change the narrative.
I mean, it would be interesting to see, like, to survey the scientists in DeSci and say, what is it that, would stop you from going to DeSci? What institutional support, institutional frameworks do you like that would stop you from being in DeSci that you feel are too important, right? Because then once those are identified, you can actually start to think about how DeSci, how the decentralized technologies, blockchain, any of the other tech that's coming through, AI, whatever, what tools can be used to sort of recreate this system that works just as well, if not better, and it deploys instantly, quite quickly, with very cheap costs for deployment. Like the whole thing runs maybe on a blockchain. That's how you sort of you create the parallel system that might work, and then maybe we can, because I don't think you're going to ever get that sort of nice collaboration with institutions in this sort of moment, because I feel like it's like directly boosting your competitor, right? So I feel like you have to build it such that something exists in its own right, and then the institutions then must work with us because it's just better. And otherwise, the scientists will flee without the institutions. And
it's the same conversation we have with tooling. It's like we don't need to imagine all these things. We just need to make tools that make life easier for these people, and they'll come use them. And it's the exact same thing.
I think identifying the pain points would be really interesting.
Yeah.
And so so to take kind of that same perspective and look internally to ourselves, what are some of our pain points that are stopping or hindering adoption, or that might hinder adoption from the everyday individual?
it goes back to our conversation about manuscripts science being boring. Science should not be boring. Do it on Substack, make it interesting, get the public engaged, let them do the computing if you can, so they actually feel like they have a stake in the product. They helped produce this thing, and get them involved. I think that's the biggest one for me.
Maybe not even citing at all that it is Web3 and blockchain and crypto, Here in Brazil, I have seen that the word crypto just, scares everybody out. So I don't say crypto anymore. I, use digital currencies and, try not to talk a lot about the blockchain because, it's too early.
Yeah, I agree with Maria. Like if I pitch like my company, the first thing is like, it's a great idea, but can you somehow remove the crypto part, right? Even though that's like an integral piece of the incentive mechanism. And yeah, it's just perception at this point in time. I'm sure it'll change, right? These things change with the markets, frankly, right? Most people who heard about crypto heard about price action, right? that's the first time they heard about it, and they look at it and they see a decline in price. The whole reason for them even being interested like naturally dwindles. So yeah, I think a part of this is being early. A part of this is just like where we are on markets right now. Rates are high. A lot of people are suffering right now, like in terms of recession. I mean, and to your point, Maria, like especially like places like Brazil, Latin South America, like they have a lot more crypto usage than the rest of the world. I think they're probably leading. And so if you go anywhere else in the world, like however bad Maria is seeing it, we're probably seeing like less adoption or even worse environments and friendliness towards crypto. So I think I wholeheartedly agree with Maria. Like we're very early, and there's, I think, very rational distrust of crypto in the blockchain space in the last year.
See, I feel like the distrust is of the crypto and the blockchain space because of the actors in the crypto and blockchain space. But I feel like that's part of our work, I suppose, in DeSci, is also to dispel a lot of those fears and myths, because most of the stuff that's happened that's caught people out or end up scammed or for nefarious means, it's all just been like people, most often personality cults. So I feel like if we make the tech shine through and show that actually this is what they've all been using to scam us. Look how powerful it is, right? Well, actually, a lot of them have been centralized, but the hacking, anyways. But yeah, I think that the tech itself is, technology is just an extension of the user, right? And I think that if they're doing some bad with it, they can definitely do good with it, and we can do good with it, and we can show that to the scientific community, I think.
Yeah, I think my perspective on.
Sorry, Elia.
You're quite quiet, Maria.
Challenge here is to show the solutions without showing too much how we do it. You see, maybe this is right now, in this transition that we pass. Maybe this will work the trick.
Show them a website without explaining HTTP.
Yeah. That's right, Harry. And
is that how you sort of, in terms of like speaking to scientists in particular, is that how you've been finding it, that you can't really talk about the blockchain tech, but you can talk about what can be solved with it?
Yeah. And Jocelyn Pearl, it is one of the first people I have met in the space, and she always cite Buckminster Fuller, saying, if you should create an alternative reality to subside, and to change the reality that you're in. You don't change the reality you're in. You just create another one. And I'm always trying to use this trick.
Yeah, so that goes back to the idea of we're not trying to destroy one system, we're creating a parallel system that people can opt in and out of. And to the point of abstraction, obviously but yes, we definitely need to abstract away from the notion of crypto necessarily. It doesn't run on crypto. Crypto is one aspect of blockchain technology, but it's just people have this kind of confounded. And I think spaces like ours are what will show and highlight to other people that like there's more things out there that you can do than create these digital currencies, even though we may leverage some of them. But Elijah, I want to give you a chance to give your 2 cents. Then I want to take a step a little bit deeper past this.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to go a little esoteric, and then I'm going to bring it back to something more concrete. So, I mean, I think broad picture, technology-wise, people are lazy, and I think that is something we should lean into. You know, technology, it makes people's lives easier. Nobody wants to do extra work. Nobody wants to take extra steps, learn extra. In terms of abstraction, that I think is a huge, you know, tool to enable that, right? We can take away the tech. We don't need to talk about a crypto. We don't need to talk about, right, the blockchain, different things like that. We can talk about digital communities, digital currencies, and sort of figure out the language and bake this tech into the background, so where you can just log in with your email, right? But you have that security. We can deal with civil risks, things like that, using more frameworks that people are familiar with. And my personal experience with this is over the past 20 years working in medical cannabis is that 20 years ago, nobody looked at this thing that I firmly believed has really strong, broad medical application as a medical tool. Meanwhile, over 100 years ago, it was in the pharmacopoeias of the U.S. and around the world, right? This thing has long history, but it's still fairly illegal in the U.S. But working on the science side, being able to communicate, you know, with now everybody is aware of CBD, right? It's a more popular molecule. Doesn't have psychoactive effects, but has various effects. The marketing around that and the language around that and the adoption of medical cannabis to me is very analogous to the implementation and adoption of blockchain technology on top of the existing internet, right? We already had medicine, and we're just trying to introduce this new alternative, this thing you could opt into. And the really successful companies in the cannabis industry doing this haven't used different, you know, variety names, quote unquote strain names that say green crack or whatever this thing is, right? Blue dream, right? No, they say this one is energizing, this one is relaxing, this one makes you creative. And a lot of times they won't tell you, you know, what the formulation of the specific molecules in it is. It's just this sort of, it's a product, right? It just people get it. And those companies are super successful because they abstract away all of that tech and the jargon, and just make it so where people can use it, right? And I think that's what's happening now with crypto and blockchain and Web3.
I'm curious about the route
organizations, and we're not trying to replace the whole thing.
What was the route taken to get weed essentially legal and adopted? Did you bring scientists in first? We have the 3 tiers, right? We have the public, the scientist, and the institution. Which was first, and then where to go from there?
Interesting. I mean, it's kind of a mix, all the above, right? There's a lot of really anecdotal examples, especially in application of cannabis to epilepsy or cancer treatment, pain, big time, right? But then there's this huge stigma around it, just like there is with crypto. And I think it was a multi-layer, right? There was at the individual public level, right? There's this sort of citizen movement of these anecdotal experiences. But then there at the same time was physicians and scientists working on this, being like, hey, I want to do this research. Maybe I just want to do basic research, interested in it from a scientific perspective. Or maybe you're a doctor and you have patients and you're like, I want to help my patients, you know? And it was this multiple level thing where there was experts, there was the general public, and then, you know, these varying institutions such as the American Medical Association, or these companies that have now come to prominence, right, in the space. It's the multi-level thing. I think it's a little back and forth, but ultimately, what I think we're talking about, this sort of formula of abstracting away the tech and making it so these things can just be used, I think ultimately is what's driving a lot of that, the movement towards legalization now in the U.S. and the mass adoption of it.
So if I may, I think 2 of the great things that Elijah brings up is that, one, how I see it in the future. So I agree wholeheartedly with everything you said. The examples that I have in my head for our space that I really want to see is this decentralized or this blockchain integrated hardware. And I think that will be the leap forward that will really showcase like what this space can do when you don't have to upload metadata individually and you just have the tech itself. Everything is, oh, you can't see that, sorry, phone. And whatever the tech you're using is just hard code, like it's built off of a layer of blockchain then it becomes easy and everyone's going to kind of adopt it. And it's kind of how can we expedite that process, moving that forward. But that's the hard example of what I think is going to drive adoption. The other thing that is a little bit more soft that you alluded to, Elijah, is the fact that DeSci and things in the Web3 space facilitate these more esoteric concept of science, right? So what is going to help drive more people is you can do cannabis research. You can do research into allopathic remedies. You open up the landscape for science, for places or probing into areas using science that were traditionally shunned upon because you couldn't get funding for it, or people weren't going to support you, or XYZ, right? I think that the culture, and we're going to talk about this later on, but the culture that this open access culture that we promote is what I think is going to start driving the scientists to this space. Because now, if I want to study vitamin D, or I want to look at the implications of cannabis, or this special root that is part of this, ancient cultural background, and I want to see what its implications are on Alzheimer's, MS, something that is relevant to the times, you can now do that because you just need to find a group of individuals who can help crowdsource you and participate in it. And I think that goes a long way for driving the level of adoption that we're hoping to see.
I think a part of what you guys are talking about that's again, I wholeheartedly agree with is this point about adoption and sort of ease of use. I think there's and this could be something controversial, so apologies in advance, but
bring it on.
Yeah, specifically like as it relates to regulation, like I think there's a fear of regulation in this space. Like I think Joshua made a good point, right? Like where a lot of the distrust in crypto is because of individual bad actors, right? If we can sort of have some sort of framework, and I'm not saying like everything should be regulated, or we have like 3-letter agencies instituted to come after crypto, et cetera, but like having some sort of framework or general sense of safety is important. Like at least in the United States, I'll give you an example. Like I don't see crypto like getting any sort of meaningful adoption without like the Consumer Protection Bureau getting involved, right? Like that's simply not going to happen. Like that's just not the case. And so I do think like as we talk about adoption, I think we have to talk about regulation, right? Like, I don't think the average person is going to step into this without like some sort of clear framework.
Yeah,
well, I don't know about that one. I'm not too sure about that.
I think you'll get some sort of like outliers and whatnot, but I think the large majority, the large body wouldn't. The thing is though, is like, okay, so in DeFi, DeFi is going to need regulation for sure, but for consumer protection in terms of monetary fraud, etc., it's a much more clear-cut line about what is and isn't. I mean, there is some gray areas, but it's much more clear-cut line about what is and isn't a crime or malfeasance. But in science, it's a much larger gray area, and I think obviously there is like you might say don't kill someone, right? I'm part of that point of view, right? But I there are people out there that think that some people who are sick and dying and they can contribute to science in some way. It might be, this is a common thought out there, right? So this is a much muddier area. So I feel like regulation of science is where you start getting some potential issues. And I feel like this is obviously very idealistic, right? But I think that like an ethical framework is what should come first in science in general, but in DeSci, where we have a bit of chance, an ethical framework would be sort of, where everything is a gray area. You need to sort of define what it is to be ethical, and what, if you're going against this commonly accepted ethical code, like what does it mean, and all this sort of stuff. So actually I don't know if I can plug this, at the DeSci London conference in January, please come everybody. There's going to be an ethics panel, and we're going to hopefully, and a workshop, and we're going to hopefully get some great minds and great thoughts on paper about what an ethical framework for DeSci might actually look like. So I think that ethic, and again, it's very idealistic, right? To get everybody to agree on ethical grounds, but I think it's something that at least exploring and talking about is going to be very beneficial, and will go to some way allaying those fears about no regulation in the space.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be talking about culture and ethics soon enough. But yeah,
and
sure.
events too. So you brought up DeSci London. which are a part of adoption too. But Elijah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say, Harry, just to kind of echo again what I meant, what I said earlier about my experience with cannabis. That is 100% the case with that as well. Once regulation stepped in and provided some assurance to the general public, both in terms of, right, there was existing testing labs doing product testing, but it wasn't required for a lot of like things on the shelf. So in terms of the traditional quote unquote black market versus the legal market now, the legal market really took off once those regulations have gone into place. Like if you look at Colorado, they were the first to do recreational, and then California a couple of years ago. That legal market, that protection side of things, right? People having this regulatory agency, it didn't take away from the purity of, for example, decentralization, people being able to run their own code, do anything on chain. You can still do that at the individual level, even if there's those regulations above, because the core technology hasn't changed. You can still put a seed in the ground and water it. You can still deploy a smart contract, right?
So,
yeah.
There's an interesting, I'm bringing up a chat here because me and Jason are thinking the exact same thing. There's a challenge with regulation in crypto because the idea of blockchains and all this decentralization is we're going to get rid of these middlemen, of these big entities that oversee everything, and open it up to a marketplace where anyone can build an oversight entity, and that oversight entity gains reputation based on their actions, and eventually you have like an FDA equivalent, but you also have like 8 different FDA equivalents based on how people have organized themselves. Maybe they're in DAOs or maybe they are government funded, and they're saying, hey, trust, you can go ahead and trust the outcome of DAOs if they have done X, Y, and Z in testing when it comes to a medicine that they're releasing. And you probably shouldn't trust an outcome from a DAO that hasn't done X, Y, and Z. So it's doing the same things as these government regulators, but maybe it's not a government regulator. But this, at the same time, the conflict here is that that's like a dream. Who knows if that's actually going to work? So in the meantime, I kind of agree that we need a regulation on top of all this stuff to get this mass adoption. But I hope that it doesn't stay in government institutions, which have lost a lot of the public trust over the years. I hope it turns into industry consortiums or associations of standards, stuff like that.
So to that point, John, and something that I want to touch upon on Elijah is that regulation does drive mass adoption, but what drives the regulation itself, right? I think cannabis as an example is that, people use cannabis, right? And so it was either you regulate it or not, but you couldn't keep it in the status quo forever. And the more and more people were using it, the government is almost incentivized or pushed to kind of develop these frameworks. And so I think it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. Not really a chicken or the egg. I think the adoption is what drives the regulation, which then drives the mass adoption for those who are risk averse. And so much like what we're seeing much like what we saw with cannabis, I think we're going to see with DeSci and these frameworks, these Web3 frameworks, is there's just going to be so many people operating in it. That's what happened with crypto, right? For decades, crypto wasn't regulated. And nobody was even like really giving too much inkling until the demographic reached critical mass. And then it's like, okay, we can't ignore this because there's ramifications on the infrastructure that we've been trying to protect for so long. It's going to be the same thing for DeSci. Or DeSci is just going to be an extension of that. I think enough scientists, and in this case, it's a little bit different because we're actually solving problems that scientists deal with daily, literally daily. And so as scientists start to flood into the space, now these organizations, these government bodies, the WHO, FDA, and all these other, 3-letter agencies are going to start looking like, okay, this is where all the scientists are. Let's see if we can first challenge it. And then when that doesn't work because the tech itself is decentralized and you can't control it, then they're going to try to start to be slightly amenable with it. And then it'll be the same process that we're seeing with cryptocurrencies inherently. But I think the driving force will be the entrance, the people, which will then push the government, then push more people. That's my 2 cents.
I was actually going to say like that. I think those comments. I think it was Jason who put that in. I think that's like a really interesting way to think about. Like if you think about like what DAOs are essentially, right? Like you could consider it like an online government, like to depending on what you want to do with it, right?
Absolutely is, yeah.
And so like to Jason's point, like there is a scenario where like a DAO or somewhere like crypto native institution essentially creates these standards or associations, and then that becomes the gold standard that like a regulator actually looks at, right? So in some sense, like there is a pathway here where the participants in DeSci and I guess crypto as a whole today can sort of regulate ourselves, and this becomes like more of an ethical argument. But I guess like at some level, right? Government or laws is some form of like applied ethics, right, or like enforceable ethics to some extent. So yeah, I definitely think that there's a lot of interesting things that can happen like as a community that we can do to one, I guess make sure that the ethos is preserved, but then two, like influence regulators in sort of real world domiciles outside of the sort of digital environment.
So let's take a slight deeper look into it. So let's say, you know, the regulation is there. People can participate without, you know, criminal injustices or people knocking on their door like, hey, what are you doing? How do we incentivize or how do we drive the actual individuals to want to not only explore the space, but stay within the space, in your opinions?
Provide solutions to their problems.
Yeah, I would say that too. It's like Elias said, people are lazy. So if you get the right solution, you know, they will jump in. They will jump in, whatever it is.
I think we need like a few big sort of flagship examples of DeSci doing something cool, like obviously cool, right? So DeSci nodes is really cool, but it's not that obviously cool. It's probably pretty obviously cool for many people in academia and science, but I'm talking for like the everyday person who would put a lot of weight behind it and interest in DeSci and see like just looking at all the TikToks or something that goes live. That might probably never happen, but you know what I mean. Yeah, getting some flagship examples I think is really important. And I think that in the next like 2 to 3 years, I think DeSci will have produced enough framework to do something pretty massive and groundbreaking, maybe even 1 to 2 years, and get some headlines, you know, and it will be the DeSci movement and DeSci labs, the DeSci world. The very fact that we have the words DeSci in all of our names, right? Like it's a very much it's going to be everywhere. The name is going to be everywhere, right? So if you have a flagship example of a headline, then it's DeSci is going to mean something.
And you know, Joshua, even the micro grants provided by Gitcoin, you know, even these can drive a lot of attention.
They did, you know, they got even just people browsing through Gitcoin maybe have never heard of DeSci before, have gone there and seen DeSci, and like that's just a very crypto native piece of, you know, protocol. So anything outside of crypto that sort of takes any notice of DeSci and puts it on any kind of pedestal, I think you'll see some pretty cool movement, because it's like more accessible, I think, than DeFi as well. Obviously GameFi is going to be huge at one point, and that's very accessible, but it hides a lot of the tech. DeSci has the tech on show, but it's much more accessible and less of a shark pit than DeFi, because DeFi really is, you know, for the average person, horrible to be in. Like a lot of scams, you can't trust anyone. So in DeSci, it's not the same.
Not yet. Oh man, I can't wait for the next couple of years. We might get some ugly stuff coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be ugly for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think there's an additional layer on top of it as well. Like, which audience are we trying to get in here? It goes back to the three that we've talked about already. Are we trying just to get the public? Are we trying to get the researchers? Are we trying to get the institutions? Because each one has different needs that we're going to have to meet. You know, Jason's pointing here to feedback loops, community engagement, make people feel empowered. That's the public. Researchers, it's definitely about building the solutions to their problems. Institutions, it's who's making the money? It depends on which institution. VC is definitely making money, but a lot of institutions, like if we were talking about nonprofits earlier, like universities, they want to actually make the world a better place. And so how can we enable their mission with this technology? It's a huge question.
So, but we're missing one component to that question, and we have those four. But what about the everyday hobbyists? Those that are going to make up the vast majority of individuals within this space.
Archaeology DAO, okay? I'm telling you. Somebody make archaeology DAO, and that will be the thing that gets everybody involved. They'll go and like find some cool stuff and then crowdfund it and sell the profits to the crowd as well. Great.
It's actually a really good idea.
So these are the kind of things that I think so again, I want to preface this. The space is new. Teams are very much focused on building out their infrastructures first and their lead products before they then will worry about, how to make everybody feel as happy as possible. But in terms of thinking forward in time, I think there definitely needs to be more social engagement in the space. We talked about this previously in a different topic, but scientists are bad at marketing themselves and making their environment, more amenable to individuals. So, I think personally, I believe that's going to be one barrier that certain individuals in the space are trying to solve. But I wonder what your guys' example of that. Like, how do we make DeSci more quote unquote fun or digestible to the regular everyday person who's scientifically...
Are you telling me my dog pictures don't help?
They've definitely helped this stream, and I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying that. I love them. You have them like really well spaced out.
I loved when we were talking about weed. That was my favorite part.
Yeah, no, that
I had a perfect picture for that.
But exactly that, like how we, are you guys as builders, and the rest of the builders in the space, like how are you guys approaching or envisioning keeping that interest, keeping that zeal in your community so that people want to participate, relatively frequently?
Maybe I could talk about this a little bit. So the way we're doing it is, we have like a tokenomics system, right, for incentivization. And so the way we're doing engagement is we're tying like participation to that, right? Like, so you can earn more by joining, or like you earn passively, but to collect, you have to, come on every 3 months, 6 months, say something along those lines. That's what we're thinking about now in terms of product development. So like, I think in getting people to stay in the ecosystem is, unless you have like a rock star product, I think the interesting thing about like crypto and blockchain is just like the different types of assets you can create to incentivize behavior. I think that's like, people talk about crypto's killer use case. In my opinion, like as it relates to business, it's that idea of like acquiring users and engagement using crypto as like a form of value transfer, essentially. I know maybe that's a bit esoteric, but like I think like crypto's real use is getting people to use a new product, right? So give them this token, they'll use the product, they'll come back, use the product, they got more tokens, and then as the product scales, the token ecosystem grows. I think that type of model we'll see in the next coming years. I don't think anyone's cracked it yet, but I think we've seen stuff outside of the DeSci space. So things like basic attention token, Brave browser. Things like Helium, I think, are interesting. Like legitimate businesses built on this type of idea. They're actually creating like real products based on this sort of tokenomic system. So I think that's really cool. I'm not sure if you guys thought on that.
Have you guys heard about ideamarket.io from Mike Elias?
Yeah.
I know. Mike created. It's like a Twitter, but every time you comment negatively or positively, you pay 50 cents. And this is the business model of his platform. But we are talking to Mike, and we thought that maybe for every paper, the author could come up with a conclusion or even the title, the main result, and put in this, tweet it out in the idea market and put it there for people to comment. It would be a type of a game for the conclusions of any article, sort of say.
I like this.
Yeah.
Elijah, go ahead, please.
Oh no, I was gonna say, along with Hari's idea, I think the nut to crack really is, how do we move from community as product, where we all know that if you're not paying, then you are the product. How do we move from that, where you're not paying at all, to instead of having to pay? Because I don't think that, to me, goes against the entropy laziness spectrum, right? If people have to pay to do something they didn't have to pay to previously, it's not gonna work. But if we could figure out a way to incentivize them and pay them to do it, right? Learn to earn, participate to earn, whatever that is, it seems like a complete flip from being the product to now getting paid to be the product, I guess. And maybe that's kind of, I think that's really the link. It's almost like Ponzi's are okay as long as it's transparent, like, and actually on chain, right? Like that's kind of, I think,
they're
almost
okay
where it
as
ends up.
long as they're not Ponzi's.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is like,
as long as you're
okay,
taking
so this
moves,
is a huge
right?
conversation. I don't know if we want to talk about tokenomics right now, but like the concept of incentivizing with tokens is, basically, as you said, Harry, like what this whole industry is built off, right? That's kind of what crypto is just, an incentive for people. But making these token, economies sustainable is very difficult. Very few, basically none, apart from Bitcoin, has done it, right? And they've all, any chart is down 95%. And that's, yes, we're in a bear market, but that's also because of the token economic models, right? Because there's so many tokens given out, and then people just have tokens. And so making that sustainable model is what makes it not a Ponzi. And like really no one's figured it out yet, like the sustainable model, when it's a token based incentives, it always ends up with people who buy it, the price decreases from when it's been bought pretty much all the time. If you play the game like, you contribute and you get your tokens, then you're going to be for sure, in profit because you can sell for free and stuff. But someone has to be left holding the bag, and the liquidity, putting money in so people can trade it. Like this is all where you lose a lot of money,
So oh, John, go ahead.
Well, so it's weird because my perspective on how to get people and keep them here is a little different from everything. It has ignore the money, ignore the tokenomics.
That's what I was going to say.
Make it fun.
Exactly.
Like have a good time. Like we have a thing in Gridcoin. Like you came for the GRC and you stayed because you cured cancer. So it's like give people a way to participate and enjoy participating, and then because I completely agree with you, Josh. Like then together we can work to develop these sustainable economic models that utilize DLT and open source currency protocols. But that's going to take like 10, 20 years. Like Bitcoin is the only one that's ever done it. Absolutely. And there's probably not going to be another for a very long time. So like, let's give people a reason to stay. That's not just money.
So this is exactly why I wanted to highlight this, because I think everyone defaults back to like the easiest fruit. And that is, how can you pay people to, or how can you incentivize people financially to be present? But I think that severely undercuts the better way of doing it is, how can you give them as something that they are dedicated to or want to do, right? And it's that kind of, think about it kind of like a gotcha game, right? For those of you who know what gotcha games are, it's this gambling mechanism. People are willing to invest time because they're dedicated or they're hooked on the process, right? On the culture, on the aspect of being. That's kind of what influences NFTs. Most people don't make money on NFTs, but it's the zeal, it's the culture, it's the ambiance around it that kind of drives people maintaining themselves in that space with the prospect of maybe making money. I think what we need as a space is something very similar. Let's take from the DeFi space, let's take from the NFT space, and let's create a culture and an environment that people want to be a part of because it's fun, because it's socially engaging. It's something, and then layer on the incentive mechanisms beyond that. That'll be kind of like the cherry on the cake. But tokens are going to crash, right? They're subject to the wider market. And so if that's your only underpinning, your community is going to follow the markets, right? We need to have something else beyond that. Events like this.
We can truly, like, this sector changes the world. Like, science is the reason we have all the technology we're playing with right now, and people understand this. So when we explain, like, hey, we're going to fix peer review, we're going to get rid of monopolies in the industry, we're going to make it so you can participate in science yourself, you can get a degree, they get excited, they want to be there. Oh, and also, you know what, maybe you might be able to make money too. It's not by any means guaranteed. In fact, if you put money in, you'll probably lose it. But have fun with the economics, but stay here because you're changing the world for the better.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that's going to work though, because you're asking in order to engage with anything, you're asking the participant to spend their time, something they can never get back, something that is more valuable than anything you can ever give them. Unless you're right, the fun, the experience, right? That is what you're giving them as the incentive and the reward in the case of that. But ultimately, that is so ethereal, and I don't know. I think that you need both. I think there needs to be both. There has to be something tangible, whether it's a POAP, whether it's a NFT, whether it's a fungible token. There has to be something there on chain besides, if you're asking somebody to participate in a Web3 ecosystem, right? Then I think that's what there has to be. You're asking them to spend their time. There has to be a tangible, ideally, in my eyes, fungible, or at least malleable in some way, whether it's upgradable, downgradable, reputation, something. There has to be something there to reward them beyond just fun for spending their time, because it does.
Well, there's endorphins.
Yeah.
Just fire the endorphins in their brain. Like, why do people use Twitter? Why do people use Facebook? Why do people use any of these things that don't pay them? It's because it makes them feel good, and you can hack the brain to make them feel good if you want. Or we also have the examples we brought up earlier, that's like SETI at home, where people did it because it was a fun collaborative effort.
Yeah, I think.
But you're forgetting that Twitter makes money in that process, and that's why they can even do it at all to begin with, because somebody's making money.
Yeah.
Well, yes, and so actually, to Elijah, to your point, this is where I kind of respectfully disagree, that the paid for, like, people should have to pay because these things have to be sustainable. Right. And so when we're talking about, so to me, open access and decentralized doesn't mean free, because these things still need to work. They need to be sustainable. And so I'm more partial towards Maria's concept of like the publishing framework, where you do have to pay to participate, but where that money goes is not into a centralized entity's pocket to kind of help them push forward. It's redistributed to the participants of whatever you're looking for. So if anybody's familiar with Michael's DB DAO, that's how it works. Right? You contribute to a database, and if a third party makes use of that database, well, then those royalties are redistributed. Obviously, some of that has to go back to the protocol itself to sustain itself, but it's redistributed. So I think, and that makes it no longer a Ponzi. So you can have both, but people do need to pay. But even more so, to John's point, is that people do need to be incentivized or rewarded for their time investment. But it doesn't necessarily have to be financial, and it doesn't have to be immediately financial. And I'll attest to this. I think everybody here can attest to this. The amount of network leverage that I've built out operating in this space, having these kind of social engagements, meeting like-minded individuals like yourself, has projected my career and network and leveraging capacity that leads to financial remuneration exponentially compared to what it was before. Right? So hosting events like these, making a culture that people can come and contact and make meet like-minded individuals that can be leveraged, I think is very important. And we're going to talk about events.
The concept of like this individual scientist, like the scientist entrepreneur, almost freelance scientist, is something that I think is going to be massive. It's happened with computer science, right? Builders can just get work freelance all the time. Scientists, if you have DeSci projects, for example, who are turning a profit because their revenue generation model, they're creating some kind of, I don't know, they're coding something, or they're discovering something that people want to buy, right? They generate some revenue from that. They can start to sort of like pay freelance scientists and all this sort of thing. But if you're having this concept of who needs to get paid and who's holding the bag, it's all from these sort of like collectivized funding pools almost, right? So it's like you have your scientists who are paid by the people who are giving the grants. You have your scientists who are paid by the pharma company that they work for and study for, work for and research for. In this sort of like freelance science mode, which DeSci would definitely lend a lot towards, you as a scientist can pursue your science effectively using the DeSci ecosystem, DeSci tech, and then you can sell what your science produces to people that want to buy it, and you can trade in this sort of manner. I feel like there's going to be a lot more entrepreneurship in science through DeSci, because you can kind of sell your product yourself. It doesn't have to go through these sort of collectivized institutions or grant funding mechanisms or anything like that.
I think one thing that John and Jelani are talking about that I actually agree with, right? Like, I think human behavior is motivated by many things, not just financial incentives. But I think that being said, like, if you think about the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, right? Like, I think what John and Jelani are talking about, like, that applies across, right? Like, if you look at a Web 2 company, like the way users are, I don't know, on Discord, on Twitter, Facebook, whatever, right? It's engagement, it's culture, it's community, it's fun, right? But I do think that one of the really neat things about Web 3 is we don't have to sacrifice that. And we can also offer financial remuneration. So I actually do think that is a differentiator, right? Like in my opinion. I think that the second thing I'll say is like I think we sort of throw around like, oh yeah, like it's not a Ponzi, or like one day it won't be a Ponzi. I think like maybe like double clicking on that, like everyone has to take a risk to form a community, right? Like that is inherently true, whether that's through your own time that you're spending with the community or investment of some sort or another. But I think what's important is that these things yield real products and services, right? That's the important part. Like at the end of the day, like if you're just raising a token to, hang around in Discord, right? Like you could do that, right? It's just not sustainable. At the end of the day, like you have to be creating something to like service a market need. And I think we're going to see more of those types of projects. Like I think Jonathan was saying, I think Bitcoin's the only one to do it. I think like so far, maybe, but that market need is basically digital gold, right? But like like we are seeing like iterations of projects, like I mentioned, like the Brave browser, like Helium, like they're actually doing real things, like actually providing real services. So I do think there's a there. I don't think we've cracked it. I don't think there's like a playbook for it. But I definitely think this tokenomics piece is a big part of it. Like, why would you use Twitter when you can use the Web3 Twitter and get paid, right? Like, it just...
I absolutely do not disagree with that. And I think the tokenomics are amazing. I just don't think they should be the crux of why people should be here. Because it's it's that extra layer on top.
I think he said that too, Jonathan. And there are a lot of services and products that we can provide. So many challenges, From
we definitely have a lot to solve. We have a lot to solve, and we got new people up. So the kind of me like needling at this point is to kind of foster this transition into different topics, and one in particular to kind of, because we're going to be moving more into like the social aspect of the DeSci space, to kind of address that. So I think beyond the financial capital and the remuneration and things that kind of help the protocols be sustainable, I do wholeheartedly believe that the social aspects, social engineering, and those things are really what are going to help bring people forward, and that will help make things sustainable. So then it's kind of like a positive feedback loop. But to that point, one thing that I think that DeSci can do and is doing really good right now, but definitely will pick up in the future as protocols get more money, is hosting more events. I think that goes a long way in terms of building the culture and what we're trying to do in this space, and kind of help people feel at home and feel welcome. And so I'd love to kind of hear your guys's. So disclaimer: I have yet to have the opportunity to go to any DeSci specific events. Where's Josh? Josh is there. I'm just looking at Josh. But I'd love to hear your guys' take on like your experiences at these DeSci events. Do you think that that's helped drive adoption? What are some of the limitations? Just general foray examples of things. And also, as always, if there are any spicy topics at these events that you want to share that we can talk about, let's do it. I can think of one off the top of my head, but I'll leave that to you guys to bring up. And also, again, everybody here who's listening, please tweet this out and share with other individuals. Have them come in. Everyone else is invited to come in and speak too. So let's propagate this. We want to kind of talk about the entire DeSci space, and we need the entire DeSci space here to talk about it. So
let's list the events really quick. Yo, do you have the spreadsheet open, Jelani?
I can tell. I can say while Jelani's pulling that up is we found events to be super helpful, just because it gets people who are interested in crypto but not necessarily interested in DeSci in particular. So in New York, there's this like Web3 co-working space, which is like similar to like WeWork, but for Web3. It's called Empire DAO, and we hosted a DeSci NYC event, and we're doing it like monthly, and it's been great because we have like 2 speakers come out and they chat, and yeah, I mean it's just like, and it's also just fun to meet the other people in real life, because it's just like it's more fun than just like totally virtual sometimes.
Well, I have great news as well, and this is the first time I'm talking about. And if you would like to see Rio de Janeiro next year, we are going to have 2 days talking only about DeSci. We got this, Jelani. 2 days on DeSci and an event called Blockchain Rio. So I'm inviting everyone, and especially inviting DeSci World to help us organize this. It's gonna be a satellite event in Blockchain Rio. It was huge this year, and next year we are gonna have 2 days only for us. Even in spaces in the main um, stage and everything.
When is it?
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. It's gonna be September 2023.
Okay.
So plenty of time to get our money going and having everyone from everywhere in a beautiful Rio de Janeiro.
Indeed. Do you plan to do anything over the festival period, carnival period at all?
Jonathan, Carnival is right now in February. So yeah, too short, but you can always come over and February.
Okay.
Josh, do you want to talk about DeSci London since we're doing stuff that's coming up in the future? And then we'll go back to the past.
So DeSci London.
Josh, I applied to go to London, eh?
On the travel Maria, I promise you, conflict of interest, I was not allowed to be on that panel. So if I was, everyone in this call would be
I said the same thing to him. I was like, Josh,
come on. I tried. I did say a couple things, but so okay, in January on the 15th and 16th of January is DeSci London, which is London's first ever collective DeSci event. DeSci London is like an organization almost. It's a collective run by Alfred Brown and Barat, and they've been doing monthly meetups for a long time, and they've been great. But now they're doing a full conference, and it's at the Francis Crick Institute, which is a great building. So 2 days, panels, talks, workshops. It's going to be great, really high quality. I think it's going to be. And 2 days before that, on the 13th and 14th of February, DeSci World is hosting the official DeSci London Hackathon. So we're going to have 40 to 50 participants, and they're going to come and they're going to hack on a variety of different sort of lines. We have sponsorships from Molecule, we have sponsorships from CrunchDAO, we have a general prize track, we have a sort of like an idea-based prize track. So if anyone's interested in joining the hackathon, please do so. Please reach out to myself. Please go to the DeSci World Discord. Please go to DeSci.London and sign up.
So, I know Elijah, so I'll let you go ahead and talk about ETH Denver if you want to. But I do want to say that I do want to specifically focus on projects that or events that have happened and get kind of insight into those and everyone's experience with those and what they think that could be improved, what should be kept and the like. So I'd like to hear about prospective events, but also the previous ones too.
Can I just jump in and I'll say one more call to action? I forgot. At the DeSci London event, there is going to be a poster competition, right? And it's like scientific posters, A3 poster, where you describe either a research goal or whatever, or you describe your project. And you can submit those to us. We can print them out and set them up. And it's like a competition, and the winner gets something. And there'll be a massive wall at the DeSci London conference where there'll be all these posters. So you can send one and have your project posted up. So just anyone listening that has a project and wants it displayed, let me know.
Where is the link? Is there a specific website that people can apply for?
DeSci.London maybe has the link. I don't know right now. I will find out and I'll let you know.
Okay.
On the topic of just prior DeSci events, hello, this is Umar, by the way. It is really great to meet people in person. I remember meeting Josh at DeSci Denver, which was my first DeSci event, and John at DeSci Boston. And it's great to just like meet people who you've spoken to online in person, and know that they're actually a person and not a chat GPT linked up to some voice command. But also, the best thing about meeting people in person, in my opinion, is just that you get to have these little conversations in the hallways, sort of in between events, where you never know what you're going to talk about, what you're going to chat about, and it goes all over the place, and it just has so much energy that often then like translates into actually working on something cool after the event. And yeah, I think just like getting that energy from the event that fuels you for the next few months is awesome.
Yeah, and events are, I mean, the events are definitely like harder lifts for that, but there's nothing that really replaces that in-person interaction with individuals in terms of ideation and forming these bonds that I think are going to help propel projects and foster collaboration. But we're going to try with DeSci Peaks on our monthly look back. So please feel free to come in and meet other individuals within the space. She'll finish. Go ahead.
I wish Omar was still on this call from earlier. That's where I met Michael from DB-DAO at DeSci SF earlier this year. It's maybe 2 months ago now, something like that. It was just a one-day thing, but really good event. Yeah. So was anybody else? It was just Michael.
Go ahead, Umar.
Sorry, what was the one-day event?
I think you said DeSci SF.
Yeah.
DeSci SF. Oh, I was not at that one. But from what I've heard, it was awesome. And yeah, also I'm glad to hear DeSci Peaks is happening monthly, because I thought this was just kind of like celebrate how much DeSci peaked in 2022 this year, which has been awesome.
We're in a trough right now. You kidding? We got so much higher to go. We got to reach that summit.
We're just getting started here, but yeah. But man, this year was crazy. So much happened. So much good stuff. Like so many things started, and yeah. It's just awesome to see that you guys organized this celebration sort of what DeSci started with this year, but also like what it has the potential to become in the future, which is even much more exciting.
Exactly. And just to reiterate, because we have, it's been 3 hours since I've mentioned it, but DeSci Peaks is going to be a monthly open discussion like this, live streamed on a variety of platforms where all individuals in the space are welcome to participate. The format will be, we'll be talking about what happened in DeSci the month prior. So it'll be a good place to catch up and get the summarization and kind of, not necessarily get your name out there, but start to interact with these individuals that you may see behind this profile pic and that profile pic, and you don't really know if it's a chat GPT hooked up to a voice command. So definitely, we're here for this, and we're here to kind of help this moving along further. But let me ask this: what has been your guys's? I mean, Elijah, you mentioned DeSci SF, but what has been your guys' favorite events that you've attended, if you've attended any, and why was that the case? What has been like?
Do you have the list up? Can you go through everything that happened last year for anyone? Maybe
let's screen. Can you screen share it, Jelani?
Yeah, I thought I did before, but I'm gonna try it again.
Okay, for anyone else, there is a resource called DeSci Global. I think it's DeSci.global if you want to go there and check it out. They've got almost every resource or every event that's happened, if not every event that's happened over the past, and it's so much. And to what Umar's talking about, like, absolutely a lot has gone on this past year. It's insane that there have been standalone DeSci events, like not tagged on to an ETH event or a Feel Lisbon or something like that. Just a DeSci event, like DeSci Boston, which would be my favorite event that I've been to, where it was just DeSci. We all got together at MIT, and it was just a bunch of nerds talking about science for like 2 days. It was great.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull up the DeSci Global website.
Okay.
That's going to be a lot more comprehensive.
So when he's doing that, anyone else, what was your favorite event that you've been to? We got DeSci SF.
There was a park day in SF also that was fun. We just all hung out in Dolores Park. It was like a Dolores DeSci day, and it was just a bunch of nerds also chatting.
It's great. I love it. These events are. So I have a reservation with events because it takes so much time, takes so much energy, it costs so much money to go to them, and like it distracts people from building these products. But what Jelani was saying is what I think everyone sort of agrees with, is that there's absolutely value there in terms of meeting the people and just having these hallway discussions and talking in a non-work environment, like or Zoom call or anything like that, and just getting to know each other outside of a DeSci call.
And also meeting people in real life, and Jonathan, that you only know online. Isn't that so?
And, DeSci really feels like it's just this massive like network of people that are all working on the same thing. Sometimes it feels like we're all just like one big collaborative because like everyone's so mission aligned. And we read this book this year at the Smart Contract Research Forum about impact networks by David Ehrlichman. And it's really interesting how he like just like breaks down how like, you know, people that come together create connection, they can spark collaborations that create change in the world. And you know, one of the first steps, he says that if you're trying to build an impact network to change something about the world, one of the first things you need to do is just convene the people. And events are just like when the people convene. Everything sort of like relies upon, in order to have change in the world, the connection between people, because you can't really do things by yourself. You really need to get enough forward momentum with a large enough group to change things. And hopefully that's what DeSci is here to do.
I mean, look at all these. This is so many events for 1 year for a space that's largely coalesced over this year. There are dozens and dozens of events around the world, and there's more. Can you scroll up to the upcoming events?
Yep.
Like there's another like 10 just like already on the books, like ready to go. Maybe not everyone's ready. So like DeSci Denver, by the way, there's a form out, general interest form. Y'all should go fill it out if you want to speak there or attend. We're trying to get some information about who's going to be there, and then we're going to plan the event around that. But there's opportunity to help put together almost all of these events. And one thing that I think is starting to change as the events progress, and I think there's still a lot of progress that needs to be made here, is just general representation on the stage of people of different backgrounds and different experiences sharing their projects and getting up on stage. I know we've talked about that a lot as a community, but I think we're making progress. We're not.
I'd like to think so. I'd like to hope so. But one thing to that actual point, if you'll notice, I'm not going to bring it back up, but most of these events are located in United States or Europe, but the DeSci population is worldwide. And so what I would like to see, and I mean, I saw DeSci Singapore up there as well, but I would like to see more distribution of these events. I know Latin America has a ton of them, and so they're leading the charge in terms of that as like a counterweight. But I'd love to see more in Africa, in general Asia, in Australia, in all these places around the world. We're gonna have, you know, the metaverse as well. So that's what I'm hoping to see, and that speaks a lot to the representation, because as we start to open up these events across the world, I think we'll start to inherently see more people of different backgrounds, ethnicities, whatever have you, you know, showcasing the kind of work that they're doing in the space, and that's what I hope to see.
Yeah. I want to, because I completely agree with the sort of global diversity, the ethnic diversity, the full, you know, I think that is something that DeSci is actually doing particularly quite well right now. I think, you know, obviously there's lots of room for generally the kind of consensus is that we're going to rebuild this with that as like without an issue, without any sort of issue in terms of underrepresentation. But I do want to also say that for me personally, right, when I go to these events, I'm not a scientist, right? I'm not a PhD. I went to university, and like I'm very much out of my depth in a lot of conversations, and I recognize that, and the people I talk with often, you know, recognize that. But there isn't this overarching sort of elitism that I expected and have experienced in other rooms, non-DeSci based rooms. And I think that is something that's really unique about this sort of diversity in the space, is that if you're not from these sort of traditional backgrounds, or you haven't had that experience that maybe you should have in academia, you still have a place. And I think that's really important. There's like a diversity of backgrounds in terms of upbringings, diversity, socioeconomic classes, and things like this as well, which is really important.
I agree. I think this speaks to the whole, what kind of culture, what kind of social aspect do we want to have in this space, right? Do we want to have these events similar to the Discords? We want these events to be welcoming to hardcore scientists, like career scientists, but also, you know, the scientist adjacent, those individuals who are just curious about science and think that it's cool and like this concept of Web3 and want to come explore and learn more. And so we need to have a space that speaks to both of these, and it's balancing that, which is going to be difficult, but I think it's feasible, and we can make it more fun for all.
Yeah, and as Ed points out in the chat, there's a lot of events that already exist that are like DeSci. I'm making air quotes here. I forgot I don't have a camera, but that are DeSci events without really being DeSci events. I think the difference between those traditional science events that are about open science and open access and all that, and these DeSci events is exactly the culture we're going for. We're the DeSci events that are sort of Web3 native are very open to bringing people in who are not scientists. We want the artists, we want like economists, we want everyone there to share perspective on how to use science and change the infrastructure behind science to make it better. While some of these other like fair organization conferences and are very science specific, and they're awesome, very cool, but different.
I just on Ed's point again about the science-based events that are DeSci without being DeSci as by definition. Like, I only know about this entire movement through the DeSci space because that's where I came to first. But Ed, I've spoken with Ed many times about this. He's been a part of these decentralized organizations for decades, right? Decentralized sort of regenerative agriculture collectives for decades, and they work just like a DAO but without any Web3 implementations. These people and their experiences, their ideas, their connections, I think are really essential for the DeSci space. So I think these events that have been going on that aren't defined as DeSci, maybe these people don't know what DeSci is. I think that's something that we should really try and do as well in this in the event space, is try and create sort of like, maybe we send people to these events, like the DeSci delegation goes there and presents there and talks at these other events and sort of shows people what's going on, and borrows from their knowledge as well.
Yeah, that's what I would love to see. And I think, as experiencing this within the space of, there are so many orphaned projects and orphan communities, as in they're not plugged into the wider family that is DeSci. And I think from the social engagement side, from the social perspective side, it's on us to kind of rope these individuals in, or at least show them, open the door and be like, listen, there's this whole group of individuals who may not be specifically focusing on what you're focusing on, but they have the same mentality, they have the same philosophy, they have the same mindset. And so we can all come together and kind of help propel each other in our own directions. And so I'd love to see that. I mean, we're doing that for the digital space. I would love to see that more in real life space. Obviously, that necessitates, resources to be able to send delegations everywhere, but that's definitely something that should be done. And I know there are a few projects that are kind of looking at that and ideating on that, and that's what I'm looking forward to see in terms of events.
I think once the space gets large enough, again, very idealistic, right? But once the space gets large enough, anything like that would be fairly minimal cost, because you'd have decentralized distribution of people who would attend these events, right? So like, I just think that generally that bridge is best done. That sort of bridge between the traditional open science and DeSci is best done face to face, for sure. Ed was mentioning it a number of times, and how there is just a huge, hundreds of thousands of people there who already do this full time. It's their entire existence. So yeah, I think,
I would love to see this kind of exchange, right? Where we go to, or the DeSci space, delegates from DeSci, from a variety of different protocols, go there. And then we also make grants and applications or opportunities open for individuals who are not inherently Web3 and inherently DeSci, and proactively invite them to come in. Same way, I think that's what's going to help drive adoption of like institutions, specifically academic institutions, right? Offering grants to students who may not know about DeSci. Hey, like, come check this out. This is a whole new thing. I think that's how we have to be proactive. It has to be on both directions, us being there and us inviting them in. So, again, with the context of events, has anybody had an experience, like a negative experience, or something that they think that events in DeSci need to change? Like I said, the space is very new, but I'm sure there are intricacies. And so for those organizations that are already planning or thinking about planning events, I'd love to hear from the participants, the community, in terms of things that they'd like to see changed for DeSci events moving forward. If you guys have any.
Okay, I'll kick this off. I want to see more transparency when it comes to organization behind the events. So like I'm saying with DeSci Denver, who knows how this is actually going to shape up, or even if it's going to happen, or if it does happen, what it's going to look like. But one thing I would love to see with it is, like, we put out the general interest. People have said that they're interested in speaking, and anyone who said that they're interested in speaking, let's all get together and decide together who is going to actually speak. There's clearly not going to be enough time or space for everyone to be on stage, but let's have a conversation about it instead of having sort of a closed panel making that decision. I think that would be great.
It's an interesting one because I'm on the organising committee for DeSci London right now, and there's a lot of people who have applied, and you can't fit everyone in. So right now we are that opaque panel who are just sort of deciding where it fits in best, and whatever the groupings can make the best talks and all this sort of thing. It's quite a nightmare, really, actually.
Yeah, I know. There's so much pressure on you to do that too. Like you don't want to make the bad decision, and there's always going to be unhappy people no matter what you decide.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. But is it feasible to open that up to I mean, it's feasible to make that transparent in terms of like, this is what we're considering, da 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 da. But in terms of people's input into, or the community's input into who should be presenting and X, Y, Z, is that feasible for optimal choice, like decision making? Do you guys believe?
Probably not. Not in the current DAO mechanisms. I think that when you open up decisions based on preference to everybody who's involved in that decision, it just becomes like, why wouldn't you pick me? Like, very few people are going to be willing to sort of say, actually, I'm less knowledgeable about this than these two other people, so you guys take it. Like,
it's not only this, that you have to consider logistics, and you also have to consider responsibility, because I have already coordinated an event, and the main speaker did not show up.
Oh, no. That sucks.
Yeah, that sucks.
So you put in a panel, and this is a great guy, huge name and everything, but for a number of reasons, a very reasonable reasons, he did not show up.
Yeah, that sucks. Based on like what you're saying though, this is all sort of about people speaking, right? And I know this kind of crosses over to what I'm going to say, but I want to see more, or I want to see less entirely speaking based meetups between DeSci people, right? Like it's either a mixer and a bar, or it's sort of like a place with a screen and everybody demonstrates their product or their project. And whilst that's absolutely essential and super fun and useful and all kinds of great stuff happens, I'd like to see more like collaborative, workshop based, even just creation based, like, hey, you guys, we all know this, we relatively know this sort of stuff. Let's just do it. And we're doing this with the hackathon, right? We're incentivizing people to get together and create. But it would be cool to just have that ambition. I guess everybody's so busy, right, that they can't just like prepare to take 5 days to go and create something with a bunch of DeSci guys. But that is something I'd like to see a lot more, just like a hacker house kind of thing where people just get together and build something.
Yeah, that would be very cool. Kind of like a retreat and workshop for team leads and developers and that. And I think that's, shout out to Ryan Reef, who was here earlier. But him and a few others kind of put that, I guess, a proof of principle of that together, getting together leads in the Web3 space in real life to kind of have this workshop of individuals working together and ideating together. And I think I'd like to see more of that as well. So we'd have kind of like a 3-tiered event system where we have like the big summits or the big events. Then we have these like more traditional ones, which are like speaking engagement plus social after hour, and then one that is dedicated solely towards ideation, collaboration, and fostering partnerships. Umar, I saw you unmute yourself. Please feel free to weigh in.
Well, I definitely just want to retweet that. I think collaborative events and things where building happens are awesome, especially because in like DeSci, there is a lot of ideation and there's not as much building as there should be. And we have this advantage of programmable money, so how can we program it to really incentivize people to build the type of culture that we want to have? But then the second thing that I think really interested me was just like the talk about transparency. And I think it'd be absolutely a fascinating experiment to run, to just like see if we pick a conference of speakers by an open, transparent process, maybe just like, Reddit style upvote, downvoting. But you kind of want to have some information about the speaker. So maybe if you want to speak, you submit a 30-second video of yourself speaking as like a trailer of what you're going to speak about. And then people who are attending the event can just upvote, downvote. And that becomes a very transparent and objective mechanism to determine who gets to speak. And I'm just bullish on this, on these sort of things, which are like really about like, let's involve as many people as possible. Let's hear as many perspectives as we can, and let the wisdom of the crowds decide. I think is awesome, and is something that will make DeSci stand out more from something that's just kind of doing things the way they've always been done with these like closed black box committees, but is also like a hard change to make because everyone's already used to doing things for so long the other way. And also maybe this is just a bad idea.
Oh, it's not a bad idea. It's a great idea.
But only the most beautiful and the better communicators will be voted.
You might be
We're
surprised.
just humans, you know.
You might be 100% correct. You might also be surprised when people have a common goal. What happens when they get together? Like we're not the only ones to have this idea.
Like also, it might expand the market in some ways. Like you might get unknown things that occur because people might be afraid otherwise of. I know so many people who don't apply to things because they think that they're not going to get it because their reputation is on the line or whatever.
Okay.
But having this idea of making it, synonymous by default, I think would open the market up to more people. Actually, I really like the idea. I don't know. And like you said, I don't know that it'll work or not, but I don't think that's the point. I think the idea is just to try
that's an experiment. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, and sorry, I keep cutting you off, Josh. Go ahead.
No, go. All right, you go.
Okay. So it speaks to what we were talking about earlier with the diversity of events. We want different types of events throughout the space, and we wanted workshops, but also speaking panels, let people showcase sort of their talents and get them out there so they can go out and get VCs into the space and get more funding. So there's a whole thing there. And when you have a large group of people that's more transparent making these decisions, we'll probably end up with more diversity of events. And also, to a comment that was made in the chat earlier, we'll have more diverse representation on the stage too, because you'll let everyone in to make the decisions together, and the call outs will be made in the decision making process, not after the decisions will be made. So while we're all choosing, people will be able to say, hey guys, you realize we've only chosen men on the stage instead of, and then the community will be like, oh shit, we didn't want to do that. Let's go back and rethink this all together. And it will be collaborative success or collaborative failure. Right?
Yeah.
Do not forget to add the control group to it.
Absolutely.
I mean, this all sounds like a great experiment. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a great experiment. I think it could work in terms of like, if you buy a ticket, you get a vote or a token or whatever, 5 tokens. And if you sponsor the event, you get like 50 tokens. So or whatever, different tiers of sponsorship give you different votes so that you can vote your own people in. Because most of this, that's what happens a lot of the time, right? Is people that sponsor get the speaking slots, right? There's pretty much pay to speak in every event I've been to, right? It's just how it works.
So this speaks to something else I would love to see changed, and we're going to try with ETH Denver if we move forward with it, where we don't care if you sponsor, the speaking slots are going to be chosen on by the community. And if you sponsor, great, we can still get your name on the banner. We'll still pump your name as much as we can. People will know that you are supporting DeSci, but you're not guaranteed a speaking spot for giving money. And at the same time, we want lots of small donations, right? You don't want enough of the 3 organizations in the space running every event. Let's try to get the community to actually run the events together as a community. Like if you can donate $50, that's great. If you can't donate money, but you can donate time, you can help make images, that's awesome. That's as valuable as donating $1,000, right? Let's get more people involved.
If you did it with buying a ticket gives you a vote or a number of votes, or if you donate in a sponsorship in whatever amount, you get a corresponding amount of votes from that. That would be really interesting as well, because people could donate a little bit, and maybe if you donate or you buy a ticket, that's when you can speak. So then you can see how many donations people have done. And that might influence the speaker selection. Is like, well, this person's paid a lot to ETH Denver to help. Should we give them a speaking slot?
Yeah,
interesting. Do it for ETH Denver, man.
Let's do it for ETH Denver. I'm surprised to hear that people think this is a cool experiment that should be run. So that's great. And I think another cool thing about allowing Josh, to your idea about letting people put in more to have more of an influence on who gets to speak is people.
You're never going to be able to buy enough to single-handedly swing a vote, but maybe the indication that you have paid $150, your vote's not going to do anything because there's so many people with tokens. But that indication that you've donated is a signal that you should be, considered more highly in the vote.
Yeah, you have stake in the game. You have skin in the game, right? And you can institute quadratic voting there to help with any whales that.
Yeah, and it's not just skin in the game. It's like a donation to the event to make it run smooth.
Yeah.
So
I think the quadratic voting would really help, but also like maybe this could just like let the entry fee be free for people who don't like really have a strong preference on who speaks, but just want to be at a DeSci event. They can, come for free, and if you have a really strong preference on who you want to hear from, you can make that heard, and that'd be really cool.
I'm looking this behind a ticketed event, but DeSci is still not big enough for that, right? So
yeah, but so how do you deal with? And as we all know in Web3, the level of participation is abysmally low. And so how do you offset that in terms of if you're not going to go the traditional sponsor route, you still need to pay for venues and all this kind of stuff. And if you know that most individuals are not really keen on participating, especially pay first and then figure out who's going to talk after, it might turn off individuals. So how would you balance that, or how would you deal with that? Deal with that.
When you just plan the event and then take that event to people and see if they want to pay for it, see if they want to sponsor it. And then if you can't get sponsorship, the event doesn't happen, and it sucks. You've put a lot of time into planning it, but so be it. Apparently your event wasn't good enough to get sponsorships.
I like the idea. I think I like any idea, or I like experimentation, right? So if we're going to do something, ETH Denver is very big. I don't know if you guys can pull it off, but I'd love to see it. But this would be something I'd love to explore with DeSci Peaks once we, eventually mature to have our in real life summit, DeSci Summit, which has now been coined. So I'd love to experiment this way and see how we can do things differently and if it'll work.
I want, speaking of, experimental, I guess, I'm interested about how we can incentivize sponsorships in a different way as well. Like, so the displaying the sponsor on the website and on the banners and stuff, that's really great and what a lot of people want. But there must be other ways to sponsor, to sort of incentivize sponsorship. And I find that an interesting thought if anyone has any ideas on.
Yeah, I've just been sitting here listening, like being really gracious, because this is kind of what we're planning for DAO Denver, except not with speakers, more with what you just mentioned, Joshua. More like a builder-focused aspect to the event. We're in kind of like a hackathon style thing where we're trying to engage and provide ways for the sponsors to engage the attendees in a Web3 native way. Through things like bounties or prizes, right? So basically, kind of like a hackathon. Teams can choose to go after these or not, and incorporate the tech from the sponsors into their projects, and then have audience-based voting. So that's really kind of what bring it back to. Instead of selecting speakers, we're going to be doing still deciding on the final tech stack, but there's a couple of good options I'm happy to share either offline or in the chat with you all, and basically enabling this audience-based voting, a DAOified sort of event, right? Where the participants kind of control what happens. So stay tuned for more of that, and I would love to collab with you all on DeSci event for ETH Denver as well.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds awesome.
Yeah. Sounds hype.
Yeah.
I'm super curious what the audience is going to be voting on.
The projects for the DAOathon. So when the teams, they'll have like some lightning presentations at the end, and the audience will already have tokens, and various token levels for whether they which ticket they bought, or whether they were a sponsor or a pre-selected judge. Because then there's we ran into a bunch of tricky issues about if you're not an expert judge, just like with any sort of community, right? DeSci community, if you're not an expert in the particular domain that DAO is focused on for DeSci, then maybe you shouldn't have as much weight in the governance vote. So kind of how to navigate that with various quote unquote roles, I guess, in the event, and ability to participate in governance. But ultimately, that's the goal: is that all attendees will be distributed this voting token just for the event. And then, or might be doing some sort of ranked choice voting as well. We'll see what that looks like. What the final voting implementation is going to be. But that's definitely already in the works for DAO Denver, and yeah, maybe we can do something for DeSci Denver as well.
That's awesome. Is DAO Denver at the same time as Eat Denver? Like it's a part of the event?
Yeah, it's not officially, it's a satellite event, but it's the last 2 days of the build week. So right before the ETH Denver hackathon starts, it's I think Thursday through Sunday. So we'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, I do believe.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to look that up and check it out.
How do we find out more about it?
DAOdenver.org.
Hey, look, guys, I've got to go. It's lovely speaking to everyone. Enjoy the rest of the talk, and I will speak to you soon.
Thanks for jumping in, Josh.
Bye, Josh. Thanks for coming.
Peace out, Josh.
Bye, Josh.
Bye, Josh.
And
Ryan,
for anyone,
I saw Ryan pop in, and I think Ryan, as I mentioned, Ryan had organized an event before, so I want to see if he has. Ryan, do you have any 2 cents to throw in terms of events and what should be considered and how maybe to improve DeSci events moving forward?
So I think that there's probably a lot of other people who could give better sort of answers about this, but maybe my particular insight is I had never organized an event before. So coming from that perspective, I think it sort of opened my eyes up to how difficult it is and how sort of like there's a combinatorial sort of explosion of complexity when you add more people. So I think sort of just having like a really clear vision of what the event, like what you want to achieve. And I mean, there's lots of discussions that everyone was having here about, how do you pick the speakers and things like that. And really, I mean, part of the reason why I sort of got interested in DeSci is I saw that it could allow for different kinds of experiments that weren't being done. And so I think that with this whole approach is I just want to see experiments on how do you put these events together? How do you choose, the speakers? And so I think it'd be great for just to try different things and then see what works best.
To that note, if anyone wants to experiment with DeSci at ETH Denver with us, we're closing the survey on Sunday, and then we're going to decide what to do on Monday. So Monday at let's say 4 p.m. Eastern, we'll be getting together. there's a form out there. There's a Telegram group that's very open. Just come on in, and we'll move the conversation forward from there.
Great. So everyone, please go do that. One thing that I wanted to kind of touch upon, or at least open up as a discussion point, is Carolina's commentary about diversity, equity, and inclusion as it relates to events, but also the space. I think we all are cognizant of the fact that there is, we're not where we need to be or where we should be in terms of this as it relates to whatever diversity is of importance to yourself. And so what, in your guys' opinion, what is limiting this for our space? Beyond just we're new and so people haven't heard of us. I see a lot of participants. There are a lot of women in the space. There are a lot of people of different ethnic backgrounds. There's a lot of this stuff, but usually in our conversations, or in the marketed version of DeSci, it's very homogenous as we present it, right? And I haven't been to any of the events themselves, so I can't comment about too much about that. But what I see of the events is still very homogenous. So what do you guys believe is kind of holding back this influx of diversity into the space?
The same people building stuff and building it in closed gated rooms. So deciding speakers, okay, let me put it this way. You are someone who has proven that you're capable of planning an event. You are probably a man because you have that opportunity just given to you, essentially. And you've proven you're capable. So you plan the next one, and you plan the next one, and you plan the next one. And by doing that, you're pushing someone else's opportunity out of the way. So it's great that you're good at what you're doing and you're helping the space, but there's a lot of other people who are also great at what they're doing and want to help the space. There needs to be room for those people to contribute, and particularly women. So when there is a opportunity for someone else to come in and take a leadership role, let someone else come in, step away.
Yeah.
Definitely agree with that. And I also think, in addition to, I mean, I think there is also just a demographic representation problem. Like there also just needs to be more women in the space than there are today, and more women that are in the space need to be on stage, and I think part of it is really just like crypto and tech has always been male dominated. Science, depending on the field, actually like swings the other way. So I'm hopeful that as we bring more scientists on board, as the community sways more science and less crypto, it'll actually mean more women in the community and more women speakers. And also, yeah, definitely agree with John that it feels like the people who sort of were here early have kept making the decisions, and there needs to be more influx of new folks into the decision-making pool to really get more diversity on stage and everywhere. And also, I'm looking at the time, and I just have to hop off soon. But it was very much a pleasure speaking with all of you today, and hoping to see you at some of these events.
Thank you for coming up.
Great to have you, Umar. Thank you.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Thanks for coming up. So, I mean, to Umar's point, it's kind of is, so obviously, if the people who are planning it obviously are going to be the ones to plan it because they have their proven track record, but does that speak to, or the implication of that on the lack of diversity, does that speak to like a lack of cognition of the fact that you need more diverse speakers? Like, are these individuals just not aware or limited in their capacity to understand that, you know, we want to represent more people in the space, or is that just not a priority to them? Right? Because if that's the reasoning, that begs the question.
I mean, I can't fully answer it from my perspective, though. I feel like people just aren't aware.
Okay.
Like they're not. That's not on the top of their mind, right? They're not thinking about it when they're planning an event. They just want an event to go off without a hitch. The reputation's intact, et cetera, et cetera. They're never thinking like, oh, what's the percentage of X versus Y? And that should be. So when we build maybe like ethics and morals as a code, as we codify this stuff, maybe we should ask events to always try to shoot for like a 50-50 stage presence, and, you know, break that down as we include more diversity, but and shoot for that first. And if you can't achieve that, then yes, the space doesn't have that representation in it, but it's more than likely you can achieve a 50-50 representation on stage. It's not like there aren't women here in the space.
Well, I mean, are we not the example of how not how feasible, but like intent doesn't necessarily lead to outcome? Most of our speakers here, even though we reached out to everybody, or as many people as we were aware of in this space, I think Miriam is the only person to identify as a woman to be present on as a speaker, to my knowledge. And so, you know, it's unfortunate, but I think it also does speak to the fact that, of Umar's point of like the demographic, right? I think there definitely are more men. Yeah. There are more men. And I know Carolina. So, for example, Carolina would have loved to be here, but she's currently minding her daughter, and I understand the limitations that has. So I don't know. I really don't know. So this is kind of like an open-ended commentary and question, because I am very much. I'd like to have more women. I think we specifically went to target individuals that we thought would be like to come and represent the women and other demographics in this space. But that doesn't necessarily always culminate in actually happening. But I'd like to hear other people's perspectives. Maria, as a woman in the space, what do you think is limiting you? And Elijah, please go on afterwards.
Have no idea. The thing is, you know, as I said, we are going to plan for Blockchain Rio, and I have only thought right now in calling it a DeSci Rio as well. But you know, it was not in my mind that I should try to balance, you know, the presence, because for me, it's more a question of who I'm going to invite, independent if it is of the gender. But being said so, and hearing you guys, I believe that I have to have this attention, you know, more from now on. I cannot explain why I'm here. I'm just, I identify myself as a woman. Yes, thank you. And I as you said, you extended the invitation to everybody. Maybe I do not know what we can do more than inviting people, and you also insisted a little bit, come and Telegram and also on Discord, not only an invitation that was an email. We will try that and see if people respond, and having into the back of our minds that this is important. More than that, we cannot guarantee that people will show, And at the end of the day, we are all humans, all
Yeah.
humans, independent how we look like.
No, I agree. And I mean, I think as long as people take a proactive stance to it. So I'm glad that if this conversation or this discussion has put into the minds of other event planners that, maybe to proactively think of balancing. And I mean, balancing doesn't have, just make it equitable, right? It doesn't have to be a one-to-one. Just make sure you're trying to have as much diversity as possible as a proactive initiative. I think goes a long way. And then as we talk about these things and I love Umar's point of highlighting transparency in terms of the back end organization of these things, then you can show that, right? You can show that what you're doing. If they come, they come. If they don't come, they don't come. Elijah, go. I saw you unmute. You wanted to touch upon something?
I just wanted to sort of reiterate everything that was said, and thank you for bringing this topic up, because I think that's really it. I will go ahead and show my white male face, and as a like it's incumbent upon us, like it has been said earlier, to myself as somebody who's throwing events. I definitely am conscious and try to make sure that this is part of the conversation, both in the organization and in the presentation. Because that is the only way, right, that there is going to be that equitable sense of community achieved, which has more benefits than than fighting against it. So it's in everyone's interest, right? And so ultimately, to do that, you just have to talk about it more, say all the things that have been said. Try to wait to the end of this conversation, because right, like that's part of it, is just being aware, driving that awareness, always making sure it's part of the conversation, and then things will change. Also, if we can, Web3 is unique in that sense, in that so many people are pseudonymous, right? We're hiding behind a PFP, oftentimes with a random weird name. And so the further, I think, the more we can implement that, the more we can implement this permissionless and trustless and transparent, these values into things, and make sure that we're having these discussions, then that's really it. So
yeah. And
Absolutely.
I mean, so Tammy here brings up a really great point in the conversation. I think it's a great segment to then segue to our next topic.
Can I add one thing before we move off this really quick?
Come on.
And I'll do it by switching my dog, because I think that when we're having these conversations with these organizations, it shouldn't be from a point of shame. It is like a little shameful in the space that we have all these issues with DEI, but when we're trying to include diverse perspectives, whatever it is, in these events and in decision making, it's because it makes us stronger, it makes us better. Like when you have a single perspective driving everything, you're going to build something that's frankly shitty. So like we want more people in who have different backgrounds, so the things we build are just good.
It makes a space anti-fragile, just
Yes.
like with anything. It makes everything anti-fragile, right? And that's kind of what we need. So I agree. I think I like this like emphasis on shame. We touched about it earlier in funding, and we're going to touch about it now, right? I think the space is rife for highlighting people for not, being mindful, and shame may not be the best way to react to them, but you should be putting people on notice, like, hey, this is not okay. We need to make sure that we are accountable to this. And so to Tammy's point, and if to transition to our next topic, which I believe is culture, I want to kind of extend this because I think culture plays a lot about it. It plays a lot into it, right? So what kind of culture are we hoping DeSci to have? And I mean, internal to individual DAOs, of course, but as a macro space in and of itself. How do we create a culture that is inclusive to all and makes people feel comfortable, right? I've heard innumerable anecdotal reports from women talking about their apprehension of going to in real life events because of not feeling safe, because the culture they feel is not, appropriate to them. I myself, I mean, I'm a male, so my apprehensions are a little bit different, but I'm also a Black person, and culture plays a big thing in terms of, do I feel welcome in a space versus not, right? And I'm sure others of my background can attest to, but the scientific realm outside of DeSci is very homogeneously Eurocentric, right? And that could be as partially because me living in a Eurocentric location, but how do we change that such that it's inclusive to people of different cultures and background, or give them the opportunity to craft spaces that are culturally relevant to them, or to input their culture into that space? I think that's something that we need to talk about in DeSci, especially as we are openly global. And there's going to be a lot of different people from different cultures. How do we make it such that it's not as homogenous as this Web2 space? Sorry, maybe that's the wrong question. Not how do we make it. What is your guys' ideation on perspectives of that?
So I think one of the coolest things about DeSci to me, and there's so many of them, so me saying that I guess is meaningless at this point, but I'll say it anyway. One of the coolest things about DeSci to me is the fact that we're building a new system from the ground up, while the current system is a bunch of historical accidents that led us to where we are, right? The people stumbled into these systems from very male-dominated, Euro-dominated systems themselves, and ended up with science as it exists. So just having this conversation as we're building new technical infrastructure for a future system of science, I think is very, very powerful. And it's just about letting other people speak, giving people a platform. It's the same thing we've been saying already, include people in the conversation. DeSci World, the stuff that you guys are doing with getting all the communities around the world going, and lending your platform for DeSci Japan, DeSci Latam, letting them talk through you is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not, so for those of you who are interested, the initiative is called the World of DeSci. And it is our attempt at bringing or amplifying the voices of regional groups across the world. So DeSci Latam, DeSci Brazil, Korea, Japan, Africa, what name you. And that is because we acknowledge that the cultures and problems that science faces in those different places are inherently different and unique to those locations. And so there's not a one solution fix all for this. And so they need to be able to amplify and talk about it and tailor DeSci to their specific needs. And we want to highlight that and kind of facilitate that. So that's the initiative that John is talking about.
I think this is a really complicated topic, and I have a few ideas about it, but I think that institutions have a huge impact on culture, and they sort of drive the culture and create it. And again, part of the reason why I'm interested in DeSci is I see this as a new opportunity to create new types of institutions. And so maybe to give a concrete example, but Kenya developed a payment system over cell phones that was prevalent for a huge number of people before pretty much anywhere else in the world. They basically leapfrogged places like the United States, where you might have thought that would have been one of the first, or maybe a European country or Japan or wherever, but it didn't happen that way. And there's lots of arguments as to why this occurred. But from my perspective, it seems like that was an institutional issue, because the infrastructure in other countries like the US or Canada, etc., the banking system was such that it wasn't really necessary. You didn't have these kinds of problems. It's common. I mean, I experienced this myself while I was in Africa, but going to a bank and trying to get physical cash, and the bank teller saying, we don't have any cash. We're literally out of cash. And so it's that's an institutional problem that drove certain regions to embrace certain kinds of technologies. And that's not really a cultural issue, but I do think that sort of this analogy of the institutions and the culture is really important, and they're intertwined. And again, it's there was a discussion about this earlier, but this idea of incorporating and DAOs and all this stuff. If if sort of all the DAOs are driven to use legal systems because they're the good ones or they're the ones that work, you know, it's like me and I would love to, you know, there's movements right now like DeSci Africa. You know, if there's going to be DAOs or there's going to be DeSci movements, does that mean that they need to sort of, to gain legitimacy, do they have to use sort of like other, you know, American legal system or whatever, et cetera, to sort of get bootstrapped? Like, I'd rather see a world where these sort of, you know, this is a global movement. And it's like, I want to see sort of like the competition and this flourishing of projects be able to represent themselves using their own systems that they develop. And again, this is like, you know, I feel like there's going to be a very broad spectrum of abilities, and there's all these legal issues, but ultimately I do think we're entering a very disruptive time when it comes to these sort of things. And, you know, I think it's exciting, and I don't have the answer, and I'll stop rambling there.
Rambling is very much welcome, and I don't think anybody really has the answer for this. So I love this conversation, open discussion on it. And I think, you know, Ryan, to your point, there's a lot of, I mean, we touched upon a lot of things that I think influence culture in this space. And every one of the topics that we talked about previously kind of culminates in this point in terms of, you know, culture is a product of finance, it's a product of engagement, it's a product of adoption, and it also feeds into all of these things. And so from the financial perspective, how are we going to have open culture and kind of facilitate these ethnically diverse communities to kind of flourish if funding and capital is centralized in locations that are not there, and it's not, you know, trickled down to these particular points, right? That's one thing that I think needs to be addressed. Having these open conversations where we can have these individuals voicing their not disgruntledness, but their perspectives on the space. How do we make it such that language barrier is not as much of a barrier to this, right? Chat GPT may be able to help like that, right? We are going to we've recorded all of this commentary on DeSci Peaks, and we're going to translate it into as many languages as we can so that people can get, you know, an understanding of people's perspectives and what we want to talk about in the space. So I think there are a lot of initiatives that feed into this, and it's just are the organizations and is this space aware and actively taking a step to kind of facilitate that? Some are, some maybe not. This is not an instance of shame, but it's more, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, and like, how do we make the first steps to make it a more equitable space from this point? You guys want to have to
Sorry, I would ramble. I just put a hard candy in my mouth because, my God, we've been doing what, hour 5?
Yeah. I also, yeah, if you guys need to take, you know, pee breaks and whatever, please feel free to go. I'm sure the camera's turning off for an example of that. Which
this is
great.
fantastic, though. This is the culture, though, that we need. This open space. Like, we're here. Elijah, you've been here this whole time. Maria, almost the whole, like, Michael, you too. Like, we're here just to talk about it, give people a space to do it, and try to get it out into the rest of the ecosystem. So folks who might be doing stuff that they don't fully recognize as being harmful can see it. They recognize that, oh, wait, maybe I should step back off my platform and let other people have it a little bit. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I saw that Dr. Tammy here in the YouTube chat said that she was going to get her computer and jump on. So I'd love to kind of get that perspective. And again, viewers, you are much more than welcome to come on. You don't need to be a DeSci builder to be up here. We want to meet you. We want to hear from you. We want to help you help us help you make the space.
Wow, what a line. Michael, what do you want to get to here?
Hi, everyone. Okay, thank you, Jelani. I need to log off now, but this has been amazing. I really enjoyed it.
All good, Michael. Thanks for coming on, and
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye, Elijah. Bye, everyone. Bye, John. Bye, Maria.
So yeah, I don't know.
Sound like a party over there.
Who said that?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
it sounded like a party over there.
Yeah. So, you know, in waiting for other people to maybe hop on, you know, what is your guys' approach to the language barrier? Because I think one thing that informs culture is this aspect of being able to have not a universal language or a place for people to share, to showcase themselves. So on our end, we have a variety of language channels. I think that's kind of the default aspect of what Discord allows us to do. Create these language channels where individuals can operate with each other. But even that is somewhat siloed, because those who don't speak other languages are not going to participate in the general chat. And the general chat itself is usually English. So have you guys thought about, approaches to kind of break down these barriers? Have you run into barriers yourselves that you feel have not been addressed yet in this space? Please, share. We're here to ideate.
So this is not a space specific problem. Like
Nope.
the default you mentioned is definitely the default. Like have a different channel for each language, each region, and like people form their own sub communities in there where they talk. I don't think there's a solution to this at all. It's very difficult. Like when you produce a piece of writing, you can get it translated, but if you're trying to build communities, it's very difficult to do that across a language barrier.
Yeah, I
AI.
think yeah, for sure, exactly. AI. I mean, if you've played with Chat GPT,
Exactly.
It's amazing, and but also just sort of like the ease of use and the friction. I think Twitter does a pretty good job with this, where it's a simple tap and it translates the sentence, and as to the quality of the translation, that's an entirely separate issue. But if, for example, Discord did that, because basically DAOs live on Discord, yeah, I feel like that would change a lot, just because it would be way easier. Because it's like I see, I'm part of a bunch of different DAOs, and a lot of them have these different language channels, and I hardly ever interact with them because it's kind of a pain to sit there and do the manual sort of translation, so to speak. So yeah, I think that's just a technical issue that I think is going to change, but it's sort of like, why hasn't it? It seems like all these tools exist, even though it won't create the best result, but it's just, if it can get a 90% of the way there, I still think that's a lot better. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know, I'm sure there's many projects too that are not primarily run on English, and sort of like getting the insights of those projects and coming together. It is like we all sort of aware, it's not just a DeSci issue. It's just sort of issue in general.
Yeah, when we were building our Discord, and also as a platform, you all know that we are in Brazil. We speak Portuguese, and we had to decide what would it be. Would it be Portuguese only? Portuguese not spoken. A lot of people, and we had to decide. And this is a decision that's also a cultural decision, isn't it? But we said we want to build out. We want to build to the planet. We also want to build into the DeSci movement. And the DeSci movement did not exist before us. Or I mean, it was a small movement, let's say it this way, because we did not initiate it here. There were other groups. But anyway, too small to build in Portuguese, if you understand me. And also, we can always talk on Discord in English, because it would be small talks, you see. So people can either construct it or translate it or shout, talk. Talk a little less than they would like if it was in their own language, but still interact. That's, so kind of difficult, but English right now is the language that is considered international. It has not always been this way, but this is the language that unites us all. This is, in science, this is the standard. So we decided to pick English because of this standard that we use in science, a lot of us scientists here in Brazil. Sorry. We had to do our training abroad. I myself, I studied in England, and also I did my postdoc in Cleveland, Ohio, Case Western. So we are trained to speak in English, and this seemed to us in the aspect that we wanted to build a global culture, and also to the fact that we considered that most of us would understand English. But again, on Discord and outside, here in Brazil, we use WhatsApp a lot. We can build subgroups outside Discord. We use Portuguese. So that's the compromise we had to make.
No, of course, right? I mean, we're not going to reinvent the international language of operation. It is always going to be English. But I do think that with the advent of ChatGPT, other AI-based processes, and just good old like hard work in terms of intent, translation of documentation would go a long way in terms of breaking down these barriers, right? Making it such that people of different languages are not afraid to come in because they may not be as fluent as other people. Just making it a more welcoming space for individuals from the language perspective, being cognizant of the limitations that others feel, right? So whether you be a woman, somebody who identifies as a woman, or you have whatever your personal trials and tribulations are, making sure that as an organizer or as somebody who is a leader in the space, to be as on top of that as feasible, because we're all fallible, and trying to bake that into the infrastructure that we're trying to build. Again, a good example of this is the different language sections of the different DAOs, such that people can operate with each other, maybe delegating, in working groups, so one thing that I haven't seen is like cultural and social working groups, right? It's always been like treasury and validation and all this kind of stuff, but there's no I've yet to see a like social working group, and I'd like to see that, because that's how you're going to maintain the population. That's how you're going to keep things engaged and build out the culture for your own ecosystem, and that'll help inform the rest of the ecosystems. Anything else you guys want to talk about related to culture?
I think Ivan's comment in the chat was very good, because it speaks to just like true culture differences. Like,
yes,
cultures are different. They might. I was just at Lisbon. In Lisbon, they eat dinner. Dinner starts at 8. What? Come on. I'm hungry. I'm hungry at like 5 or 6, not 8 p.m. But
me too.
Me too, Jonathan. Like, it goes from simple things that to like more complex things. What Ivan is talking about here is Boink, which or folding at home, which is volunteer distributed computing. And he's saying when they were talking to the people who work with this in China, they didn't fully understand that concept. It was more about there was more business aspect behind it. So there's much deeper levels of cultural difference as we go around the world, and it's just from a leadership perspective of your DAO or of your organization, whatever. Just projecting acceptance of difference from the top goes a very long way. In terms of building a culture of acceptance.
Yeah, and it's almost like in DAOs, a little bit different from like Web3 entities, even though they do have that now. Cultural training, not necessarily cultural sensitivity training, but like cultural conceptualization training almost becomes a must, because your population is, or your demographic, your user base, your community base is decentralized. I don't think these are things that individuals are thinking about when they're spinning up these DAOs in terms of like organizational leadership and the importance of having this fluency, sensitivity, empathy, cognizance when it comes to that. And I hope that discussions like these.
How do you translate that without creating rules?
What do you mean?
Yeah, because sometimes you talk about culture and you just say that as a set of rules, that you have, don't say bad words, or don't mistreat people, don't judge, and things like that. And these are rules.
Well,
How do you create culture without being boring?
I mean, so what I would do, I don't have the answer to that, but what I'm going to hypothesize is that if you were to make a cultural working group, right, you would proactively seed that cultural working group with individuals of a variety of cultures, a variety of backgrounds. You have the LGBTQ community, Black, white, whatever have you, from different ethnic groups. When you surveil your community, and you see, and that's what people should be doing. They should be surveilling their community and seeing exactly where they come from, where they identify as, and then working into their infrastructure in this social working group, a means to address them specifically and be mindful of their needs. So you at the top are not necessarily managing all this. There's no top of a DAO per se, quote unquote. But factoring into some kind of framework like that is just off the top of my head, something that I think is worth doing and may help mitigate or address some of these concerns.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, it's when you create a community, you're creating a container, right? You want to create the safe space, and a rule is something that you can't do in that space, right? But I also like to think about the concept of boundaries. Where can people operate within, and making clear boundaries that are also safe, that also without restricting what can be done in there, but you're saying this is where we operate. We don't operate over there, right? And the distinction between rules and boundaries, I think you can have more of that space without telling people they can't do certain things. And I have to run. Welcome, Tammy. You can take my space. I'm going to head out in a second.
Elijah, thanks for coming on.
Hello, Tammy.
Hi, Tammy.
Hello there. How is everyone? I was going to say, how y'all doing? Then y'all know exactly where I'm from.
We're doing good. We're doing good. Maybe introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I am Dr. Tammy. I'm called on the internet streets, Tammy Francis, and I am a strategist, consultant, author, speaker. I am a traditional educator. So I am an associate professor at a community college here in Texas, y'all. And and I play in both spaces. I play in the educational space and talk about Web3 blockchain. In that space, I'm a literacy professor, so I'm a non-tech person in this tech world. But I also play in the business arena. I help with incubation programs and things as the business mentor and helping those startups that are entering the Web3 space on board and develop their solutions and think about the business side of things. So I'm a strategist.
Amazing.
Spaces. So thank you for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you for coming on.
Glad to be
commenting the whole way. Might as well just jump on. So can you, I mean, as it pertains to like culture and Web3 and the aspect, do you want to weigh in? Is there any insight you want to give us as somebody who is of that strategy background?
Oh my goodness. So help me pronounce your name. Is it Jelani?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Want to make sure. Thank you. So listen, I have so much to say, and typing is one thing with the thumbs, like that's not my strong suit. But where do I start? So I will say, just to go off what y'all were just speaking about, is accessibility, but on many levels, right? So in the comments, I commented on creating space for women, but I think it's also more women. And I didn't say it well when I talked about universal design and thinking about those other things. I've been to so many events that are not conducive to those with other issues like mobility issues or who hard of hearing and just other aspects. And I think that some of those things, when we talk about diversity, we typically talk about women because we know that this space is dominated by men, but it's also there's other people we need to consider. We're talking about accessibility. And then locale, right? Location is an issue as well. And I think that's another thing. And when I say that, I mean when we have events and they're these Web3 events and they're in real life, are we considering that we should make it accessible to those who can't physically go, whether it's finances? Because a lot of these events, I'm from an education background, and some of these events, the price tags on the registration is crazy. And it's just mind blowing. And then what you get as opposed to some of the conferences I've been to that have been a lot more affordable. So I just think that maybe we're talking about the metaverse, we talk about Web3, but I think we got to think about Web2, right? What are some of those things that are issues in Web2 to move people and get into the things that you're talking about, to move them into this DeSci world, right? How does that look? And I think that when we're talking about it, I think accessibility is at the heart of really thinking about diversity and inclusion. And then we got to make sure people belong, right? And so we got to make sure they feel welcome. Because I've been in conversations where women have been to the table, but the men are talking. I'm going to stop there. As Jelani, I can go. I can go. I can go, man.
This is great. I love it. Oh, the energy, the afternoon energy. Let's go. Those are
exactly what we want.
Great feedback.
Maria, did you want to add into something like that? I don't know. There's a delay.
And their speakers.
Yeah, Maria, I saw you unmute. I didn't know if you wanted to add.
Yeah, no. I said, if it was a table with me, with a woman only, I would never allow that because I talk a lot, very talkative. So always opinionated.
Well, Maria, you don't have that problem anymore. We're here and we're going to talk.
This is exactly what we need more in the space. But in terms of, so for those who are less extrovert with their commentary, more willing to kind of shake the bus, what is your recommendation in terms of how do we facilitate individuals feeling comfortable, making them feel more comfortable like that? I know representation, right? Which is why I'm very thankful that you've been willing to come up online. Maria's always engaging with us, which I love. So representation, of course. But that's not, clearly that's not necessarily enough. We do need more representation. We're not there. But what's the next step after that? How do we broadcast this representation in a way that it reaches more eyes, more people can see it, more people feel comfortable? What are the actual pragmatic steps? I feel like in DeSci, we talk about, this is going to be great. This is what we want to do. All these kind of things. But it's not, how do we do it? And how are we, what are the actual steps we're going to take?
So, and I know this space for me is fairly new. So I will just be disclaimer, I'm not as familiar to what events look like in this particular space. But the ones that I have attended in Web3, they're usually very large events. And I think when I'm going back to accessibility, for some reason, that's my soapbox today. I apologize for that. But I think that it's also smaller groups, opportunities to connect with people and to listen, right, and to be heard. And I think that and I think sometimes people are, because camera is a thing, right, to be on camera or to be on stage or to be presenting, maybe that's not the way. But I know that in some of the platforms that I've been on that have been more of a hybrid type of platform, they allow people to talk in the chat. They allow people to engage in other ways. And then whoever's the facilitator, be sure to share those sentiments. Be sure to share those thoughts. So maybe it doesn't have to be the person speaking.
Oh,
right?
That's such a good,
that's a great tool.
Just to understand,
that's a really great
make sure
tool.
I fully grasp, at a live event, you have a way for people there at the event to text in questions and answers and stuff. That's awesome.
Wonderful idea. I'm gonna copy that.
You can. It's yours. It's ours, right?
We're making impact here with DeSci Peaks, guys. This is exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think on the whole culture bit too, I think, the Web3 space is a little weird. I'm sitting here with the koala as my photo. But, I think someone like Jelani, you have this very unique background because you've been involved in sort of the very professional scientific world, but you also understand the Web3 space. And I think that there's all these new tools, there's going to be a lot of people coming in the space that have never, they never used Discord, that they've never sort of dealt into this world. And it's a lot to handle. I mean, I remember when I first started using it and I was like, what is going on here? And also I see a common issue, and this is much bigger than Web3, but it's just sort of like social media in general, where people online will type some nasty things that for the most part you would never say to someone face to face. And I think creating a culture, again, this is my opinion, but general like rule of thumb that I think is pretty good is, I don't think, if you just sort of like take it at face value that just don't say anything to someone online that you wouldn't say to their face in person. Like why are people talking this way? And you see these conversations and things that just spiral out of control, and it's like, this would never happen if you were in a room with this person. You wouldn't be talking nasty like this. But I do think that people like with Jelani's background to kind of, as these newcomers come into the space, just be like, okay, these are some little things to be aware of how this stuff works. And, there's people with koala photos or whatever it is as their profiles, and, we can figure it out.
I mean, I saw there was a tweet that went out the other day, and somebody asking like, how do you advise Web2 entities to come into the space? And I think the number one point that I tweeted and so many others tweeted is, have somebody who is Web3 literate on your team doing this. Don't just jump in thinking the culture is completely different. Mm-hmm. The framework is completely different. It's bottom up versus top down. And so to that respect, that same ethos, how are you going to drive more people in? Representation, also having these individuals on these decision-making committees, right? But the thing is, so take a step back. This is not new information, okay? And slightly turning this maybe a little bit spicy, this was 2022. This is not new to anybody. We've been dealing with diversity, inclusion, in the corporate realm for years, decades even. And so this is not new, but we still have this problem. So it's either that the solutions that are being proposed are actively being pushed back, or they're not the right solutions. And so I wonder, and I could be completely wrong with this, but I wonder if we need alternatives. If there's something else that we're missing. Like we said, John and I went out and we invited as many people as we know, and we're in the Web3 room in science chats. We're in the different demographic groups. I reached out to all the Black STEM networks that I'm aware of and threw out the information there. Part of the limitation here with DeSci is that people are not really clued into it. Fine. But for those who are in it, why isn't that we're not having this representation, these people coming up to talk about this? I don't know the answer to that, but I'd like to see it changed. And I think, the more we talk about it, I do think that just talking about it passively is going to yield a certain amount of change. And I think it was John who made this point, like, the space is so new. We're at the ground. So this is the opportunity. This is the special thing. We're at the ground level. If we build these concepts, this accessibility, and DEI is not something that I use anymore. I use IDEA, inclusion, diversity, equity, and acceptance and accessibility as an acronym. If we can build that into the framework, the baseline framework, then it'll just grow with the space. But it's how we do that. And it's can we get builders to be mindful of that, the 50-50, quote unquote 50-50 in the conversations, the disabilities, the actual physical accessibility, being mindful of this, the chat function in the IRL event, that's fantastic. I want to see more of these kind of things in the space. And I hope that people will ideate more of and kind of take this and run with it. Because I think this is a segment we're going to clip out as a whole and just try to shill everywhere. Which I hope, Tammy, that's okay with you.
That's okay with me.
Great. So yeah, this is kind of just the conversation we want to kind of keep going. John, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add into this before we transition to a next topic.
Nothing additional, but I'll just echo Tammy's point earlier about the cost. We have to be cognizant of the cost of these events. Like they are prohibitive, and we need to make sure they're inclusive for people who can't pay to go to these things.
Okay, so that's actually something that I wanted to touch upon because like I said, I've never been to a Web3 event, right? But I looked into one recently. Who's paying these prices to go to these events?
People themselves. My institution is not sending me. So
clearly,
most people are coming out of pocket,
And think about the culture
that are sponsored.
I'm not in that tax bracket yet. Okay.
Think about the culture it brings. So we're talking about how great events are, and they get people of like minds in the same room, and you're having these hallway conversations. Absolutely, they're fantastic. But if it's just a bunch of rich people in there, or people who can afford to this, and not even rich, you're just more than middle, like you're building your own echo chamber. And it's you got to build diversity of thought, culture, ethnicities, and financial means. There's probably like 10 more different categories of diversity, right? You got to build it all.
So John, as an organizer, why is it like that?
I have no freaking clue. This is the first time I signed on to help with ETH Denver. I didn't sign to organize, so this is my first time doing this amount of a lift. So we'll see what happens. But I don't know.
I feel like people are so used to crypto being lucrative that they're just slapping on like ridiculous price tags as like a premium on it. Just like, oh, this is how it's, money's floating around, billions of dollars are floating around. People are investing in, things with a lot of money. And so we're just going to make it really premium costly. And
yeah.
But I see thousands of people at these things. And I'm like, oh.
And I will say that ETH Denver is a little different than the ones I've been to, because I've been like to the Bitcoin, I've been to Consensus, I've been to those, and those are expensive. But I will say ETH Denver is different because if you're part of their DAO, then you get a complimentary ticket. And that was the first time I've ever seen that happen. So I will say ETH Denver does something different, which I really appreciate because that is a consideration that some of these others don't do. But it is an echo chamber.
And another point you brought up earlier about the size of these events, when you make them huge, it is also kind of exclusive because not everyone likes to go to these giant events and be an extrovert. So a lot of the expensive events, I feel like, are because they're huge. They're doing like food at like a massive scale, really good food, like really huge venues that are really nice, and there's lights and there's like really cool cultural events going on. But like you don't need that. You could just have an event at a bar somewhere for like $50 total.
And John, you say that, but that's what happens. So to be completely transparent. So when I went to my first Bitcoin conference, I've been to a couple of them. When I went to the first one, I just went because of the side events, what they call the satellite events. And I went to those because those were more affordable. Then you saw some that were free because they were sponsored by some of the protocols, right? And some of the foundations and things. And so some of those were available free. And so I didn't actually go to the conference. I went to the satellite events just to network, because I think the primary, we've got to go back to the purpose, right, of these events. The purpose of these events are to get educated, right, to learn. And if you're not, if you're in a space where they're talking high level or people are just shilling their stuff, that's something else. And then to be educated and then to network and make connections with other like-minded people. So you create, as I think community is really big in this space. And so the satellite events were more accessible and I thought more fun than actually going to the event. Now, the second one, I actually won a ticket. So that's how I was able to go to that one. Through one of the communities that I'm a part of. But it's still with the ticket price, it's still by it being in Miami, one of the most expensive places to go right now when it comes to Bitcoin and Web3. It was still a $4,000 trip, right? Because of the flight, anything from Texas is expensive. And then, just lodging alone. Oh, it's crazy in Miami. But, so some of those things. And so when I think about accessibility, and I think about location, I think about which events are more successful, the smaller events, and then affordability.
Yeah. I think that's how it breaks down. I think, something has to change with that, because that's crazy. And I don't think that's not what's going to drive adoption. That's not, even though people can pay, like John said, you're creating a barrier, a social economical barrier that is going to create this echo chamber of participants that are of one kind, and we don't really want that.
Right. This is why DeSci Boston was so great. It was a fairly small event. It was like 200 people maybe, so it's not entirely small. But we were all part of the same community. We were just in MIT. The lunch was just, I think it was like Panera Bread or something. Like sandwiches got brought over, nothing super fancy, and everyone just hung out, networked, and learned about different projects in the space. It was super successful, and I'd love to see that emulated.
Yeah, I mean, DeSci NYC was the same thing, right? I didn't go to it, but I saw the pictures from Michael from DB They organized that at Empire DAO, and it was the same kind of thing. And I think that's what I think that's what we're going to see, right? We're going to have these smaller events. There will always be these gigantic events that people may not be able to go to, but I hope to see more of these kind of smaller events that are more geared towards the everyday person's networking. But still give them the opportunity to meet other participants and their peers in the space. And I think that'd be really cool. But, Tammy, I wanted to ask you a particular question yourself specifically, because you do work in an academic institution and you're still operating in Web3. how has been, I don't know, have you tried to kind of connect those two, and how has been the experience in trying to bridge those two together?
Now, this is a conversation you and I need to have offline. Because I will say that my institution is a little slow, just like most educational spaces when it comes to technology and innovation. So let me just say that that's a general thing in education, but it's particularly true at my institution. And so I have connected it, but I've connected it outside of my JOB, right? I'm doing more speaking engagement things about the future of education, the future of literacy and learning outside with the organizations I'm a part of and the different speaking engagements I get outside of my institution. With my institution, it's been a struggle to really get them to start thinking about how do we transition into this space? How do we just think about metaversities and some of those things? So I will say that within my institution, I haven't, but as far as the educational field, I have. And what I've done that is through my business. I've done it. And that's one of the reasons I'm at a community college and I'm not at a Research One institution, and one of those bigger institutions that have so many limitations on what you can do, like what they call moonlighting clauses and things like that. So, yeah. So because of that, I do a lot of that on my own time.
I mean, I think that's the kind of underpinning of this space, right? It's so new that everyone's kind of just moonlighting at it. I mean, we're building careers within it, but we're mostly moonlighting at it and trying to give it some footing. And so to speak to your point, and I'd love to have I would love to have an online chat about this. And
yeah, that's fine too. That's
so
fine.
we can have that chat because I know ourselves included at DeSci World, myself personally, are looking to try to, how do we get engagement from these academic institutions, right? DeSci being science, I believe personally, my philosophy is that we're going to change the infrastructure, or we're going to promote adoption by getting these students and these nascent scientists, before they get framed in a box, into the space early. And it's, how do we do that? I've had conversations with universities, like authentic university organizations, like part of the university infrastructure, and they're not willing to hear it. I've had much more traction with like student groups, like blockchain student groups, undergraduate, graduate research groups. They're much more amenable to like looking into it. And we at DeSci World are looking to try to put some infrastructure in place to be able to provide grants to students, to their treasuries, and all these kind of things. And that's one initiative, or that's one way that we're trying to do it. But we've seen a lot of resistance from these larger institutions themselves.
Absolutely.
In terms of it. And I get it to a certain extent, but on the other hand,
I'm joking, but I do. I'm in higher ed. I get it, but I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. Like, just thinking about what Web 2 did. I mean, what the pandemic did, and we were just in Web 2. Though I still think we're in 2.5. I don't think we're in 3 yet, but that's a whole nother discussion. However, people didn't even know how to use Zoom. Like, seriously, like, we didn't know how to do Web 2 events, like to teach and classroom management. Some things, higher ed was a little ahead because we have online learning, but some of the other.
Sorry, Maria, can you mute your mic a little bit, because it's picking up the sound behind?
There you go. It's okay. I was like, somebody's having a party, but there were some things that were not that schools were not ready for. Like, it's educational institutions were not ready for, and it was hard just getting some of those things implemented. It was more of a force, and it was like, why weren't we ready for that?
Well, I mean, I guess there was no precedence for it, but now that we have that precedence, so do you believe that it's more of they drag, like they're so heavy that they drag behind the times, or is there, in your experience, an active pushback, like resistance for it?
I don't know if it's an active pushback. Now, I will say the ones that you talked about, like you actually approach and you're like, hey, this is it, and they say no, I think that's active. But I think many institutions, from my experience, they're focused on, choose my words, different things.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily the things that would benefit the students, that would benefit our stakeholders. And I think it's what they think will, and it's not what really will. For instance, I know an institution who's really focused on their ERP and looking at that, but they're creating something that's not even moving us toward Web3, right? And they're focused on that, and we're not considering some of these other things that we should be doing right now. And so I just think that many of them the focus is on the wrong thing, and then some is actually pushback when they're presented with information and an actual presentation of what this could look like for your institution. And so as a faculty member, I start with myself. I start with my class, my students, and how I do that. And like you said, the real thing is to think about what are those organizations, those groups of people, those communities that exist on those campuses at those institutions that could really help push the adoption on that campus.
Yeah, I think this is the example of what we talked about previously in terms of adoption. Of it's the bottom that's going to, or the general population that is going to bring to the eyes of the university, like, hey, like this is something that all of our student groups, all of our professors are already kind of implementing. Maybe we should jump in now and form a structure. Then once that structure gets formed, it's going to feed forward. So that's great. Maria, I heard you got to go. So thank you, Maria, for coming on and talking with us.
Thank you very much. And nice to meet you, Tammy.
Nice to meet
Bye,
you.
Jonathan. Bye, Ryan.
Bye. It's a lot of fun.
Have a great rest of the day, Maria.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
But yeah, that's how I kind of see it going. So I don't know, John, do you want to transition to our next topic?
I think we should. I mean, we got an hour left. We have ethics and the future. So, I mean, we've kind of touched on it a little bit already, the ethical perspective when we were back talking about events and culture. But I have very little to offer up in terms of perspective when it comes to ethics, because the projects I work with are not dealing with patient-specific data. They're not dealing, anything like that. So I don't even know where we want to go with this.
I wish Omar was back here, but
Me too.
I guess we can start about for certain things. So I think that there's definitely consideration for ethics in the DeSci space as it relates to like classical things like HIPAA and GDPR. And Google is your friend. If you don't know what that is, please use it. It'll help you help frame this conversation in your mind. But more important to me is the question of like that's fine. That's from a regulation legal framework. But more important to me is the concept of, and people have brought this up to me in terms of like, well, how does this work in your system or in the system? Is if you can fund any kind of research, then who's to stop or what's to stop unethical or low ethical research from being funded? And how are we what kind of frameworks are we putting in place to kind of prohibit that or mitigate that in the DeSci space?
Right. It goes back to the regulation discussion we had earlier today. With like an example is if I can go out and get funding from DAOs to research how to build a really destructive nuclear weapon, and the knowledge is on a blockchain, it's an open science repository. I can access the knowledge. I can get funding to translate the knowledge into a product. Like, what? That sounds very dangerous. So how do we build ethical frameworks that keep us from doing that? Keep people from doing that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard, right? It would almost like it's kind of a light product that you would have to build, or it's kind of like a constitution or an oath, kind of like the Hippocratic Oath, or some proof of ethics framework. And again, that has been coined by me and the rest of DeSci Peaks, so don't steal that. But proof of ethics as like some framework to engage and make sure that what we're doing is ethically sound, right? And if nothing else, because you can't police that for everybody, but having like a decentralized credential system where you can tag it onto particular projects or entities that are like, yeah, they have a track record of doing ethically sound or ethically conscious research. Something like that, some kind of framework like that is what I envision, but I don't have an answer to that, as is the case for anything we've spoken about.
Yeah, I think we're entering this stage where it's going to be sort of basically a global effort, in the sense of all of these different types of projects are going to be working on these things, and maybe something like a DeSci world sort of kind of has tabs on what's going on and can spotlight certain things, or maybe there's a question about what a particular project is doing. And so DeSci World maybe doesn't have to take a stance on it, but at least it can inform the sort of like the DeSci public, so to speak, of what's going on. And for the past week or so, I've been toying around with a couple different AI tools. So ChatGPT is a really big one, but a lot of people, you can go online, see all these examples of that basically jailbreaking it, getting it to do things which it seems like the people behind it don't want you to do those things. So for example, how would you make a nuclear weapon? It gives you some pretty insightful information on that. But not just that, chemical weapons and things like that. And again, the sort of like, how accurate is it, and sort of what is it saying? Like, you do need to have specialized knowledge, but it's like there is a lot of public information about these kinds of things, and one can pretty easily sort of verify stuff. But it doesn't have to go into like the sort of scary realm to cause a lot of issues as well. I think this sort of like social manipulation. Actually, I shared this with Jelani a little while ago. But there was a post put on Reddit. There's a subreddit about pets. And so someone had asked GPT to write a post that would be very popular on this particular subreddit. And it wrote it, and it became #1. And it got a few, over 100 upvotes. And it was taken down, and I didn't look into the reason why it was taken down. I would assume because people realized that it was written by an AI. There were people in the comment section that were saying that, but the only reason that I knew that it was written by an AI is because the original poster posted in another location that they were doing this. So I would assume right now that there's lots of things online that are being generated by various AIs that people are not aware of, and people are trying to manipulate. This is sort of like a fun kind of cute example, but there's a lot, when it comes to politics or, all sorts of things, funding, et cetera. I know because since I was aware of this particular example, I looked into sort of like, well, what's China doing about this? And they did pass some rules around AI generated content, and they're pretty clear that they want, if someone posts it, that it has to clearly be stated that it's created by an AI. Now, again, I don't know how well this is working in practice, but I do think this is something we need to talk about. And again, in the DeSci space, I feel that this, I think you said this earlier, Jelani, but data is just so valuable and so important. And I hope that the DeSci space can push this idea where individuals actually have ownership of their data. And because it's a double-edged sword too in my mind, because it's kind of like it's like holding your own keys with your crypto. It's a responsibility, and a lot of people probably aren't ready for it, and it's going to take time to sort of train people and prepare them for this. And I, like myself, I'm not ready to sort of like control my data and be responsible for it. But I just think we're entering that world, and to be prepared, and hopefully the DeSci movement can help people understand how important this stuff is.
For sure. And I think it's a very difficult thing to address, because for example, even though a protocol, so I'm not calling out any particular protocol for this, but in general, there's a lot of trust that you have to put into this process, or operating in Web3, even though we say that it's trustless, right? So one particular example is that there are a lot of protocols that are working with healthcare data and genomic data, right? And I think in the vast majority of their literature and their white papers, they talk about how none of the sequencing that we're doing it's all destroyed, right? We're not keeping any of it, anything like this. But there's no proof of that. That's kind of just off of your word, and I don't know who you are, right? So is there kind of like how the DeFi space is currently going through, or at least the centralized exchange space is going through like a proof of reserve, even though that's been very ineffective recently. Is that the kind of frameworks or initiatives or standard operating procedures, SOPs, that DeSci projects should have as it relates to their particular target in this space? Should we have can you prove to us that you destroyed the genetic material? All right. And then how do you do that? Is that something that we should try to focus on, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's definitely a complicated situation. I mean, I think it is good to sort of show people, hey, just because a project says it's doing something, we need a way to verify things. And it does. This particular example is a difficult one, because it's like, how do you even begin to verify something like that? And maybe as time goes on, sort of institutions are created or ways of sort of verifying this sort of stuff will come about, and it would probably be, I think, a better system to be able to verify this stuff. Rather, I mean, you see this in the crypto space with stable coins all the time. It's constantly like, oh yeah, we have the funding, it's backed. Okay, prove it. And they're like, well, the thing is about that, we'll prove it to you eventually, stuff like that. So yeah, it's going to be difficult, but yeah, I think basically this step one is making people aware of the situation, and then getting the feedback, and also understanding, is this something that sort of the public cares about? Because maybe the general public about this particular case doesn't care that much about it, but the people who actually are involved or are interested in this project, it's going to have them think a little bit more about what they're doing with their data that they're generating.
I'm
For sure.
curious.
Go ahead, John.
How does the traditional system deal with ethics with this?
Well, there's governing bodies, right? So there's
oversight.
There's oversight, exactly. We don't have oversight.
But it doesn't always work, right? Like we know about the things they catch, but guaranteed there's a lot more that they don't catch. Welcome back, Tammy.
She's leaving, I think.
Thanks,
Tammy.
Bye, everyone. I didn't want to interrupt, but bye.
No, it's okay.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Have a
Bye.
good
It's
day.
great having
Bye.
you. Thank you.
Let's connect.
We will. Yeah, we have no oversight in this space.
Well, hold on. So the point I think I'm touching on is that there's no oversight in the traditional system either. Like, there's more oversight than there is. I'll contradict this statement in just a moment, but there's more oversight there than there is here. But there's still a lot of stuff that goes on that just gets past everything. Like, even when you think about corruption or fraud on a financial level or unethical anything.
No, for sure. I mean, we can clearly look at FTX, right?
And FTX is just the one that got caught, right?
Exactly.
There's so much other stuff.
Exactly, right?
So how much are we just giving ourselves, just trying to make ourselves like save the world from stuff that can't be fixed right now? Like, this technology does not fix everything. But to contradict my statement prior, it is an open ledger, so it's possible to have more oversight. For example, one of the reasons FTX was called out is because you could trace blockchain transactions transparently. You had to do some sleuthing beyond that, but you could see money was going, and FTX or FTT was going from point A to point B, and whose wallets. So there's the potential for more oversight here from less centralized authorities that are less susceptible to corruption and bureaucratic bloat. And I guess that's what we need to focus on when it comes to ethics, is building the infrastructure for sort of citizen oversight, I guess.
So how do you do that?
I have no idea.
I like what you're saying, and I agree with you in terms of, like, obviously with the blockchain of ledger, or the chain of ledger, the ledger, you can track back to a certain extent, like decision making and maybe data provenance and all the like of that. But at some point, it goes off chain. And it's when that off chain happens, how do you then, regulate where it's going? Even something as simple as when I submit a proposal to a particular DAO and I get funded, how does the DAO enforce that the money that I just received goes to where I need it to be? And I'm sure there's ways to do that. I'm just not privileged to that, because DeSci World does not fund research projects. So I would love to have people who are listening, go ping like a bunch of people who are relevant to this topic and tell them to come in.
That's in the traditional world. They do that in the traditional world. Like if it, as a nonprofit, the SCI, if we give money out to someone, we need to keep track of how they spend the money. It's our responsibility to
of course.
Like, so
But-
it's the same problem. It doesn't change just because you switch to Web3.
Okay, so Clinimating wants to join the call, so we will.
Things
have
are
to
gonna
that in
get
with Debbie.
spicy.
All right, I'll just post we've got an hour left. If we get
Yeah,
spammed
so we're just
to
gonna
death,
open
so
it
be
up. Come in.
We're gonna post the invite link in the YouTube chat right now. So just copy this, come on in. There is a limit of 10 people on stream, but we should be good.
Should we do it on Twitter too?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
And Jelani, on this point, the technical question of like, how do we do this? It's, I don't know, but I do think that it might be useful to think about this, because sometimes it's obviously it's very important and we want to sort of solve it, but maybe if we only get 90% of the way there, then that's a lot better than just not, it's like, it doesn't have to be 100%. I mean, clearly in the sort of traditional world with the FTXs and everything, like we're not there yet either. So, but if we can get there, and again, I think there's different sort of things, like right now, we discussed this earlier in the conversation, but it's like, how many people are in the DeSci space that are actually like, that's their full-time job and they're making a living, and it's very small. And again, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think at some point we're going to see many more people enter this space and make a living. And there's also going to be a lot of, sort of automation, disruption, all this sort of stuff. And right now, this isn't particularly related to DeSci, but I think that something like this could happen within the sciences.
Automation, disruption, all this sort of stuff. And right now,
sorry,
I'm getting some echo. But there's this debate. So my actual photo of the koala, that's AI generated, and this was sort of an older one, but Midjourney just had an update, which is pretty incredible. I recommend everyone go check out it and play with it, because you can do it for free for a little while. But there's this huge debate with artists going on right now. There's a lot of artists that are not happy about this. I think there's really good arguments on both sides. And from the little that I've looked into it, one of them is a lot of, basically all these models are trained on art that is created by humans. And so these artists are saying, hey, well, you use our art to make your AI. So what gives, And I think that's an interesting debate. So if we look into the future and we see, well, what kind of things can be, I was listening to a doctor talk about how AI is going to just revolutionize, at least in the States, generally you go to the doctor, you talk to them for not a lot of time. It's very brief, but if you could basically have a pre-conversation with an AI that summarizes what's going on, their symptoms, and can even provide the doctor with some insights as to treatments, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but this doctor was super into it. I think it's really interesting. And I just think that there's so much disruption coming, and it's it might, I just feel like the art thing was kind of like, I think it's right now, I feel like a lot of people are not aware of it, but the people that are tuned into it, like these artists and the people in the AI, it's a hot debate going on right now. And I just feel like this is going to happen again and again, and it's going to touch the sciences.
For sure. Clinimatic, you're here. Would love to get your 2 cents on this whole this concept of ethics in DeSci.
Sure, yeah, and thanks for inviting me. And I apologize for the feedback situation there. I had the YouTube open while I joined the StreamYard, so glad I figured that out. But yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought about this particular debate before Ryan just pointed it out, but it makes total sense. Like if something like Midjourney or any of these stable diffusion things are pulling from a repository, a collective repository of work of artists that didn't consent to their work being used this way, then I think it's totally valid that they're having these grievances. And I'm not quite sure how to proceed in that particular situation, other than maybe having these AI only pull from certain kind of content with certain licenses. Like maybe if there's a Creative Commons thing that certain AI can pull from. Aside from that, maybe there's some kind of way to regulate it, but I just my first thoughts. But as that pertains to DeSci in particular, I missed some of the beginning conversation here, so I'm not sure if I missed that or not.
No, so we're just talking about, ethics in the space, the limitations. Like, if science is free to be funded, if all science is free to be funded, how do we make sure that non-destructive, low ethics science is not being funded? And what kind of frameworks should we be considering in this space as a whole to kind of help mitigate those poor outcomes?
I mean, my first thought there is some group of people, which already you guys seem to be the kind of nucleus of, needs to come together of people, of practitioners in this space while it's still so early, and just kind of start suggesting standards for how some of the stuff can go. I mean, I assume that there's a ton of stuff that would need to be considered before you can really confidently assert anything like that. But I would say that, like, we're at a phase now where it's probably easier to establish these kind of standards while there isn't really anyone that incumbent in DeSci. I mean, that would just be and I would say that the likes of DeSci World would probably be a good ground zero for standards like that.
Could you give it, like, what's an example of a standard in any decentralized system, in any DeFi, refi, anything?
I would my mind first goes to any kind of licensing rights that are maybe built into token contracts, stuff like royalties, or the deployer of some contract getting certain royalties in perpetuity, or royalties being distributed amongst some body of some on-chain body, some body of people that are identifiable through on-chain data, whether it's because they all have a common token or they all have a similar certificate from the same body or whatever it is. I think stuff that can be baked into on-chain assets or expressed through something that's deployed on-chain, and can, to some extent, be autonomous, but perhaps governed by a body of people. That's where I think a lot of these ethics and licenses should be expressed, rather than any kind of standards that are enforced just through off-chain measures. I think that's the distinction for me.
So I agree with you. I think there's a lot of stuff that can be expressed in on-chain contracts. I think remuneration is a great example of this, and ownership and licenses. But the dangerous stuff, I don't think can. So, like, how do we make a contract, or how do we automate a process that keeps someone from developing a bioweapon or doing something nefarious with the knowledge that's put on an open state repository, or with funding from a DAO?
I mean, I think this may have been something that we touched on in some of the previous DeSci World Twitter spaces, where if there's some way to have a gatekeeping function to prevent dangerous uses, but without that gatekeeping function being played by a centralized role. And I think, like, if you can get as many people enfranchised into this kind of body of DeSci practitioners, then that whole body can make majority votes on what to give a certain license to. So I think we can still have that kind of screening mechanism to prevent bad actors from taking advantage of this. But I think, and I think that this is the technology enables a large group of people to come to consensus in a way that's seemingly more manageable than ever.
So it's absolutely, and it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about regulation, where it's not about not having regulation, but it's about decentralizing the regulators. So they're not a government entity. There are a lot of people working together under a common cause. And I still struggle to see how that will work flawlessly. I think there's a lot of finesse in the implementation, but I think you're right. I think that is the right way to go.
There's always trade-offs. There's always going to be trade-offs. It's just the laws. That's one fundamental law of the universe, right? There's always going to be a trade-off in something. So if we're going to go that route, then we open up a whole other can of worms that we need to account for incessantly.
And I guess it's to my own earlier point, like, it's not like we have to make it flawless. We're just comparing it to the current system. It just can't be worse than the current system. Which is not flawless.
Yeah, it's not, that's just where we're going. No, I agree with you. It just has to be better than what we have, and then it'll iterate over time as we find, pockets, and individuals get the mindset. I think the first and foremost to me is for people to understand the mindset of, you are the watchdogs. You are just as powerful. Take it away from, like, oh, this government entity has to do it, whatever this ephemeral body is, and bring it back to not in like anachronistic, not like an anarchy type of way, but just realizing that you are also responsible for helping shape the world that you want to be in. And Web3 really just bolsters that capacity.
And developing the incentives to make people want to do that,
Exactly.
whether they're directly financial or indirect. Like
Exactly.
you're a stakeholder in a system, and if that system, so like Gridcoin example, if we incentivize someone to do harmful stuff with distributed computing, our network's going to be worthless. So we're indirectly incentivized to make sure we're actually doing science.
Right. And this is actually a really good point in terms of why I believe Web3 would be the means to achieve this, is because you need that community to support you, right? As opposed to these top-down Web2 instances, even though there is some of that still, we're bottom up. And so if your community walks out, you can't really do much beyond that as it pertains to like funding particular research, right? At the same time, if you, let's say we have like a supervillain DAO pop up, where they want
that sounds so fun, please.
they want to fund all like this nefarious stuff, right? You can equally have this superhero DAO spin up to counteract this, right? So it kind of inherently opens up this landscape. I don't think that addresses everything. I think that's maybe it's going to be an amalgamation of these vectors of responses that are going to help shape this. One thing that I think, and now that Clint Minnick is here, I'd love to have kind of a perspective on is when on-chain meets off-chain, that's the blurry part right now, right? There's things that can only happen off-chain. And so has there been steps forward to kind of bridge from a legal framework to bridge this Web3 and off-chain aspects in a way that is legally binding? Side note, IP NFTs claim to be this, but it's not quite the same kind of thing. So we don't really have this in the space yet, as far as I know.
I mean, I'm not up to the current what precedent is set in terms of legal authorities recognizing certain on-chain assets. I'm also of the opinion that we're not quite at the point where these things are legally enforceable. But that is like where I think off-chain meets on-chain. It's just the current institutions that are equipped through our political consensus to enforce certain things and to certify certain bodies and give certain permissions. I think like we do still have to ground it in that, insofar as we can't have everything on chain yet, you know?
Yeah, and I don't think some things, I mean, to each their own. I think Web3 is options, consenting options, and having the right to decide. I don't think that all things should be, things that can be on chain should necessarily be on chain. I don't believe that medical data should be on chain. I argue that genetic data should probably not itself be on chain. But some provenance of it, like some hash to it, to add a dedicated server might be able to be. But yeah, I don't know what to John's point, or maybe Ryan's point, like who watches the watch? How do we have watchdogs? Who watches the watchdogs? And are we just going to be in a perpetual like concern point of that? Like who watches the watcher of the watchdogs? I don't know. But I do know, I think that the more people we have, the easier that becomes. But it also speaks to things like, should we have censorship in the space? It's a little bit different from DeFi. No. Okay, cool. Let me throw a thought experiment. So I'm willing to be convinced either way. I don't have a solid thing on this, right? But let's say you do gain of function mutations, right? I come from the biological sphere, so I was gonna do it, but apply it to any tech you want to have. You want to create like the super mega bomb in physics or whatever, the space laser that can annihilate people. Should you do it? And if you do it, should it be censored because of the detriment maybe outweighs the benefit? I think these are conversations that should be had. So John, I really like to hear your blanket no censorship.
Define. Okay, so who's censoring? How is the data maintained in the open state, and what's happening? So like if we develop a super laser, and we put that knowledge on the ledger, and I imagine it's in a peer-to-peer network, it has to be maintained across that peer-to-peer network. States can make it illegal to have that file on your computer. So we're not. Is that censorship? If the state catches you with that file on your computer, you're going to jail. But the ledger is not keeping you from having that file and accessing it.
Well, that is a form of censorship. But for example, let's say somebody does let's say somebody does a gain of function mutation where now HIV is spread airborne and not just through sexual contact. So it's much more virulent in its effects, right? And they might have done this in like a, they have the data set that leads to this. Is that information that should be out there? Or
what if that information can lead to a cure in HIV? So it goes back to your question about supervillains versus superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there needs to be, this is an experiment for adoption, because I think this is a lot of questions that people have. Is that's a very scary scenario. But you could have a superhero DAO that watches the supervillains, and when the supervillains do something bad, superheroes try to stop it. As there's more money behind the bad thing, probably more people in the world will get behind the superhero DAO, and that one will eventually become stronger and sort of 51% the supervillain action. Sounds like bullshit to me coming out of my mouth, but it seems like a fun little experiment.
I mean, it depends on what's on the line, but yeah, for sure.
Cats versus dogs.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's a solid answer to this per se. Or what I should say is, I think everybody will fall on different ends and different places within the spectrum. I think. Go ahead.
So from my blanket no is from a technology perspective. I think the technology should not censor anything. What we do on top of that is for society to determine. But so the tweet we put out, I love people who are building this technology ingrain the technology with the ethics. So it has to be permissionless at its root. It has to be open source. And it has to be censorship resistant. Like, it can't be anything else, because if it is anything else, it restricts the possibilities too much, even for good.
Yeah.
So build it completely open, censorship resistant and permissionless, and then society can build applications on top of that.
Yep. I mean, I think that's actually the best answer, right? If everything is open. So I'm gonna take a page out of Grassland, which is a project that operates in DeSci, and their stance on if it's open and accessible to all, then it's almost a mutually assured destruction type scenario. So if you want to create the crazy virulent pathogen, then people will see you doing that, or at least be aware of you doing that, and they can try to counteract that as much as possible.
Superheroes and supervillains.
Exactly. Right. But this is all within the framework of, and again, this is within the framework of being observable and transparent, because who's to say, and this goes back to my original point, who's to say that I come forth with this proposal for funding and I then don't shunt those resources into something that is more nefarious? So there's no paper trail in terms of I'm doing this, right? And how, like, I envision that is going to be the argument that we'll see in Congress throughout the world when it comes to this, right? We're creating an open market for science beyond the bounds of government regulation and oversight. That's what they're going to worry about. That's what people are going to talk about. Like, we can fund any kind of research, and there's nobody who can stop you. And who's to say that the money's going where it's supposed to be?
Well, in the traditional system, though, if I want to do something that's illegal in the United States, don't I just go into international waters or go to a country where it's not illegal?
Yeah, but that's much harder.
It's physically restricted to people who will do this, who have the funds to do this, but those are also the people who would have the funds to, like, actually develop a airborne HIV.
Well, the point is that this makes that a lot easier. So those people will do that anyway. Yeah. But now we're facilitating them, but this is another avenue that they can do to facilitate that process. So we're just tacking on to their benefit, right? And I think that, everybody frames regulation is always framed in the oh shit scenario than the other side, right? And so we're going to be hyper focused on the oh shit, and that's a big oh shit. Think about the Silk Road. Silk Road is a great example of this, right? The Silk Road inherently was just a facilitated peer-to-peer marketplace. It attracted certain type of individuals who wanted to skirt oversight because this was an oversightless position or this was an oversightless system. I think that we're going to fall under that same thing. People are going to cater to us or lean into the DeSci space because it facilitates that. And can we build safeguards into our infrastructure?
I see what you're saying there, and I think that the counter to that, the way to keep the space from leaning to the essentially illegal or nefarious actors is to leaning to the dark side, is to get the light side in first. And I think we do that by catering to current researchers and the problems they face every day doing the research or working in these institutions that kind of force them to do things they don't necessarily enjoy doing. So to like give them the freedom to do their research that they want to do, which is positive. Most people, it goes back to the concept of crypto. Most people will work within the rules of the game, and most people don't want to cheat, particularly if there's incentives that pay better if you just play within the rules of the game.
Yeah, but you have to
bring good people
remember,
in.
yeah, not you, but people should remember that the people who are looking to deal around the system are always looking for that opportunity, whereas those who play within the system are given what they have, and they're not looking to get out of the system necessarily, to at least to the same extent. So I think you will always inherently attract individuals who are looking to skirt it or more shady or don't like the current system that they're in, and those tend to be rogues than not. So it'll come to like a race, like who gets in first. I hope that the light side gets in first, but the more nefarious side, we'll see how it goes. I like the concept of KYC. I'm not against the concept of KYC. There are a lot of people who are against the concept of KYC. But we can talk about that. We can talk about that. Can there be stables? If you want to come up on stage, I think we've provided the link. You could just click it and come, and we can talk about it if you can talk about it. But I agree with that. I think with the advent of decentralized credential systems like those being developed by Holonym, HyperCert, all these kind of things that are being developed will go a long way in kind of solidifying that, because you can see who, or they can attest to who's on either side of that equation as a funder and those who are being funded. So you can check and see that, I'm not being funded by some cartel, and you can check and see that I'm funding research from somebody who's previously been shown to develop this kind of research, been operating in the DeSci space. We can check their track record in XYZ.
And that's something I can visualize as being like a standard. If you're giving away $100,000 in research or $1 million in research funding, it has to go to someone who has XYZ credentials, like some sort of SVT, they have to verify that they have done stuff in the past before they get that level of funding.
For sure.
If you don't do that as a DAO or as an organization, you're basically called out and you're attacked by everyone else in the ecosystem. Yes.
You get the shame.
It's coming.
This is how it goes. I mean, we can speak. We can speak about that internally. You get the cone of shame in the DeSci space. We can speak about that internally to DeSci world, because we are developing, and we've said this multiple times, that we're developing a peer-to-peer marketplace to help facilitate science. And people's initial responses are like, "Oh, you're gonna everything that I just brought up." But no, everything there is built behind KYC. So you have to show that you are somebody for a certain, ethical, venue, meritocratic value to a particular project to be on the platform. And then as a researcher, if I, for example, want to get the XYZ person to go fetch soil samples for me, then their credentials, I'm going to look into that credential system and see, okay, these persons qualified for this person's qualified for that. Vice versa, if I want to have a research question answered, but I can't do it myself, but a scientist offers to handle it, well, I have their credentials, their decentralized credential system that I can then verify or trust as much as I can trust it, to validate them taking up that bounty. And I think that's the standard that I hope we're going to see in this space. That has limitations. Anybody can go rogue at any time, and anybody can put a gun to anybody's head to make them go rogue. Just like going back to the financial institutions coming into DeSci, these are behemoths. They can go to team leads and say like, "Hey, we'll cut you into profits if you play around." That's not perfect, but it's something that can happen. And I think it's just, we need to have these discussions. We need to be able to talk about these things so we can kind of get ahead of it and be mindful of it coming out.
So before we get to this question that I've just asked in the chat, which has to do with KYC, I think, in some degree. I'm curious because Hari just jumped on if he has any perspectives on just ethics and DeSci and how how.
Yeah, I think again, like, may come at it from a unique perspective because like, since for our particular project we're thinking about like assetization of like health data, like a lot of there's a lot of like health data leaks in the traditional markets, and you can imagine like there's like a black market for health data, right? So like if we start incentivizing and assetizing health data and we aren't doing KYC, it becomes a really difficult problem to verify that people who put up their health data actually own it, right? And so like for us, this is just like a small example, right? But I think these things really come to a head in Web3 because the more you decentralize something, the more you make something permissionless and you open source it, the higher the chances of unethical behavior, because there's essentially no ramifications to the consequences of your actions, right? Like, and I think there's people trying to solve that with identity and like some level of provenance for like a digital identity. So yeah, obviously, like, I think everyone in the DeSci space is doing this because they see, I think Jelani puts it as like a parallel infrastructure to the primary way things get funded today in science, right? So I think a lot of people in the DeSci space have that sort of ethos. In terms of how that gets translated to actual project work and actual, I mean, it's tough, right? Like, how do we enforce something that on a system that was sort of designed to never really be enforced, right? Like to some extent, like anything meaningful that we do in the DeSci space or in crypto is going to require like human coordination. And Ethereum and I guess crypto blockchain in general was designed to be like trustless, right? So how do we mix that trust for a human institution versus like trust, the innate trustlessness that's sort of expected and implied, right? You're not ever supposed to give up your keys. Like identity wasn't really supposed to be on the blockchain. That's like sort of a newer concept. I don't know. These are hard questions, man. Again, I don't know if I've answered anything, but yeah, I'll just sort of toss it back to you guys.
There's no answer. I mean, to my knowledge, there's no answer. I think these are just beautiful points to bring up. The fact is, we're trying to bring these up to make them cognizant, to make people more cognizant. Not that people necessarily aren't, but some people might not be. And we need to have these discussions to keep that at the forefront, because I think this is going to be, more than anything, this is going to be our biggest hurdle as a space to kind of overcome, is how do we ensure ethics as much as we can in this space to make it viable? Because if it's just going to be filled with rampant, disregard to legal frameworks and villainy, because we're talking about the superhero, supervillain dynamic, then we're never going to take off. People and entities are going to come and stamp us down. And we don't want the centralized version of DeSci necessarily, right? We don't, but that's going to be the wheelhouse that we come into. People, listen, feel free to, whatever your perspective are on CBDCs, right? We don't necessarily want that similar framework operating in DeSci in the same way. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Clinimac, I saw you wanted to jump in after Hari. Is there something you wanted to?
Yeah. I mean, I think I just wanted to take it back to the idea you guys had earlier about the underlying infrastructure, the actual maybe at the layer 1.0 being permissionless and trustless, and then institutions, like the institutional kind of cultural social layer on top of that is where dynamics like trust and KYC and credentials come into play in like a case by case basis. But I do think a lot of the promise of all this technology stems from the underlying permissionlessness, that you can build something without getting anyone else's permission. If 10, 15 years from now, the major on-chain institutions, whether they're anything like what DAOs currently are, if they've become really bureaucratic and entrenched and start exhibiting a lot of the same kind of faults that we see with today's institutions, we'd still like there to be an option to iterate quickly by permissionlessly building some new version of an on-chain institution. So I think a lot of the KYC and the trust dynamics and the credentials and the censorship should happen more on a case-by-case basis in terms of institutions built on a chain. Like if you want to participate in a given DAO, then you may need certain credentials. Or if you want to use a particular protocol, then you may need to go through some KYC process. But I do think that a lot of this stuff shouldn't be baked into the fundamental architecture of all this.
I agree with that. It's always been a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and Ryan, I think I cut you off a second ago too. Did you want to jump in?
Oh, it's all good. You know, I was just thinking, I think all the examples given were kind of, even if you sort of like the gain of function example, even if you say, hey, it's DeSci, like let's do gain of function, I feel like you would probably say there may be potential for some bad things to happen because of that. So that's a sort of a situation where at least we know that there's that possibility. Whereas, and I think it's really important to think these things through, but I'm kind of almost more worried about this sort of unknown situation. So to give maybe like a historical example, shortly after the X-ray was invented in the United States, it was very common. You'd go buy a pair of shoes and they'd be like, this is like the latest and greatest. We're going to show you this. You're going to get the perfect fit, just quick X-ray. It's going to be awesome.
No way.
You can look it up. Look up photos. And it wasn't just like a short. This went on for decades. I think even into like the 1960s, you could still go to places in the United States and get X-rays of your feet while you're buying shoes. So that was a situation where it took a long time for people to be like, hey, this is not a good idea. But you see these sort of examples over and over again historically with new technologies. And I think maybe sort of the only way in my mind to sort of counteract this is the people who are building this stuff tend to, I'm kind of, recently all the AI stuff has been super, super interesting to me, and just playing with it and talking to more of the people who are actually building this stuff, I think is really important. And I hope that, again, like what Jonathan and Jelani are doing is they can sort of open up this access, because a lot of times the people that are building this stuff, they don't reach out to the public in the best manner. And to just get as many people and reach enough people to understand like, hey, there's this new technology or there's this new thing. Because often the people who are building this, most people, they're not the supervillain, they're just building stuff, and they want to make something cool. They want to do this new thing. And they might not be thinking about all these implications, where as you get more and more minds thinking about an issue, then you sort of open it up and say, hey, actually, this might be something that could occur, or you didn't think of it this way. So really, again, with this whole situation, it's easier to understand things in the black and white, the superhero, the supervillain, but it's just a lot of life is not that simple. It's not that clear. And we just really need to open it up. And I mean, that's basically what we're trying to do literally right now, is just like get people to know about what's going on in the space. So we just need more of it.
Yeah, it definitely isn't black and white in most cases, but sometimes things lean more towards the darker side, the malignant side than others. To that point, Ivan brought up a question in terms of what is everybody's feelings on Martin Shkreli's drug-like MSI token. And if anybody wants to, actually, as a matter of fact, Ryan, since you're our resident historian, would you give us a little bit of a backstory on Martin Shkreli, if you can, if that's within your wheelhouse?
He's definitely entertaining. I'll give him that much. He's done a bunch of stuff. I mean, everyone can do their own research. As far as like the sort of like, is he a villain? Is he, I think he's a human being. He did some jail time. He was known as like the pharma bro for a while online. For a while, because he was banned from Twitter, but he would make a bunch of fake accounts, and actually he popped in on a space that we were on. But I just think sort of in the abstract, there's going to be people that they want to make money, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Again,
there's a particular case that I think is interesting with Martin Shkreli because it had to do with insulin. And his whole thing was he got a lot of flack because he basically bought the rights to sell this drug, and then he raised it. And sort of his reasoning was, well, it's actually the insurance companies that are paying for it. And if you actually wanted to buy this drug at a much lower rate, you could contact and do all this thing. And so he was basically playing the system. It created a lot of controversy. And there's no way around sort of that behavior. There's going to be people, they're going to play the system. If they can make money, they're going to do it. And like, we're going to see so many tokens. I mean, who knows what's going to happen, but, and really, again, it's a difficult situation. I think there's no way we're not getting rid of this type of stuff. So I think then the key thing is sort of like education, getting people to understand, the general investing sort of ideas. Again, not investing advice, but just like if it sounds too good to be true, probably don't want to do that. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on Martin Shkreli.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know too much about a drug like the project itself. Like, obviously I know about Martin Shkreli, but in terms of like what that project actually does, I haven't read too much about it. The one thing that I will say is about, like, I guess, like, reputation and I guess the cynic's argument to ethics, right? Which is, I think it was Naval Ravikant, who's like the founder of AngelList. He's very sort of heavy in the startup scene, but he has this sort of like mini quote, and it's like, ethics is long-term greediness, right? So if you want to be greedy in the short term, it pays to be unethical, right? You can rug people, you can do whatever you want, right? Like, and you'll get paid off in the short term. If you want to create like $1 billion business or a $2 billion business, you want to really scale something, you can't do that without ethics, right? You can't do that without trust. And so what I will say is, again, personally, I'm very neutral about Martin Shkreli. Like, I don't know what he did. I haven't really looked into him. I know obviously he served some jail time for some issues with the SEC. And I don't know like what's around there, but I do think like throwing your name in or your project in with unethical figures, I think that can essentially kill you in the long run, right? If you want to see something get commercially adopted, have mass adoption, I mean, you probably don't want to be associated with the guy who's like hiking prices up on like a rare disease patient, right? It could like come off as like kind of cold, but that's essentially what we're talking about, right? Like, I guess my controversial statement that I'll throw in on this is like, I think the biggest winners from like all the stuff that went down with FTX and, may or may not go down with Binance. I think the biggest winner is going to be Coinbase, right? Like they're in a US dominant, like I hate Coinbase as like an exchange. I think their fees are way too high. Like, I think it's like kind of ridiculous. I don't think it's that responsive of an app. But they're domiciled in the United States. They have places like BlackRock investing in them. They have good risk management. We know that they're disclosing things to the SECs on a normal basis, right? We know they can't misappropriate funds without facing like considerable amounts of jail time, et cetera, et cetera. Like there are some things that like you essentially have to say about trust there, right? Like if we gave all these centralized exchanges, for example, just the benefit of the doubt, which I think we did during the bull market, and during the bear, and when we see what's actually going down in 5 to 10 years, the people who are still going to be around, still making money, are the people who behaved ethically, right? And so, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I mean, maybe this doesn't really dip into the Martin Shkreli point. I think, it could be a good project. I think personally, I would have hesitation about, working with that project as a partner or scaling it because of that reason, right? Like in the long term, we want to behave as ethically as possible because we really think our project could do well and help a lot of people.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that project is now defunct, to my understanding. I know they got hacked because of mismanagement of keys by Martin himself for a variety of reasons, which we won't go into because we're on YouTube. But I don't know about that one. But I think what's really important to your point, or what may be insightful from your point, Harry, is do you think, or is the best way moving forward for DeSci to come into contact with these FDAs, the WHO, and these more institutional regulatory bodies? And is it a partnership between, not a partnership, but some kind of relationship between this more decentralized space and them is the way moving forward. It's a bit different from like Coinbase, which is a centralized entity kind of operating within the fringes of a decentralized framework of a decentralized space. We are much more nebulous because as we are more or less truly decentralized, but maybe from a DAO per DAO perspective, is it best to try to foster these relationships in your opinion with these regulatory bodies?
I mean, it depends on the nature of your project, but I think, yeah, I don't think anybody's strategy should be we should ignore regulatory frameworks and, and not engage with legal guidance, right? Like, I think that's just silly.
Yeah, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's not going to work out. Like, I think there's something to be said about like the ethos of the community, like decentralization. It's almost like anarcho-capitalism, right? Like and I understand that, like that's how it got built. Those were the early adopters, but like if we're going to evolve to mainstream adoption, like that can't be the way we operate, right? Like we have to engage with in real life institutions, right? Like we have to engage with lawmakers, we have to engage with these people to have a say, right? Because if we don't do it, they're going to do it for us, right? Like as soon as any money or value gets generated, like there will be regulation. I think Elijah was talking about this previously, but it's more like, do we want to take our destiny into our own hands or not, right? Like as a community, like we either engage with regulators or regulators are just going to drop hammers on us, right? And we know that places are willing to do all sorts of things. I mean, China essentially banned cryptocurrency, right? Like that's a thing. Like it's illegal.
Like 8 times. I don't think that's a great example.
But like in terms of like regulatory unfriendliness, right? Like that's definitely a thing. And I mean, you can even see this in the U.S. Like things are going through the courts right now. Like, of course, like I think crypto companies and DeSci, like as a community, should be out there talking to regulators. Because again, like if we don't, someone's going to whisper about us, and it's just we're not going to be able to represent ourselves fairly.
Couldn't make you want to not shill Lobby 3, but kind of I think that's a great insert into that.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to talk about Lobby 3 too. But there was one other point about the DAO coalition and LexDAO's role in the DAO coalition. They're helping us do some research to respond to the Lummis-Gillibrand bill. And LexDAO holds these study groups, public study groups in their server weekly. And the last couple that I've showed up to, there have been some congressional staffers that show up and just listen into the conversation. Like we screen share a Google Doc and a spreadsheet and the Lummis-Gillibrand bill, and we're just highlighting stuff and talking about what kind of policy position we want to put together to the DAO coalition, which eventually, once that's up and running, we would just disseminate to all the representatives from the DAOs involved to get them to get their DAOs to choose whether or not to endorse it. So we can put all these stamps on this response to a piece of legislation and then start lobbying that. That's like the kind of big scheme vision for how DAO coalition will work, but we're not there yet. But the interesting point was that these conversations between the experts at LexDAO are happening in public, and Congress in the US is listening. Like they're staffers that just show up and ask questions sometimes or just listen in. And it's pretty cool to see this, to see like the start of this conversation really happening when it comes down to actual DAOs and us talking about the non-financial applications of this technology. It seems like we're starting to get past the sense that it's all just about speculation. Although that could be a push for me.
No, I'm curious about your perspective on what role DeSci can play in this, because DeSci, as the way a lot of us see it, is one of the first, if not the first, truly financially free application of blockchain technology, of DLT, because most of us don't have tokens. Like we're literally just building tools for researchers. We want to build an open state repository for knowledge, make it open and accessible, and like people can understand what it means. And there's no Dogecoin, there's no pump and dump, there's none of that, at least yet. Like it hasn't really blown up yet. But like, is there a role that DeSci and the various leaders in the space can proactively play to help you and other people trying to get non-crazy regulations passed?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the DAO coalition is concerned, I mentioned some of the comments earlier. We have a representative from Vita DAO, and we're talking to someone from Lab DAO now, and we've been talking to you guys at DeSci World for a while. With the DAO coalition, we're requiring like the representatives are from something that has like a level of establishment as a DAO. Like there's a few pre-DAOs we've brought in before we solidified this as like a requirement for people to bring in, because we want to have the policy positions from DAO Coalition kind of focus on DAOs and things that are a degree removed from DAOs, and a lot of that will apply to DeSci insofar as a lot of these projects are managed by DAOs, and a DeSci protocol can be managed by a DAO. And we know what are the taxation implications and personal liability, and can a DAO register as a certain entity and then apply for nonprofit status, like all these things that are kind of foundational to a lot of DeSci insofar as DeSci is governed by DAOs. I think that's where DeSci can figure into the DAO coalition mission, but I do think the larger mission doesn't all just revolve around DAOs. It's about this technology at large, but just like the DAO coalition in particular, that is going to be our focus is on DAOs. So yeah, but we still want to bring in more representatives and establish that a bit more. We have our hands full getting the legal entity formed, but we also want to make it clear how representatives can be brought on and what kind of responsibilities are, because it is almost, we're kind of piloting a kind of DAO republic like structure here. At very, very early stages, it's still a lot of trial and error left, but it's the direction we're moving in.
Very cool. And to be sure, a lot of DeSci, the vast majority, is not DAO oriented. Okay. So I'm curious about how a lot of these they're companies, like they're straight up companies, and they're building tech with VC. So are you familiar with any ways for people like that to get involved, projects like that to advocate on behalf of the technology? Because I think you are right. Just to bring this into the ethics discussion, I think what you guys are doing is absolutely 100% right. Proactively getting out there and defining it from our perspective before something goes wrong, and we need to be on the defense.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly it.
Exactly, right? Yeah. Like we see, like what happened with Uki DAO is kind of getting in that direction where we don't want to be too reactive, but it's like we're still in a position where we can be pretty proactive. And to get to your question about how industry players in DeSci can get involved with the DAO coalition, I would just say, like, maybe these projects can find representation directly or indirectly through some DeSci DAO, whether that's DeSci World or some other kind of general DAO within DeSci. I think that's as far as the DAO coalition is concerned, that would be the vector to get involved with. But I do think that like the DAO coalition, at least in my mind, is one component of a much larger process, and the larger process doesn't all just boil down to DAOs. But it's still, we're still getting, there's still a lot of fog, including the full scope of this project.
Very cool. It sounds awesome. It's very exciting.
I think that speaks to a lot of fog as it relates to what DeSci is.
Yeah.
What are the actual individual components of DeSci, right? DAOs are one subclassification in that gigantic realm. And we're seeing things, and I think it was Maria or it was Tammy who mentioned Web 2.5. We're seeing the emergence of these Web 2.5, or that's what I'm calling them, entities that are kind of corporate, but are kind of composing themselves or developing a branch that is Web 3. So they're not fully Web 3. And what these entities, and there's a spectrum of them as they lean one way or the other. So I don't think there's one archetype of what DeSci is. I think it's going to be an amalgamation of things, and we're going to have, one of our struggles will be to how to frame all these different frameworks or infrastructures in like one legally compliant container. And we're going to struggle with that. But I think, as you said, being proactive speaks a lot to us. I think as a space inherently, we're not trying to like divert anything per se. We're trying to build a new system that is helping individuals. We're not trying to like subvert like clean cash or all this kind of stuff, although that will come in the space, of course. But highly encourage everybody, all participants, everybody watching, get in contact with your local DAO or your local DeSci org.
Yeah, seriously.
And push them towards, being proactive on their stance of the legal frameworks and the ethical frameworks and the governmental frameworks, that thing. And yes, you can come to DeSci World. We are a quote unquote neutral platform to kind of help all, and we'd love to be and kind of help be that relay layer. But if not us, then whoever you need to do, if you want to do it internally to yourself, just do it. be proactive about that. Get in front of the regulation curve so that you sit better and can attest to your ethical framework.
Yeah, and I'm happy to share any like contact information in the Discord server, perhaps if anyone's with a DeSci DAO or some other DAO and wants to learn more. Happy to talk to them about it.
Definitely do that. And anyone listening to the recording, find the DeSci Peaks Discord. It will be in there. We'll pin it somewhere.
Yes, and follow Killinaminic. You can reach out to him personally as well. As well as any of the other speakers. I hope it's okay for me to say this, but reach out for them. They're key opinion leaders in a very nascent space, whatever that means, and they will help direct you in ways if you're looking to learn more. And I think this is the perfect segue into the final portion of this conversation. It has been 5 hours and 57 minutes. This has been a great time. And I think to end off, it really did fly. Like I looked up, it was light. I looked up and now it's dark. I think, as a send off, let's talk about the future of DeSci. And this is subjective to everybody. And so this is not going to be a comprehensive view, but I'd love to hear everyone hears and in the chat and whoever wants to jump on for this. What is your envisionment? What do you envision for DeSci? How do you see DeSci in the future? And what are some of the things you think we need to consider moving forward into DeSci based off of the topics that we talked about and other things that we may not have had the opportunity to reach on?
Yeah, maybe I can speak just really briefly on this. I think on the previous point Clinton had made on like DAOs and what's out there, and I think John, you allude to this as well. Like Health Exchange, like we actually are set up as a C Corp. Like we're incorporated in Delaware. We are a for-profit like entity. Like you can find all this stuff on our website, essentially, right? And the way we think about like how or the decisions around that and the way we think about it is essentially at the end of the day to service our users, right, in the best possible way, right? Essentially fund the incentive structures the way we want to and scale the way we want to. I guess like when it comes to the future of DeSci, it's such an early space with people building like I think different things. Like right now, I think we have I think in the future we'll actually see some subgroups form. I think right now we're small enough so that we're sort of all lumped into the same bucket, right? Like anyone who's doing like an open source nonprofit like base layer work is sort of lumped in with like full-on companies that are, like you said, like VC level funded, like taking money from Pfizer, actually talking about like getting assets into a pipeline, like et cetera, right? I think over time we'll see some delineation. But that being said, like I think that's not going to happen for a while. I mean, the next few years, at least what I envision is, I mean, DeSci only as a concept even hit like niche adoption maybe like a year and a half ago, maybe, right? Like we're so early. I mean, if we're early in crypto and DeSci's early for crypto, right? This just shows how young we are. I don't think we can predict the future that well, but I think a lot of this is going to depend on how the actors actually act, right? To some extent, like, and it gets a little bit back to ethics, but I think that's what's important. Like, we need to form trust between our users. We need to form trust within the community, and really use that to go forward and build out something meaningful. Outside of that, it's going to be really hard to scale without that like fundamental trust and perception. I think that's what we should be involved in. I think a lot of that is just like exposure, right? So like the stuff we're doing now with DeSci Peaks, like and like the folks at DeSci World are doing with their dashboard. I think that's really important, right? Like getting this stuff like vetted, curated, and putting it in front of people's eyes. I think stuff like that's really important, and that's going to be the story of like the next 1 to 2 years. I think the exciting thing is since it's such a young space, like anyone could like quote unquote win, right? Like anyone could blow up and become really big. And so I think there's definitely a lot of excitement in the space. I think that's why we're all here, frankly, right? Like it's young, it's exciting. We actually see the potential for like great amounts of change. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Like, I definitely like very excited for the future, but with the hat of like, we're very young. We're gonna run into issues. Like, just keep grinding, keep your head up, chin up, that sort of thing.
Yeah, reserved optimism. And I just want to stipulate that I did not pay Harry to say anything about DeSci World or anything like that. Like that was not that. But thank you for saying those things though. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, Clinic, Ryan, I'd love to hear you guys' perspective on not just where you see the space going, but where you want to see the space going.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I agree with Hari that it's the beginning of the beginning, I guess, for a lot of this stuff, and it's tough to look that much farther because the stuff, especially because the stuff iterates so quickly. But at least for me right now, I see a mature DeSci landscape kind of being a commons or repository of knowledge and research tools that people can access more or less permissionlessly, just as like a more robust digital commons. And then, upon that, people can build proprietary for-profit efforts. And I'm just hoping that a lot of this stuff enables, researchers to get more well compensated directly for what they're doing, without paywalls in certain ways. And again, I'm not an academic, so I don't know this firsthand, the current status quo of a lot of these processes. But at least that's what I'm hoping DeSci can turn into, is just a shared pool of smart contracts that enable data analysis in certain ways, and then shared databases that are censorship resistant because they're on distributed ledgers. That's what I'm hoping this can just keep piling in that direction.
I love that. Ryan?
So, I want to see a lot of things happen. I think all of us would agree, we want more projects, we want more people to get in the space, all these kinds of things. But something in my mind that I would love to see is sort of a person coming into the space with no specialized scientific training, and over time actually helping produce scientific work, or for lack of a better term, becoming a D-scientist. And so I think of this in the sense of, in the United States, there's lots of medical practitioners. You have highly specialized people, you have, doctors, nurses, et cetera, but a lot of times a nurse can do a task that a doctor can do, but legally they can't. And there's good reasons for that. It wasn't too long ago, it was common practice. Sometimes nurses would do translations for doctors and can't do that anymore. So I think, there are good reasons for that. But something that I would love to see is sort of someone comes into the space, they are curious, they have questions, or they want to get involved with some sort of scientific movement. They get involved. Then within that community, they get the training that is necessary. But it might be a little bit different than sort of the average, the sort of traditional route, whereas you need all sorts of background skills. So maybe they don't get trained how to do the specialized statistics that's necessary, but they outsource that part to the community, and then they get trained in the topics that they're interested in and that they can excel at to produce this work. And I think that's all possible, and I think that would be amazing.
I agree. I think that would be cool. I'd love to see kind of a DeSci pipeline where people come in as maybe, less scientific literate, less officially skilled. And by the time they've worked a few months, a year or so in, they're just like, they're almost as proficient in a given task as somebody who has been formally trained. Now, obviously that would be difficult without the in real life experience that goes behind it. But as it relates to certain things that can be done virtually, and in certain instances, we have in real labs that might be like satellite labs that might pop up, funded by DeSci endeavors to kind of help facilitate this knowledge acquisition and practical gain of skill sets in the future. I that's the kind of the ballpark moonshot envisionment of DeSci that I hope happens, as well as all the other points that both Harry and Clinic have kind of brought up. John, do you want to go talk about what your envisionment of DeSci will be?
Yeah, and I'll start with just what Ryan just brought up, because it's an interesting idea behind modular science, where you don't need to know how to do everything. You know want to do one very specialized thing, and then someone else can do another specialized thing, and you just work together to produce a scientific outcome. That would be very powerful. But in terms of what I would love to see the space do, I would like to see it take a step backwards in terms of layers and start looking at layer 0 and layer 1 again. And this speaks a little bit to Ivan's comments here on chat, and I'll bring them up as I'm talking because it's a 2-point thing. But I would love to see an economy that's rooted in science, that's based on science. Its initial currency, gets minted by the protocol and distributed to both people who secure the ledger through proof of work, proof of stake, or some future consensus, and to people who do science, people who contribute distributed computing, or people who do other sort of non-compute based citizen science. So he's got some examples in chat here. Environmental observations, so you can think of the citizen science projects where you go out and count plants, or you play fold it and fold proteins that way. Medical experiments, setting up monitoring equipment, things, even producing full-scale scientific experiments. That would be so cool. And so it would be its layer one ledger for science that mints a currency and distributes it to science. So we could have currency generate or propagate through the economic system by people who do science instead of by banks. That would, I just think that would be a very nice world to live in.
Yeah, I actually just want to address Ivan's comment that he just had, but that sort of idea of UBI and potentially crypto being a pathway to getting there. I think I tweeted something along those lines, pretty much word for word. That's like one of the sort of driving forces behind like the project I'm working on, which is essentially like accessing your own health data. So essentially like consenting to do research as anyone, because everyone has health data, right? Contributing to this larger data set and then creating assets out of that. But like things like that, that's an example of like what's essentially like a data union or a data exchange of some kind, right? You can do different things on the back end to extract more value and give more value back to your consumers, which is what we plan to do. But there's other people who just want to create the data set and then charge it every time it's rented out, right? There's different models around that. I think what's really hard in the DeSci space, and this is what I alluded to earlier, I think we were talking about like adoption and funding. And as we were talking through that, like it's really difficult to create like oracles for DeSci, right? So if it's not compute and it's not data, then we need some sort of third party to let us know if something's being done or not, right? And doing that in a trustless environment is exceptionally difficult, right? And I don't know what the solution to that is, right? And that's why I think more of the projects tend to be on the technical side, either having to do with data or something that we can like process electronically and have some guarantees about. So yeah, that definitely is one of the open questions in my mind for DeSci. It's how do we validate real life activity that's off chain, on chain, in a really robust manner.
Yeah, that divide between the digital world and the real world is something that is going to be hard in terms of how do we bring that together, right? We can't just have, I mean, people are already building it, but you can't just have video cameras everywhere, like detailing everybody at all times. That may be slightly unethical, but it might not be when it comes to, let's say, for example, we have these satellite labs where there's a live feed going on for somebody performing an experiment that is related to a DAO proposal or XYZ, right? So some kind of recording means of making sure that it is being done. I think the next best step for that, I mean, that's, the next best step for that would be blockchain integrated hardware. Everybody has to use hardware. So if you're running the experiment and all the data gets logged and it's on chain and it's open and everybody can see it either live, like in real time or not, that goes a long way to kind of helping that. I think that's that's a much easier lift, right? I don't think it's that difficult, and I'm not an engineer, I'm not a developer, to create these blockchain integrated hardwares, but I see that as a potential avenue to kind of bridge this digital real world.
Well, isn't the scientific method based around verifying that people are doing what they're saying they're doing?
No, and that is why we have the replication crisis. Technically, yes.
Technically, yes. So that's all we need to do. Like, so let's say we have my fantasy world where you've got this currency that's distributed to someone who submitted a scientific proposal to essentially a protocol, and they get funded 10,000 science coins. Those science coins go into escrow or something, and they go out and they do the science, and they come back and they produce their manuscript and all their artifacts of their research. So they produce a research object. They don't get the money until that's replicated and reproduced multiple times. And then once it's verified that they did what they said they do, their method is sound, it produces the same result over and over again. And if it doesn't, then there's a reason that it's not producing the same result beyond malpractice, then they get the money. Like you don't need to record anyone. You don't need hardware. You just need to do science.
Yep. But that's not what I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. But we are in the state that we are because people choose not to do that. I think if we, the one silver lining is if we create a system that incentivizes that, then it's a lot harder for people to justify being lazy and negligent.
Yeah, you don't get paid.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get paid.
You're paid until it's reproduced. Like,
yeah, and I'm not saying that's not how. That's really good, right? Like proof of reproducibility, and not to just to coin that too. Yeah, that's definitely a framework that I think I would have loved to have had somebody from Vita or any of the other DAOs that are actually funding research in terms of talking into, is that built into your framework? Is there a cliff perspective whereby you get, like, we're funding you with $300,000, but you only get it on increments of highlighting the data that's coming back, and showing that you've actually done the data? And is that open for the rest of the entire community who voted on that to see? Right? Or is that kind of siloed in a certain extent? Right? I don't know what that is.
I think to go ahead, Klunermack.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe there's some way to quantify citations or backlinks in terms of people getting royalties for the research here. I don't know if that's
definitely
explored.
Yeah, I think that's the whole concept of the hypercert. Well, somewhat of the concept of the hypercert, right? Like it's like retrograde funding based off of public good, but you could amend that to something like that, and then things like DeSci nodes speak very highly of facilitating that process because you have this chain of provenance, which then you can then back end. But the space is so new. I think that's going to be the standards that we're going to be developing in the future. But John, you want to say something?
Well, I think this is what's going to be. So I shared my fantasy, which is this economy based on science and currency generation. But I think in the next year, practically next year or two, we're going to be exploring exactly what we're talking about here: reproducibility, and actually building tools to do this sort of stuff. Hyper certificates, new funding models. We're going to see some of these tools that were sort of teased at DeSci Boston and have been being built since start to reach betas and start to reach beyond beta and start being used by real researchers, and we'll get feedback from them. They'll come into the space, they'll go tell their PIs about this cool new tool, and then we'll have complete abstraction from crypto concepts. They'll be like, oh, that's a cool new tool, I'll come use it too. So I think towards the end of this coming year, maybe next year, we're going to start to see that level of adoption, because some of these tools that are being developed right now are progressing so fast and are so cool.
This is what I'm excited about. I think once we hit us, we're starting to approach the starting line, and once we get to that starting line, I think it's going to go exponential, for at least for a little bit in time, because the adoption rate is going to come in as people start to utilize this tech. It's just, can we keep our heads down enough? And I think we have these conversations, and it feels like a long time because we're all jittery. We're like, yo, we're in it. It's almost there. Wait until you guys see exactly what we've been building and what the space has been building. You guys are going to freak out. And it's that kind of contained energy that I just want to see explode. Okay, this is going, and I want to see out there for people to be able to see and be excited as much as we are.
Yeah, definitely. I think I guess two quick things, one less serious, but I guess to Jonathan's point, this idea of creating something that's reproducible, this is a problem that's pervasive in current institutions, right? This is all, you could think of Jelani keeps using the word parallel track, but in some aspects it's strictly better. No one's doing reproducibility studies, right? It's only that one or two meta-analysis that come out and say oh yeah, this is all nonsense, right? And even that, we don't know if anyone's checking them, right? I think that's awesome that we can do things that were traditionally either hard to do or in some cases just impossible. I think that's really awesome. And the other point I was going to make, this is I think there's some local politicians in the United States. There's videos of this, and this had to do with our point about what Klimax doing at Lobby 3, but also how young we are. But there's videos of politicians going up and saying I don't really know what the blockchain is, but someone told me it was a 3-dimensional Excel table or something along those lines, right? Like it's just completely like we still have so much education to do, and yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how all of that comes together, right? Because as excited as we are as like sort of like a niche group within the crypto blockchain space or the Web3 space, it's going to be interesting to see how we interact with the crypto community as a larger entity, and then two, how we interact with like the average person for like citizen science or things like that. So definitely, I don't know how that's going to turn out, but definitely excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I imagine this coming year there's going to be a lot more attention on DeSci from the larger Web3 community because of what DeSci is and the legitimacy it brings to crypto at large, and how many people and politicians can understand what we're building.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to the. No, we're not a scam. Look at what DeSci is doing. Like we're gonna be. I want us to be that that banner like for integrity and utility, and I think that's what we're gonna be for sure. So. I mean, I think we've covered so many topics. It's been a fantastic talk. Do you guys have any closing remark you'd like to do as the last 5 of us as this panel? Please share closing remarks, shill your project if you want to. And let's kind of send this off as our first big episode of DeSci Peaks. Harry, nothing? You don't want to say anything?
No, yeah, I mean, feel free to follow us on Twitter at Health Exchange is the tag's right there. And yeah, I think that the one thing I'll say is like, it's pretty risky times. Stay safe out there. I know it's easy to sort of to lose hope around these times, but I think there's a lot of developer activity. I think if you've actually been paying attention, like the amount of projects and things like that are actually starting to increase rather than decrease, which is a good sign during a bear market. So I think definitely just like stay safe out there and keep building. I do think in the next year or two, we're going to see a lot more changes coming soon. But yeah, follow us on Twitter. Check us out on Discord. And like Jelani said, yeah, feel free to DM me or reach out. It's such a young space. Try to build as strong of a community as we can.
For sure. Kinematic, do you want to have any final parting words?
Yeah, I just want to echo that and say, reach out to me. I'm Twitter at Clinimatic as it's spelled here. You can also reach out to the Lobby3 account at Lobby3_DAO, and I can answer either one of those, or swing by the Discord or email me or whatever. I can post more information in the DeSci Peaks server. But yeah, this was a blast. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks for coming on, Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to thank both Jonathan and Jelani for putting this on, because I know that you guys have been working on this for a while, and it's been great, and doing pushing 6 hours, so that's impressive. And it's been really cool to just listen to everyone that's come in and out, and hope to keep this up. Yeah, anyone can always reach out to me on Twitter, 0x Ryan Reef. I'm also starting up a podcast, recorded a couple of episodes, but haven't released anything publicly yet. So that'll just be the Ryan Reef podcast. So yeah, if anyone's interested, always reach out.
I was gonna say your mic is freaking, it's beautiful. Sounds like a podcast.
Trying to be professional.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. Yeah, big thanks to Jelani and John. I'm on the West Coast, so this started at 7:30. Like I was here for the beginning half, and I went back and I took a nap. And
I was just wondering where you were.
So definitely big ups to Jelani and John for sticking through it and hosting.
Oh, appreciate you getting up at 7:30 to get here for the first half.
Yeah, that was a lot. Thank you guys for coming up and supporting us. It definitely was a lift, but this was a fun time. I think it was a great discussion. And to Ivan's point, yes, we're gonna have many future discussions. It's gonna be with hopefully a lot of other members. As it starts to take up traction, other team leads will come in and weigh in, and you'll get to hear them specifically and personally and understand their perspectives on their own projects, and as well as the space in general. So I'm looking forward to that. And one thing that I do want to say is that if you're a new project in the space, or if you're thinking about launching a project in the space, please just do it. Just do it and try it. and reach out to this network of individuals that we've highlighted here on this live stream, and those that interact with us in social media. They're all very helpful. They're all very willing to share their experience and expertise. We call ourselves, well, I name them key opinion leaders, but we're all kind of foraying into this unknown space and trying to do our best. So I'd like to think that, you know, everyone is very much amenable for helping others and collaborating in the space. That's what I would like to see more in this space. Less, to a certain extent, there's always going to be tribalism because there's going to be niches that form, but I want to see more collaboration and individuals helping out the wider space and kind of being open to supporting the wider space, even if it doesn't fall within the wheelhouse of your particular scientific niche. I think that's what's going to drive the innovation. And so, yeah, you can follow me, Jelani C3 on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn as well. You can reach out through the DeSci World handle. One of us will answer, and if you're looking for me, you can find me. Also, any projects out there that want to kind of showcase yourselves and kind of put a light on your work, feel free to list on the DeSci World dashboard. It's free to list. You just go to the website, click on the dashboard, and it'll say at the top, list your project. That goes, you will eventually own your dashboard entry. We're contemplating whether we should make them NFTs or not, but beyond that point, you guys can ship updates. Even if you're a project that's not fully fleshed out in terms of the question and information we're asking for, you can go to the GitHub repository for your dashboard and fill it in as it comes in. So don't be shy. The whole point of the DeSci World dashboard is to increase engagement, social engagement, help you build your community. And that's what we're here for. That's what we're dedicated to. Likewise, the Science Commons initiative is also something operating within that same social framework, which is why I thought this was a great idea as a partner. I think that's my last parting. Oh, no, one more thing. Yeah. So again, DeSci Peaks, monthly conversation about what's going on in DeSci. Stay tuned. And if you'd like to come join and jump on a conversation, you can always join the Discord. The link is now out there so people can join as they wish. And I hope to see everybody here and future individuals in the coming year joining us in our conversation. Also, happy holidays, and do stay safe. John, I'll let you close it out and finish it off. John?
Is my mic there? Hello?
Now you're
That'd
there.
be great to crash out in the last 30 seconds.
What the dog doing?
My dogs are sleeping as friends because we are all friends. No, this was a fantastic collab. I'm so happy that we did this. This was a great event. To everyone who came throughout the day, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. There's so much knowledge in this space and so much more to do that I just want to echo what Jelani's saying. If you are inspired to do a project from anything that people are talking about, just give it a shot. At the beginning of the show, we talked about different resources for maybe funding and getting started, getting some resources to just figure out what to do. Other than that, guys, I don't know. I'll see you around. This is going to be an awesome year. Enjoy the new year.
So I just wanted to add one last thing, just to make it clear. The monthly episodes of DeSci Rising are not going to be 6 hours.
No way.
Maybe like an hour and a half max. Okay. So this is just a big oomph. But what we will doing is we are going to have always a 2020 or a year-end roundup for DeSci Peaks. So again, don't try to rip us off now, as I've said it publicly. But we will have that. But no, our monthly episodes will be an hour and a half maximum. So feel free to jump in, and we'll try to make it at a time that is convenient to all people or all time zone as much as we can. So great, guys. Thank you again. I hope you guys have a great holiday, great weekends, great time. And always, again, feel free to reach out, and we'll see you on the episode 1, whenever that is, hopefully in January, maybe February. So what that dog doing?
We'll end that. Good night, guys.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, everyone.